We're about to have everyone do it again. Good. I'm so glad. I know, I'm overreacting, I'm sure. No. They don't understand. I They're ready, yes. Good morning. Good morning. We are going to officially kick off the retreat by getting some breakfast. So we're starting with city council members. Council members, we are using a new service offered by Sustainability where they are offering reusable plates and silverware and everything as well. So there's a place inside that you can actually put your food scraps at the end, and a place that will be rewashing dishes and things like that. We have a really nice spread by Buddha Babe Catering, who's I think relatively new to Longmont. And she's going to be able to explain the whole menu, but basically half of the table you'll see in there is vegan, and the other half is super duper meat based. And everything in between. There's gluten-free options, there are dairy-free options, and everything is nut-free. So I would really invite you to come on and get some breakfast. You guys first, and then the rest of us can follow. Thank you. You bet. I'm going to get some food. What did you do with it?
I didn't know this is gluten-free, so I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. But,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, you're from the northeast.
vegan eggs, and I got guacamole and yogurt and sweet potato hash, and yeah, isn't that so good?
I didn't even know that they had plant-based yogurt.
Yeah. The best plant-based yogurt is in London. It's called All Pro or something. Oh, you couldn't even tell the difference. So amazing. So good. Thank you.
This is about all I ever eat for breakfast.
Councilwoman Hidalgo Marion, I'm texting her because she's lost. Because I told you it was telling her where
I wonder about Diane too.
Diane's here. I just
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I talked to her last night, I told her, she goes, now we're going to go off of Martin or the trash truck's Martin.
You'll know it when you see it.
I remember the first time we held the retreat here. That we all like all went back.
Yeah. Yep. Turn it back to the way. Exactly. Well, August is offering
One time we did it at Nelson Flanders, and that was interesting too.
Yeah, that one was It's beautiful.
The mayor didn't like our seating arrangements, so she had some changes.
Well, we were kind of tight.
This room is tight.
Yeah.
We're gonna like these too.
So the three of us, yeah, this is what it's looking like. Yeah.
Hey, Sandy.
Right there.
So I was just thinking, I did somewhere, and I said, I was going to call that 2023 or and not worry about changing slides, just kind of stuff. Here's what we talked
Just see my note this morning. I read it last night after the conference. Looks good. I should like it.
No, it's okay, Don. Yeah, so I didn't get it. Because, and then I just took
Yeah, I took a look through it all. So yeah, I see where he's going. Are you sure?
And it's just really just not the bullet points, but kind of just
Crazy.
I'm just going to go, this is what
This. Some things have changed dramatically. Isn't it great? When it gets to that list too, and my next only if you bring is a question about are there policies that need to be created under core services? Only if there's something you think will need policies, focus, and that's for you to tell them, not to them. That's core services. And then after that.
And that's kind of where I threw that they're maybe. some of it.
She likes it very much. First name.
But I think the same one is those
Don't make no.
What you're gonna talk about.
Becky, I brought up the indicators and your benchmarks. Is there anything else we need? We need customer satisfaction scores, I think so. We're talking about, what else do they want to know? Yeah, okay. Sounds good. I brought it up. That sent me a text and then deleted it, so. Isn't that a beautiful spread? Such a good job.
I got the sweet. I went on the other side. I went on the other side to do the cucumber stuff.
Yeah, that was good too.
I know. And they have the gluten free. I didn't. But that's good. They have it.
No. Or you just went. It's a problem. I'm usually doing my work until about 10. I usually don't drive until 10. And this morning I'm like,
All right, well.
Yeah, everybody's going somewhere.
yeah. And then
Come on over.
the train is planning to get there and I'm like, oh no. That's great for me. I just missed it. Did you?
Hopefully Susie figured it out. She was lost. Yeah, text me.
Was she able to get a set?
Huh?
Was she able to get a set?
I don't know. She said the address is not South Main.
No, South Martin.
Martin?
I was going to ask because they wanted you to go around the roundabout.
I know, that's what I was telling them when I got here, that it sent you over to Harvest Junction. But I knew it wasn't at Harvest Junction, so here she is.
Hey, so look at where it takes me to, right next
Yeah.
to Ross.
We know, yeah, and I was telling them
So
that.
I would have taken a different route.
Right, of course.
Susie, did you go to a spin class? There's a spin class place by Ross. Oh, no. So where do I sit at? Oh, right here. It's closed. Is it permanently closed? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I went to that spin class in Loveland this morning, because this one closed.
Oh, nice to meet you.
How are you? So cute.
Wait, the camera right here, so you can see what's on the laptop.
Nice. I like it. Almost look like a tarot card.
I know, yeah.
You do tarot cards?
I have tried them before. I mean, there's some are so beautiful. That's why I said that in mine. You know, they're so artistic. Yeah.
I hate that. It'll come to me later today.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, okay, head over there.
Yes, breakfast in the kitchen.
Breakfast in the kitchen.
So Mayor, once Cindy comes on back, do you want to welcome with any words of wisdom for today?
Yeah.
I will welcome, but there are no words of wisdom for me.
Here and now. A little exercise for you.
There's nothing in my teeth. Since it's launched.
It just brings character, that's all.
Great.
Yeah, we're good.
Cindy, everybody could get breakfast. Yes, there's plenty.
All right, I mentioned that.
So
Yep.
is she on the same page?
Oh, yeah.
We'll just wait to really get started until Susie comes back.
But, the, you know, she has more than one that she wants. She just one person. But she doesn't, you know, but yeah, pretty much. You know, we were talking about
So she probably used the ring just in Brooks's.
nobody. Yeah, oh yeah.
He's the other one. He's unmuted. Good to hear.
That's what she said.
So are we still waiting for Susie?
She's getting her breakfast. She's here. She's just getting her breakfast now.
We're eating. Unless you're a noisy eater.
I could be. I could be. That's a choice.
Thank you for doing this, sir. Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
That's
Sandy, are you timing us as well?
I'm watching time, yes. If that's what you mean. Considering the public is about to be heard. But yes, otherwise I'm just watching the general agenda time.
And you're going to explain them.
You got it. Yeah, it looks like a retreat, right? All the Play-Doh and the tap lights are back. They seemed to be a hit last year, so.
Morning.
I forgot my sleazy ball of shit.
We have a bunch.
I'm being funny.
Oh.
You the actual one that's shaped like.
Yes, your little.
Oh, yeah.
The emoji, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's Susie.
Yes, here I am.
So as soon as you're settled, we're going to kick it off.
Oh, you can go ahead and start now.
Are we live now?
Are you guys ready? All right, very good.
Welcome, everybody, to our 2025 City Council retreat. This is my 8th one that I am participating in. And we have City Council, we have staff members, we have media, and it's being live streamed through longmontpublicmedia.org/watch. So if anyone out there in residential land would like to watch our retreat, welcome. So I'm going to turn it over now to, well, I suppose as City Council we should do a roll call, just to let everybody know we're all here. So do you want to start it off there?
Councilmember McQuaid.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Councilmember Yarborough.
Mayor Peck?
Councilwoman Chris?
Councilmember Popkin?
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferry. Very good, all right.
And all our senior staff is here, but I won't make them go through all of our introductions.
Very good. Well, let me get us started for the day. I think you all know me, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. This is my 20th retreat.
Oh my gosh.
I know, that seems crazy to me.
It was like an anniversary moment.
I know, something like that, yeah. And in fact, Dave and I were just talking about some wild retreats of the past, so I'm excited to be here today. You are in the Waste Services Building. The Waste Services Building does provide trash, composting, and recycling services. Over lunch, I know we have an executive session just after lunch, but also during that time frame, if you're interested in a tour, August Hendrickson, who is the new manager of Waste Services, offered a tour. One of the things that's really unusual about this facility is that because it is connected to the wastewater treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant emits methane from our wastewater, which is then scrubbed in this facility and reused as natural gas to actually fuel those trash trucks and recycling trucks. So it's a pretty awesome concept, and it's one that lots of people come there to check out, and it's working great. So yeah, very cool. So if you're interested in seeing some of that over lunch, let me know, and we'll get a tour for you as well. A couple of things, restrooms are around and down the hall just a bit. We will do the executive session also just right down the hall when we get to that point. The food is where you found it. We'll have lunch there, and then Monica also put some snacks in the back, so if you need a quick snack or a quick coffee or tea, those things are in the back. Any questions on the facility? We're going to be trying to make sure we compost our food waste and using reusable dishes over lunchtime.
So I do want to interrupt just for a moment to let people know that this is very informal. And so you will see us eat snacking and drinking coffee or whatever online. We're not being disrespectful, we're being informal.
Right, so, and it's a long day.
Yes.
Do we need to motion to make this informal?
Yeah. And the irony. I dig it. Before we get going too far, I really want to acknowledge Don and Monica over here because the two of them have just been stellar in helping put all this together. So Monica and I got to play like, okay, if you're vegan, can you eat? If you're gluten-free, can you eat? If you only eat meat, will you be able to enjoy the menus? And I think she's come up with some great menus for today. So yeah, very good. All right, we're going to start off today by doing a small little icebreaker kind of team building exercise. And then we're going to do some grounding. You all had some questions about Longmont demographics. You had some questions about particularly the senior population trends, is one that Councilmember Yarborough brought up. So we're going to bring in some folks from Planning and Development Services to give you kind of an overview on the demographics as well as the trends happening in Longmont today. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about, okay, so if this is our audience, then as we continue to move forward in the evolution of things like the customer satisfaction survey, which now we have more flexibility around, what kinds of things do you want to know and who do you want to know it from? And so a little brainstorming with the council on that piece. Who do you want to engage? What do you want to know? Are there some factors that affect affordability in Longmont? This was Councilmember Christ's ask to include in here. So we'll have some presentations, some grounding, some questions. We'll get some feedback from you there. And then we're going to do a master class on comprehensive planning. That'll be, again, staff from Planning and Development Services are going to come in and explain Envision Longmont, how it works, what the process is, why there are amendments, why it's not like a 2-year or a 5-year plan, why it's a very enduring plan. And what other kinds of things, what questions do you have? We're also going to show you all of your progress on that plan. So the Longmont Indicator, which is online, combines many plans, multimodal plan, sustainability plan, Envision Longmont, and has a bunch of different reporting. And so even though you may know that kind of on a surface level, we're going to dive in a little bit so that you can actually see what progress has been made on the Envision Longmont comp plan, as well as some of those other things. We'll also share the dashboard for the City Council work plan. You all received that in your packet. It's also, we've printed out the packets here as well, so that you're able to really talk about, okay, what's left, because that's the afternoon session. It's, okay, what's left? What policies do we need to put together? What projects do we want to focus on? Because obviously the more that we're able to focus, the better job we're able to do. So that's kind of this is going to be kind of the morning session. We will break at noonish for lunch, whenever that makes sense. This agenda does not have an end time because we're going to go until you guys are tired of me or whatever that looks like. We will take a break at 4 o'clock for public invited to be heard. And like I said, the afternoon session is really talking about each of those priorities now that you're grounded and how far we've come to determine what's the focus for 25 particularly. So with that, we're going to start off with this communication exercise. Each of you on your little areas here should have a cardstock page, looks kind of like this, and should have a marker. Why don't you check and see if you have one of those. What I would like for you to do is I would like for you to fold that cardstock in half. Let's see here.
Hamburger.
Other way.
Okay, hot dog or hamburger?
Hamburger. That's so smart. We explain it again. I do it in my gloves.
That's yes, it is.
The teacher's aide.
It doesn't say for teachers.
Great way to start.
Yep.
You grab some napkins. Not on your computer. Oh, no.
Or we also.
I'm good.
Yeah. I hope this isn't on film.
It's totally fine. Of course, we have all that stuff underneath here. Computer.
We're good, thank you.
I'll take those now.
Oh, okay. Just give it a name.
Okay.
Get it scheduled.
Here you go. Okay. Okay. So you've got your hamburger pages. On the front, these are going to be name tags. So if you would put your name on the front, just your first name in big letters with your marker. Swallow the wrong way. Oh, shoot. Okay, here are the instructions. What I want for you to do, are you okay, Susie? Yeah, of course. I know, I hate that because then it's swallow wrong. Okay, so what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to pair up with another council member. And I want for you each to spend a little time sharing a peak experience. And the peak experience can be professionally, it can be personally. It's something that you're extremely proud of, either because you overcame adversity in a particular situation, or you planned something very well. Like, what is a peak experience in your lifetime that you really think of, that you're just like, oh man, this was something where all cylinders were firing, things were going really well, and my role was significant in making progress in whatever this experience includes. So think about that for just a second, and then we're going to pair up and share those peak experiences.
Throughout the scope of my life?
Yeah, just that. Okay. Just your lifetime. Think about it.
Well, city council, while being.
It can be through your whole lifetime. This is an exercise that'll help us to get to know each other a little bit better.
There's so many
different levels.
in
Yeah.
your life,
Yeah,
that
that's right.
Time
And
frames.
I think some of them, certainly if you are married or have children, maybe not those. Maybe something that is really more community-based, let's say. Yeah.
Thank you. Narrow.
Yes, yeah, narrow it down a little bit. Something community-based, yeah. All right. I know, right? Most of you are very accomplished, so I'm sure there are lots to choose from.
Are you gonna pair it?
Yes. Well, actually, you guys can pair. You can pair for yourself. Would you prefer that I pair you?
Yeah.
I'm curious
All right,
as to what you would do.
Well, I'd probably just go based on geography here. I'd probably pair you two, and pair you two, and pair you two. And I was going to have Harold participate, but I think he's busy running the city or something. Yeah.
One of those things.
So Susie, I'll join you.
Okay.
Nah.
I'll join you. So, yeah, no worries. Okay, so the question is this. I want you to, first of all, this is an appreciative listening episode. So what we're going to do is the first person's going to have 3 minutes to share their peak experience with the other person. Then the other person can ask a couple of questions. The end goal is that after you listen to the interview, you're going to pick out a couple of adjectives that made your partner successful in this peak experience. So whether it was that something that was appreciative about their work, whether they were particularly tenacious, or, great collaborator, or a good communicator, or whatever that looks like. And then your partner will write that on your name tag.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
So the mayor, as an example, will interview Shakita for 3 minutes
This is gonna be fun.
and ask her some questions about her peak experience. And then at the end, write down some observations of the things that Shakita brought to the table in that particular situation. And then you'll have an opportunity to switch it again. So when you're listening to each other, it's important that you're not sharing your own story yet, that you're not trying to identify and try to pull them in and have a conversation. You are really, truly giant-eared, open, listening to the other person's story.
And we write it on their name tag.
Right, you write it on their name tag. Yep, you got it.
On the same side as their name.
On the same side, on the back side, it's all
Our
good.
name will be different after this exercise.
Your name will then, that's right, we'll have adjectives that describe you in your peak experience format. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. All right, is that clear? Very. Okay, very good. I am going to go ahead and set a timer. And you're going to have 5 minutes total, 3 minutes for the story and a couple minutes for extra questions. Okay?
And Mary, you can go first.
Go for it.
Okay. Ready? Go! And feel free to wander to the hallway if it's too loud or...
So I'm choosing one from back when I was actively in the band. The band was fairly new, not extremely well known, and especially not in context of the project that I took on, which was booking a 45-day Western United States tour independently with no outside backing. So challenge being obviously hot topic in-store mall performance schedule, as well as devise the marketing campaign, which I delegated some of that responsibility to other members of the band to help with because that was a large undertaking. But I single-handedly routed and booked 45 days.
What I really liked about it
there were several years where
was that.
And it went off for the most part without a hitch, except for a couple of automotive issues with the bus.
And not asking for their signatures, but
that I was able to step up in an advocacy
told them
role.
what to Google.
What's missing
And kids got
in our
the
community and our
volunteers.
society
And you're,
that
the band is like the band.
They would tell their parents.
The band I was in, yeah.
What was it?
Aloft in the Sundry.
And as I started becoming more vocal and sharing my story, I realized how I was coming across more people who were experiencing
What type of-
those
I'm very
kinds of
proud
things
of
that
that.
had
Hard rock.
experiences with
Because
my
that
life.
got the community involved, it was
Suicide,
education.
ideation, and anxiety, and all those things that could have led people to suicide. That, I was coming across more of that than not.
Yeah, I played the bass. I generally was responsible for, especially in the early days, our studio bookings as well as production of our records. As you can imagine, that all relates to my education, my music education. So, and also before I joined that band, I had interned at a high-end recording studio in Colorado, so I had that experience. I went to Chapman in Orange County, California.
What can I contribute from, the average person's point of view? And what it's like
Sure.
along the way. And know
Just
that when
try to
people
think.
are operating in a place of trauma and trying to survive, that,
Stuff I do
that executive function piece, some of the decisions people make doesn't really make sense.
That's why I said there's so many.
It's not, and so how do we offer those kinds of supports for people who are explosive? So over the years, that advocacy, breaking down the stigma, mental illness.
That ain't gonna happen.
For a couple of years, I worked with everyone
Drug my son off
Songs
so
of
he
American
could see
Saints.
what could matter.
I think it came to a time
like an informative parent family, breaking the stigma of mental health.
That's
and
right.
she
We
became
called it
a
a choir.
destination.
And it was an acronym, and I can't remember off the top of my head, I have all my paperwork on it. But what I did is I just actually connected with different mental health providers.
Yeah, I did that.
So
We had somebody come in from Charlestown, Colorado, to talk about self-harm. We had a couple of
Conference together.
Fort Collins to come down to present.
My first thought was that I had to have
Just well-being
complete
and
control
society.
over the Oh, was he volunteers?
driving,
And like any organization that really do something good, there are a lot of people who
Anyway, so I did that for a couple of years before I stood at Longmont High.
and that got his
And it was, well, it just, it was just one step each to help break that stigma.
You asked me. I said, I don't like it.
The building was bridges and
I said, no, never.
struggling, discussions about mental illness and building support for artists. So that, and you know, now I meet with
So,
Senator
as
Marley.
I would
You know, I'm part
find
of the
common theme amongst
And
like
it's a group of
coaches
mothers
and advisors,
who work with
especially the youth
legislators
level,
and
up through even
some
college.
other support networks,
Would you
but
say that
also, you know, we're all
beyond Molly's
experiencing
success, do you also find like vicarious success for your other students as well? Like whenever they come back after a few years and say,
But yeah,
look what I'm doing now.
I would see them at high schools and business conferences that I would go to get recertified research teachers in the areas of the
Yes.
and they would come back like I had Josh.
Yes.
Who was going to school
And it's hard to try to find that balance where no one
Miami,
should teach her story, but
Ohio.
also the community of
He would
parents
come in
will
and
like parents.
be the
Like I could be, you know, and
All right, friends.
Yeah.
How did you do with interview one?
We finished perfectly.
All right. Okay, it's time for interview two. So I'll give you an example of what this might look like. I'm going to borrow Susie's here for a second. So Susie told me a beautiful story about collective action from trauma and tragedy. And so some of the things that I put down on her name tag, and I'll give you a minute to do this now, are that Susie was brave, she is a builder, she is honest, she is advocative, and there's just love in everything she does. So that's what I put on her name tag. So you'll have a minute right now, go ahead and take the
Well, I
other
feel
person.
like we just need to drop the mic, because
Really
you
nice.
got like move on to the next activity, because Susie is it, you know?
Teach your handwriting too.
All right, well, thank you. Yes, definitely. So go ahead and spend a minute
Okay.
writing down the adjectives or the things that you heard in your story, and then we'll swap. Yeah. Take a minute. And then we'll switch. Yeah, we'll switch.
Do we have to share it with our partner, or should we keep it a secret?
Yeah, no, go ahead and share with us. Yeah, you should keep it a secret and spring it on them publicly. I think that's the best way.
Just a little out of season. One of the things that was just like, I mean, you used the word flexible, but
Just that attitude.
but is it really functionally?
Legal documents
Yeah.
first. I know this is what happens when I say
You and your daughter, your son, your husband had to figure out how to do it also.
yeah, that kind of stuff. So we have,
Like, oh, clearly you were aware of you built there.
okay, yes, yes.
Transplanted.
And, yeah, the other, Adriana.
So that's,
Staff. Yeah.
that stood out a lot, and then I think that what comes along with that depends on obviously how you navigate
You know, I
situations.
mean,
but a lot of
none of that
resources
stuff is funded
that
with federal funds, we've checked that.
Okay, good.
So we did, it's the right thing for us to be doing for the customer service.
you can't always change
Yes,
everything.
we just hired a social worker.
And sometimes wrapping it out is
Because I've ground
That's
is
a
now.
nod.
enjoyable response.
All right, how'd you do? You got some adjectives on there?
Yeah.
Actually, before we move on, we'll have you introduce each other real quick.
Not really an adjective, but
Oh, we have to introduce.
Yeah, we'll go
I think
ahead.
generally,
So what I'd like
leads,
to do,
guides,
I
and
take it you introduce
inspires
it, you
is the
interview
fruit that
Diane,
you give
right?
outwardly.
Okay.
But then because you receive joy from the success of others, that's what you take inwardly.
Why don't you share that with everybody? Go ahead. What you found in his story.
Well, let me talk about Aaron here. And
Oh, wait, you haven't done errands yet.
We actually,
Oh, you did both? Oh my gosh, the overachievers. Well, good, there's lots of more
Write
food,
that on my
so.
part.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, go ahead, if you already have it. free
Okay,
to.
well, I had there, he was strategic, single-handed, and actively focused. And so it was a story about how he got an unknown band that he was a part of and got out there on a 45-day tour that, he pretty much put all on himself and then played in the band on top of it, so.
Oh, wow, awesome. Oh, that's great. And go ahead and share Sean's then,
Okay.
since you're already done.
So, Sean spoke about his time mentoring the FBLA group, the Future Business Leaders. And so he spoke first of when his daughter Molly wasn't elected,
Yeah, it was
elected as like the leader of the entire district of the youth organization, and then also spoke about it years later when one of the students came back or he ran into one of his students at a conference and got to see the success of the student years after the fact. And so I said outwardly he guides, leads, and inspires, but inwardly he receives the joy of success from the others.
Oh, well, good job, you two. You deserve a coffee break, so you go ahead and get a coffee break. We're gonna do another 5-minute round. Harold, do you want to be interviewed this time?
That's efficiency.
there you go, buddy.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so with this 5 minutes, it's the same thing. So the other person will tell their story. You'll have a couple minutes to ask any questions, and then on their name tag, you write down the adjectives that you heard. Yeah, and then we'll have you guys just do each other. So, yeah. All right, you ready?
Don't be yelling.
Go.
It's hard to read.
I know, but it's actually the green. It's a highlighter. It's not a bar.
Harold.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so you're sharing a peak
I would
experience.
say
Something where you are really proud of your results and your partner.
In soccer, we know we should be it's quiet. Well, we are quiet. Everyone else is.
Actually, I think.
More time for coffee breaks.
When I think about
Sorry, Sandy.
You guys are overachievers, it's wonderful.
education as well.
I've said to you all, probably the hardest thing I've ever done in my career.
Okay. Do you need me? It wasn't do you need my laptop?
For me, what made it special is that we had this really diverse team. All over the place. You did the work. You all were part of that structure. And we were just all collectively, we knew what we wanted to do, and we knew what was the for, and we just moved. And it was in a way where we were investing in real time, collectively, but not all like so what else?
Yeah, when I tell the story to me and tell me. So I guess how, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. So, I guess, for people like work challenges and weariness, and when you knew that was coming on.
They must have changed that. When I was high school, freshman year.
And there are many things that you all tell me when you take the policy direction, that's something that failure's not an option.
Yeah.
Don't let perfect become the enemy of your
Okay, so I looked back at the sheet and I was like,
Yeah, no, my email was like, they have nothing, but I just look at where.
If we're gonna fail, we're gonna fail. I just want to understand
Everything. Yeah, next
So your will password. That's the
Someone
only way to do it.
Well, I tell them not to go to planning and zoning.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, well,
those are
I
always
steer my parents too.
And then I think we have to
two levels,
When they
three
saw that we
council,
had a Juneteenth
and
and what was cool about it, it was on the
and
document.
then
When you see coming together, and putting it all documented. There was never a doubt in my mind.
high demand for energy.
Yeah.
You just see the magic mix happening.
In order for it to be successful,
And a big thing for me is also recognizing that
So that's when you see the.
I am surround yourself.
Yeah, they did. Wasn't really like lack of me trying to encourage them to do something.
And you want those that formally or approach empowerment is a big thing for me. It's really empowering. When I get what I got, that's a lot of gratification. And accomplishing
What did you do with the buses last year? Something like that.
I wanted my office.
Yeah, that's actually a good, yeah, I mean, I took a lot of I am facilitating. I won't make I will ask them a lot of questions. Because that's how you're having thought about things. Rarely am I going to realize. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was
we all were saying that.
Go ahead and write down, finish up your name tags. Okay. Go ahead, finish up your name tag. Do more in-depth introduction. Susie, are you ready to introduce Harold?
Sure. Again. Go ahead. So, do I read first, or do you want me to? So, the story that Harold shared was the taking over of the the shift that we had in the housing authority. That was huge, and that was my first year, I think, maybe a year or two into city council, and it was wild. So just sharing that story of what it took to take over that role, come up with a plan, but also get work with other people to move other people forward, and just really tap into their creativity and their problem solving to help make this happen. So something that I heard a lot of was that that collaborative, taking that collaborative approach, being a leader. So the things that I wrote on here, leader, empowering others, flexible, being able to turn on a dime if something wasn't working this way, just having that flexible mindset to take a different path. I think he's humble. He keeps talking about how others, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, but you also have to kind of guide the herd, so, like cats in a bag, we're all over the place. And it's like kind of bringing us all together. So you're just taking that facilitator mindset and really allowing people to be the best they could be in their profession because they are the experts in those areas. And, you know, being able to tap into that talent, honoring that, and then allowing them to do their stuff. And, you know, it is a collective, it was a collective process in turning things for the Housing Authority.
I think it's awesome. Yeah, very good. All right, Matthew and Diane, who would like to go first?
I can start with Diane here. So Diane shared a story that's a little bit more personal, so I won't go into a ton of details, other than to say, like, as a result of kind of her family and their involvement in the military, she moved around a lot with the family unit and in different ways for different purposes. I think it was 6 times over 11 years.
It was 11 times in 6 years.
Excuse me.
Oh, wow.
There we go, that sounds more impressive. And so as a result of that and the situations that she and her family ran into, there was a lot of adaptability that was necessary or learned kind of in spirit of that. And something that kind of stood out to me was also just an awareness of others, both including her family and the people that they interacted with, kind of in these different locations, in different roles, in different school systems for her kids. And with that just kind of came a series of different situations that resulted in a lot of, or mandated persistence and patience as she was navigating that.
Very good. So the words on her thing?
Yes, aware of others, adaptable, persistent, and patient.
Very good. Nice. All right.
That is Diane.
Very good. Why don't you go ahead and introduce Matthew?
So, Matthew is a lifelong soccer player, I want to say lifelong. And had been a soccer referee for many years as well. And when he got into college and realized that he felt that they could do a lot better with the way they were running their organization, the referees, and found themselves in a position where they needed more referees and, you know, better engagement or, you know, in terms of soccer fees for the organization. He took a leadership role, and as he said, it was like turning the Titanic. And, you know, I don't know if you know how hard it is to turn a big boat, but it's very hard. So, and the story was one that showed me that he is invested, invested in this process for a lot of years. He has a pursuit of excellence, has a motivation, is a real change maker, and is persuasive and a whole process thinker.
Very good.
Very impressive.
You are. Very good.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get our real names.
All right, very good.
Chiquita.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what she said, so.
So Chiquita had a difficult time choosing, but what she chose was her Juneteenth celebration that she brought for the first time to Longmont, Colorado, and she's not an event planner, so this was the first event she ever planned, and it was a huge success. She got a lot of positive feedback from the public after, and would like to continue it as a ongoing celebration. So what I really liked about what she did with Juneteenth is that she did it all by herself. No one helped her because we didn't understand what the heck she was doing. No. And she had to do a lot of collaboration with people, with the school district, with vendors, it was exhausting. It was, I'm just amazed that she could pull it all together, to be quite honest, and we hopefully will continue. So her, the words I use for her is tenacity, because she stuck with it, and very brave. It's very brave to go out and put yourself in the community and try to make something happen. She's a leader. She's deeply committed to anything that she takes on, and very selfless. It's not about herself, but it's about the culture. It's about the people in Longmont, to bring everybody together. So, cool.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so for our mayor, in 2012, she was asked to lead an initiative of the oil and gas, a petition drive to stop fracking and to go around and educate people in the community. And so there was an ordinance written and to stop fracking in Longmont, and they doubled the amount of requested petition signed signatures for this petition. And so I think they went to the Capitol. It didn't pass at the Capitol, but now we have it in our charter, and she's very proud of that initiative. And then also she said the most important for her was bringing people together, educating people. Kids got involved, and she was the first to do that, right? And so what I have for Joan, I had to remember it was supposed to be adjectives. I was doing everything else, but she was confident and involved, getting involved. A lot of times I think as far as when you're a community activist and community person who is involved in a lot of things, people always continue to ask the people who are always doing stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And so she stayed involved, and she was very passionate about it. She was courageous in doing it, and I also said that she leads with excellence and also educating. So she educated while she was leading, and so that was very important. That's Joan.
Very good. All right. And Diane, I'm not sure that I caught Matthew's the adjectives that you used for him. Would you mind repeating those for me?
Yeah, mine was a little thick. Invested, pursuit of excellence. He's a change maker, persuasive, and he's a whole process thinker.
Very good. Good job, y'all. Very good. So I know you have your name tags facing me. I know who you are. So I'd like for you to face your name tags towards yourself. As we're having this conversation today, I want you to know. Yours doesn't work. What I'd like you to do is have the adjectives. Have the adjectives. Yeah. Facing you. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
I may have gone a little too big with my name.
I told you to put it big on there. And you follow the directions very well. So I want you to keep those adjectives in front of you so that you just remember what you're bringing to the table today. These are the things that you're bringing to the table that make Longmont really great. So I want to thank you for your time in doing this effort. So good job. Give you guys a round of applause. All right, we're going to set up for our next item, which is doing some of the demographic look. But I want to, since we're getting into topics, I want to explain the buttons. So the buttons are back this year. Yes.
I still have mine from last time.
Like that. I know, that's what Sean was
It's in my
saying.
classroom.
Oh, mine's in my car. Can I run it?
No, you got your new ones. It's okay. Yeah, fortunately, yeah.
I put this out when the kids are getting too noisy.
Ah, see. I should take one home and do the same.
My emotions too, yes.
Okay, so we have a couple colors on here. We have white, red, green, blue. So if we are in the middle of a topic and you feel pretty satisfied with this topic, like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good about it and I'm ready to move on, move your button to red. If you're feeling like, no, I still got more, like this is a good conversation, let's keep going, I'm with it, then keep your light on green. If you have questions or want to take a dive somewhere else, then go ahead and put it to blue, and we'll just leave white alone. Does that work? So,
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, do we have to have the majority of red in order for us to move on?
No,
Because-
it just helps me as a facilitator to know who's getting ready to move on. Yeah,
Oh,
it's not a voting system. Once we hit 4, I'm not gonna stop the clock and end the conversation. It just helps me to see, you're satisfied, you're pretty good. Aaron decided his is gonna be red the whole time.
Yeah.
He's done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
is a substitute for raising our hands.
Yeah, it can, and you can, I mean, it's still free-forming conversation. It's just that way it's easier for you to then focus on the conversation because you've already said, you know, I have something I need to
Well,
ask.
I want to make a comment about this exercise. And that is, I think, this is fairly powerful in that sometimes we don't see ourselves as accurately as other people see us. So thank you for doing it.
Absolutely. Well, I thought it would get a little team building. You get to know each other a little bit differently, and it's a good just reminder. I mean, you are the ones that are making the policies that run our city, and so it's important for you to remember what brings you to this place and what you bring to the table, and you know why you were elected and why you were appointed, why you're here. So thank you for saying that.
Does it give staff reasons to either avoid us or to?
I would say that most of the staff is paying no attention, actually. Just looking at their faces even right now.
They're all on red.
They're all checking their email. Yeah, they're all good. Yeah. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and let Jennifer get set up here because we're going to start talking about demographics and Becky will talk about customer satisfaction surveys. Just as a reminder, because the screen keeps going dead, the next section is some grounding, right? So demographics, talking about the customer satisfaction survey, not the survey itself, but what other stuff you want to know and who you want to know it from. So that's the brainstorming for the next section. So go ahead and take 5 minutes. Please feel free to get more food. I know we have some members of the public here too. There's enough food for everyone. So please go get some food. Refill your coffees, come on back in 5 minutes, and when you are ready to go, set your light to green. All right.
You know, I just realized that when I first became a planning and zoning commissioner, how many of the planners are no longer with the city anymore. I
Yeah,
was like, oh wow, there's not as many as.
that's true.
They don't what?
Work for
There's
the city
been
anymore.
quite a bit of turnover in the planning department since I first started.
In every department.
In every department.
I'm training 5 years.
grab Susie real quick. We'll get started. Grab her.
So we're gonna, is she going to kick it off, or am I, or? Well, I will, we're gonna welcome Jennifer.
I'm just here to talk about stuff.
You have. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. So let's see, give it just a second.
Oh,
We've got,
rounding up Susan.
we've got a couple,
Yeah.
rounding up a couple.
All right, we're ready to get started again. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to kick off and talk about a little bit about how Longmont has grown and changed.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Jennifer Hewitt-Alperson. Mayor Peck did a quick introduction.
Oh, good, okay.
Principal planner over Long Range Planning here in Planning Development Services. Been here with Longmont for a few years, been doing this planning stuff for longer than I care to admit at this point. But I'm going to start off with a fun map series. You'll have to bear with me because I'm.
You don't have to sit.
Well, I'm just a little taller. I prefer to, I just need to be able to see my screen here. So let's just do this is a quick little map series showing how, so we started here in, the 19th century, and now we've gone from the 10s to the 20s, just keep on going.
Oh my gosh.
And this is kind of basically where we are now, with a few things that have filled in. So we have definitely grown over time, but we're still a pretty compact city. We'll talk a little bit more about this when we get to the comprehensive planning side. But just in terms of demographics, this is kind of how we've changed in the big picture since since right around the time we started doing the Envision Longmont plan. We've grown about 12%. We started out in 2014, about 92,000. Now we're roughly 103,000, give or take a margin of error. So about 12% increase.
Jennifer, could you back up just a smidge? Just,
Sorry.
that's enough. Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna come over on this
Yeah,
side.
let me come over on this side. We've added a number of housing units. We've increased about 24% in terms of our housing units, which sounds like it's not in balance with our population increase, but it actually is. So before Envision Longmont, we were at about 36,000 housing units. Now we're at about 45,000 housing units. In that period of time, our average household size has gone down a lot. So it's decreased by about 10%. So 2014, we were almost 2.6 people per household. As of the 2023 American Community Survey census data, we were at 2.32. So to put that in context, over say 44,000 housing units, the difference in like a 0.1 person per household decrease is going to be about almost 5,000 people. So that actually has a huge impact on how many people are here. It means we need more housing units because we have smaller households, which then translates into a need for more housing units across a similar number of people. Yes, sir?
So this is a fun thing with statistics here, but like, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but at the same time, we're building smaller housing units too.
It goes into
right?
that
And
as well.
So there's a function of like, if we build one-bedroom apartments, the average household size is typically going to decrease in response to what the market is providing there too, right? And like, this isn't just saying we had a bunch of like four-bedroom houses that suddenly just became smaller.
I think it's also a function of the market responding to the demand, to what the demand
Yeah,
is.
so it's a complex.
It's
yeah.
definitely very complex, but this decrease in household size is something you're seeing across the country. So we're getting older, we're not having as many kids. In terms of median age, we went from a median age of just over 37 to 10 years later, that median age is 40. So we're definitely getting older. We've had a pretty big decrease in the proportion of people who are under 19, so 19 and younger. So kids living at home, don't have as many of those. A lot of people fleeing, kids are growing up, they're leaving the nest. But we've had a huge increase in the proportion of people who are over 65. So aging population, people are staying in their homes longer, which also has an impact on our housing vacancy rates, the supply of single-family homes that are available for purchase. People are staying in their homes, they aren't, therefore, selling those homes and going somewhere else. So we have it further constrains our supply.
Hey Jennifer, if you could hold up, how many council had the ability to go to the LEDP summit where the state demographer was there? There's another story that the state demographer was actually talking about. So when you look at population growth at the state level, mortality is outpacing births. When you look at they call it the fertile age period, used to be in the mid-20s, it's now in the 30s. So the story they're also sharing at the state level, and I don't know if you have this coming in, and this is where we have to also look at that, is there is a point where what we're seeing today, the demographer was showing, is going to reverse on us.
Yeah, our what's called natural growth, so the number of births minus the number of deaths, it's basically, we're going to be in a negative situation around 2050-ish for the state of Colorado, 2038 for the country as a whole. What that means is growth will be dependent on migration, whether it's from within the United States or from other countries. So migration is what ultimately will be driving growth. And as Harold mentioned, we've got that shift of people are having kids later too. So you have fewer years in which people are having kids. There's a lot of factors going into that as well. Cost of childcare, college, education, women getting into their, having careers and becoming fully formed humans in their own right. But there are a lot of different factors going on. But ultimately our life expectancy, even though there have been some dips in the last few years because of COVID, our life expectancy as a whole is increasing, is increased from 10 years ago. But people are also staying in their homes longer, whether they're just in better health and able to stay in their homes, or they have assistance so they can stay in their homes. This is going to be the fun chart. Come on. So, population pyramids, visual representation, where I become a giant nerd. So, 10 years ago, you could see it was kind of an hourglass shaped, but we still had a pretty good proportion of kids under 5. So I want you to pay attention to these numbers here. Kids under 5, 10 to 14 years. And then fewer people as you get into the 80s and upper 80s. And I wish all the ticks had formed on this, but you get the idea. So let's go to what was the most recent data from 2023 ACS. So those under 5s and 5 to 9s that were out here are now up here. We have relatively much fewer 5 to 9s and 10 to 14, under 5s and 5 to 9s. Our population pyramid has shifted into what I'm now calling the curling stone, because you have a handle up here for all the women who are over 85. You have a lot more women who are over 85 than you have men. So it's turning into a ball with a handle. The biggest, kind of the biggest group that you're seeing now the millennials in this area. Gen X, we're always going to be forgotten. And still forgotten. And then you start seeing, the boomers now are in the 60 to 75, 80 range. So
and that was the piece with the demographer where you see millennials sitting in that 30 to 34.
Mm-hmm.
We could theoretically in 10 years, it looks like the first chart Jennifer presented to us, because they're starting to have babies. And so.
Or they're just not having
Or
it.
they're not having it, but it was an interesting thing to hear because what we're seeing today, you were there, what we see today is not necessarily what we're gonna see in 10 to 15 years. It won't look the same based on what they're seeing. And then the other piece to this is when she talked about migration, when you bring an economic development lens in it, employers are gonna have to import talent. And that was the crux of the issue, is the migration and the importing of talent to fit certain jobs is also gonna be sort of something that will start playing with this a little bit.
But yeah, so you've got your Gen Z kids who are in this range here. This is what's being referred to as Gen Alpha. So they are younger, there's not as many of them. The Gen Z kids are a function of, Gen X and older millennials having kids. The millennials are a pretty substantial population, they're a pretty substantial number. So that will continue to have impact, but realistically, the millennials are in their 40s now, so they're starting to age out of having kids. Anecdotally, the millennials I know, most of my Gen X friends, very few people I know have more than 2 kids. I know a small handful with 3 and 4 kids. The vast majority are 0, 1, and 2. So. And again, many factors. Cost of childcare is a huge part of that. Cost of just having a baby, in terms of the whole hospital stay, another huge factor. People just can't afford it ultimately. So in terms of our housing snapshot, this ties back into a bit of what our population profile looks like. Our owner-renter breakdown is about 60-40. This has been fairly constant. There's been a little wiggle here and there, but in general, 60-40 has been the split for at least the last 10 years. As of December 24, the end of December 24, we had about 9,000 and change units in the larger multifamily complexes that report their information to the industry sources. That represents about 20% of our housing stock. So it's still not the majority of our housing stock. And again, average household size is 2.32, so we are under that 2.5 persons per household. People are having fewer kids. You have people living, a lot more single person households. So about a quarter of our households still have children, but we have more than a quarter that are single person households. And again, as Councilmember Popkin noted, it's that chicken or the egg argument. Do we have more smaller households because we're building more, smaller units, or are we building smaller units because there are more smaller households? I would say it's probably more of the latter, because as a rule, developers aren't going to go anywhere where there's not demand, and banks sure as heck aren't going to lend for something that they don't think is going to be successful. So,
Jennifer, on the vacancy rate
yeah.
aspect there have been some articles recently about that in the region, in the Greater Denver region, and I'm wondering if you can contextualize the vacancy rate for us. Is that low for Longmont? Is that low in the market generally? What are the implications of a sub 3% vacancy rate?
It drives our housing prices, frankly. So we are seeing higher vacancy currently in the larger complexes as a whole, but that is 100%, I would say, a function of the fact that we have more units coming online. Multifamily properties are considered to be in lease-up mode for the first 2 years of their 3 years? 3 years, okay. Thank you for that correction. I've seen 2 years, I've seen 3 years, but they're in that lease-up period during which they're gonna have higher vacancy rates. In some cases, some of the properties literally started getting COs in the fourth quarter of 24, so clearly they're not gonna be leased up by a long shot. Single family vacancy rates, owner occupied vacancy rates, a little harder to gauge, but the 23 ACS was, their estimate was a 1% vacancy rate for for owner occupied properties, 1.8% for renter occupied properties. So did a little manipulation of the data to get to the 2.2, but it's extremely low. 5 to 7%, at least in the multifamily world, is considered the sweet spot. It's about 5% is about as low as you want to go. Below 5% is considered unsustainably low. It's going to result in price pressures. So it's a big driver of our it's basic econ 101, supply and demand. There are a lot of reasons units go vacant, or stay vacant. They're being renovated. Maybe the property changed hands and there's some, management issues, or they're renovating units. So typically you want to see some vacant units because of that nature, that if someone moves out, you need to repaint it. Maybe the kitchen needs to be updated. Maybe there's work that needs to be done. But 5% is considered to be about as low as you want to go.
And to add to this, Molly and I have been talking about this from the housing side. So what we're starting to see is that rental prices were kind of on a trajectory like this. Fair enough?
They're stabilizing.
What we're starting to see is that they're stabilizing a little bit. So that's a product of the market. So
In a good way.
in a good way.
Yeah.
So when you have the units being added, it's creating competition that's stabilizing the pricing. When you start looking at the data and you start thinking about that stabilization will not exist in perpetuity. So it's going to do this, but then if your vacancies over time through the 3-year stabilization period start getting lower, then the prices are going to do this again. There's another factor that's playing in the pricing and what we're seeing, and I can more specifically talk about single family housing. So I received the data set for last year's sales. And it basically looked at homes from 1900 that sold to 2024. And my hypothesis was that the average price of homes is misleading because the price of homes for older units is dragging down the price of homes for newer units. And we're not ready to say this is definitive, but I cut the data set for last year's sales, and 1994 is kind of a sweet spot that we found, where if the house is 94 to current, when we ran the average sales price, it was about $800,000. When we ran the average sales price of from 1900 to 1993, the average sales price was about $525,000.
And that's adjusted for inflation and all that?
No, that's just what they sold for last year.
Sorry, for what they sold for last year. So it is reflecting current market
Yeah,
conditions.
it's reflecting current market conditions, and so the interesting story is, I think there's another problem coming. And the other problem is what the next layer we gotta dig into is to look at, well, what was the investments in the homes that were purchased under $575,000? Because if somebody's purchasing a house for $400,000 and then they're dropping $150,000 in renovations, what's that house selling for the next time? And so we're starting to get enough granular data to start putting context to what Jennifer's talking about here, in the sense that, and you'll hear me talk about this in core services, we need to look today, but if we're not looking 10, 20 years out, we could also create some other situations in the future. But I think we were shocked when we saw it. It just, how different it is based on the age of homes.
And I think there's a lot of factors driving that as well, just based on utilities and infrastructure, because you're paying for your infrastructure when you're buying a new home.
And the other piece is we think the same thing's happening on the rental markets too. And when we start looking at what the market rate rent is, I think market rate rent is different for newer complexes than it is for older complexes. And then when those complexes sell and then they go in and they renovate, then things start shifting. And so that's data work that on the housing side we're going to be doing and bringing back to you. But I think we've got enough now where I wanted to just kind of tell you, we're seeing some interesting things within the housing market.
I'll agree with that.
Yes, ma'am.
So last month, our public safety officer brought us data from talking to apartment complexes, and the average average of vacancy turned out to be about 7.7%. And it wasn't every unit in town, but there was some interesting, what looked like interesting patterns, but then, you know, you'd think like the bigger complexes would have a little higher vacancy, but then that wasn't necessarily true when you looked at numbers, and so then maybe it was the age, or maybe, it would be nice to have more of that, as Harold calls it, granular data.
So I can speak a little
To
bit
see
to the,
why.
I can speak a little bit to the data that Sarah Arnie provided you, because I reviewed it
Yes.
as well. That data represents about 25% of our multifamily properties. So it's not a representative sample. But as I indicated before, one of the biggest things driving a higher vacancy rate in a property is going to be the age. New properties, just as a nature of, you know, getting those units online, are going to have higher vacancy rates. In looking at the data, I've found that properties that sold that year tend to have higher vacancy rates. Now, if you look at properties that are managed by LHA, or developed with LIHTC funding, or have some other, CHAFA funding, or if they are affordable deed-restricted units, then you get into many of those properties have 0% vacancy. As a whole, they might have 2% vacancy. So if you, looking at the subsidized units versus the market rate units presents a very different picture. But, that data that Sarah presented, those are only properties that are participating in the crime-free multifamily housing program. So it doesn't represent it really isn't that representative, I don't think, of the larger picture.
Well, 25% is a pretty good sized sample, actually.
It is, but it's a self-selecting sample,
And we didn't have, unless you know the housing in your neighborhood, which, most of us do, you could kind of ascertain which properties they were, but she kept it neutral, in other words, she didn't assign names to it. So
Yeah.
we were just looking at the data.
Right.
Yeah, I think I can tell you clearly there were, some of the higher vacancy rates were in stabilization period. And so that's kind
those
of.
when they were, when they're outliers,
Yeah.
exceptionally high or exceptionally low. You figure the exceptionally low are very well established, and exceptionally high are the, we have a different word for it, so I'll just put your word.
Yeah.
Sorry. But anyway, so the real data is in between. The real data still shows, and it would be interesting to know why. Is it age? Is it number of units? Is it location? These are all helpful pieces of information for the council especially.
Sure.
Is it because they stay there because they have access to more amenities in town, more basic core services? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it more urban where they are, and that's why they want to stay in those units, or is it the opposite? They want less urban. So these are
I think
particular.
Molly and I could, when we go in on housing authority projects and you build it, you do a market study. What the market study's saying is to the point of when you think about millennials and you think about the younger generations, they want something different. And in the more urban-based setting and things like that is coming into play.
We're talking about what age group are we talking about?
Good question.
20 to probably 35.
Okay, but those aren't the largest demographics. For instance, like when we look at the over 60 to 65, look at the units that we're building up here on the hill, where at least they have some way to get up those 4 flights, you know.
Right.
Actually, I think it is the largest demographic.
It is,
Don't
yeah,
forget-
it's not the bottom.
Don't forget that we have lights,
These lights.
Yeah.
so that if you want a question or whatever, so that everybody gets recognized.
Oh, yeah.
Particularly because Joan would like to ask a question, go ahead. The rest of you can put on your lights and tell me where
Actually,
you are.
I just want to interpret a little bit about what we need, because we answer to our residents who bring up, we need more granular data on why are these vacant, and what is the result of it, and yes, how do we move forward with the data that we are getting from residents who have no granular data at all. So in order to respond, we need that information.
I recognize that this is certainly helpful. We've been talking about the apartment
Yes,
conversation that
yes.
happened at the Times call. So the idea that, 20% of Longmont is in multifamily housing, that's a good number to have in my pocket for those kinds of
It's lower,
conversations.
it's lower than the regional average, and when we talk about the comprehensive planning masterclass, I'll talk a little bit more about the land use breakdown and kind of the implications of, location and what's available.
Just a clarifying question on the apartment situation there. The 20% that you put up there is not, that's today's operating leasing units, or?
Those are only larger properties that are basically the larger managed properties that are reporting their information to.
That are currently in operation, so
Correct.
that doesn't include what's under construction,
It does not include what's under
or
construction.
what's in the development.
Or like
So-
fourplexes.
Some of the units, some of the properties represented in this data are still in the process of getting their COs. So their certificates of occupancy. So they're still, they're done, but they're still doing their interior work,
So
shall we
it's
say.
partially representative
It's
of what's under construction and
partially,
development
yeah.
pipeline, but not entirely.
It
It's always
wouldn't,
moving.
it wouldn't include, as Councilmember Rodriguez indicated, fourplexes, your smaller, like 8 and 12 privately operated buildings. Those aren't, we don't have a ton of those, smaller buildings, but we do have some of those, so. But these are the large built properties that people are perceiving as this is all we have now.
Gotcha. And then separate comment I was gonna make, building on what Harold and Diane were talking about before. So the most significant population here, or plurality, if you will, of population is kind of 20 to 35 in terms of the housing that they're looking for, and how it might be slightly different from what other folks might be looking for. At the same time, I've had a lot of conversations with residents who are in that kind of upper age bracket, kind of the upper 50s into 60s, who are looking to try to age either in place or in Longmont, but not in like senior housing yet. And so there's this aging in place transition, or aging in the community neighborhood transition, that if you have a 5-bedroom house and got that in the 1970s, you're gonna be like shifting. You may not want a large, like many residents I've talked to don't want to maintain that kind of a property, but are they gonna downsize to a 1-bedroom for the same rate that they'll sell their single family house for? And that's like something that's hard to grapple with too. So when we're thinking about what types of units are we building, we have to think about for whom are we building that? And at what, and like there's some parallels at those kind of age brackets that maybe don't like fully come out all the time in the discussion.
Yeah, that's a headwind actually into the housing market is, I'll use me. I have, because of it, I have 2 kids, so I need 3 bedrooms. Potentially I had to bring family in, so I got a 5-bedroom. It's my wife and I. We don't want it. I mean, that's a lot of house to maintain. From a financial perspective though, it's gonna cost me more to buy a 2 or 3 bedroom house than I paid for the house that I'm in now. So then people are making financial decisions to say, I'm not gonna lose my equity, I'm not gonna do this. So then that becomes the headwind into the housing market, because it's reducing the number of houses that are for sale.
I see some more blue, I see some more blue lights. So just a reminder also on this presentation is the reason to give you this demographics is that we're gonna take a deeper dive into housing in the afternoon. So as you are seeing these demographics, then what are the policies and procedures and focus areas that you would like staff to focus on in 25 based on, it's kind of a cumulative learning today. So I just want you to know, you don't need to start talking about housing policies yet. We have a space in the agenda for that. But it's very important to see the demographics that are driving it and have that conversation. So, yeah, Diane and then Mayor.
Well, just looking at it's nice to have the visual, because you can see that, these are similar size. It used to be the starter homes were then the retirement homes, were then the starter homes again, and it just feels like we've broken that cycle maybe, where, we get stuck with the family home, and we really want a retirement home, but then, our kids can come back and live in until they're ready for the family home. So, it'd be nice to reestablish that at some point.
Just to give some perspective a little bit, I also have had friends in my age group that have moved to some of these apartments because their houses are too big. But they also have taken into effect the fire insurance, flood insurance, they have to pay the upkeep, the property taxes. So when, the aggregate may not be maybe more than living in an apartment. They like the amenities of the apartments, especially the new ones. So we have to look at the whole picture of why people are moving, and I think that is the interesting conversation as well.
That's very good. Any other questions for Jennifer before we move on to the customer satisfaction survey case? Jennifer will be back for master planning.
How do I get this out?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You can just leave it right there.
Okay.
You can just leave it right there, because we're not going to use it for the next section, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you. Okay, so if you want to go ahead and reset your lights to green, we're moving to the next topic as part of this. So now that you've seen some of the demographic data, you don't have to, I guess. If you want to go sit in the car.
Real quick, can you, let me write it down this time. What the colors mean again?
Green is I'm good to continue. I'm good.
Oh, to move on.
Red means I'm done with this conversation. It's time to move on.
I've heard it.
Now, of course, if it's naturally time to move on, then that's fine too.
Yes.
And blue is I have a question.
And white means nothing.
White means it's on. Good job, the batteries work. Okay, so we're going to shift this conversation, now that you have this demographic base, we're going to shift the conversation to the customer satisfaction survey. So a few of you wanted to talk a little bit about that, and ideas, you had some ideas for how to engage different communities. And so Becky's going to start us off with kind of where we're headed with the customer satisfaction survey. I'm going to do some note taking on after she kind of shares what the opportunities are. We also have Anna and Lynn, if you guys want to either grab a chair and come around here somewhere to answer any questions. You're welcome. Come closer, yeah. But the idea being that now that you kind of understand the demographics that we're looking at, the demographics that were sampled as part of the customer satisfaction survey were a little bit older, a little less racially diverse than our population is. But Becky's going to talk about some opportunities coming up for the customer satisfaction survey, and then we're going to get your feedback on who do you want to hear from and what do you want to know. So take it away, Becky.
Great.
Hello.
Hello.
Becky Toyle, Chief Strategic Integration Officer, and I'm joined by Lynn Yarmy, our Data and Analytics Manager, and Alan Castro, our Data and Innovation Analyst. Anna led the administration of the survey this year, so our first time in 20 years administering that survey internally, as we talked about. Which allows us some deeper insight and some opportunities, obviously, to supplement what we learned in that survey. In order to talk about kind of where we're going with Qualtrics and what we hope to be able to do with that, I actually want to talk about a different technology project that we're working on. So we are in the process of rolling out an implementation of Salesforce. Some of you may know Salesforce as kind of a sales tool, right? Customer relationship management, where you can kind of track something from being a prospect, lead to a prospect to making a sale. But it actually is a really powerful platform that allows us to see a lot of things across different services. For those of you who may have been on council a couple of years ago, Carmen and I came and talked a little bit about how we have to get that more granular data, right? I mean, not only about housing units, but about households and about people. in order to be able to understand what's happening and you know, make a policy that responds to people's needs. So this Salesforce implementation is part of that. The first step is starting to understand who people are across services. Because right now we have a lot of really great and powerful pieces of software that are tracking what people are doing in one service area. So, you know, we have our utility billing software that's churning out, you know, accurate billing information every month. That's great. We have, you know, our NextLight software that's provisioning IP addresses and doing billing there. There's no connection between those two things. We have RecTrack that's talking about, you know, enrollments that you have and all the great programs, as well as when you're showing up at the rec center. But if you call the rec center right now and tell them that you have a new phone number, utility billing does not know about that. So being able to connect people's contact information and identity and kind of understand how they're using city services really broadly is a big goal that we have. So one of the areas where that's really important is in human services, and so we have a specific subset of this effort with the Salesforce rollout. It's really about, you know, what we're calling it Longmont CareNet. So you may have heard about it by other names through over the years that we've been working on it, but we're going to be able to launch that in about 6 weeks. And that's bringing kind of our human services things together so that we know when someone already has a caseworker, and if they show up in a different environment, that we can say, oh hey, we need to get in contact with this person's caseworker over here. So all of that to say, as we start to understand people a little bit better and can track their preferences, including their, you know, how do they want us to talk to them? Do they want to receive an email? Because right now we have separate contact lists for the library, for the museum, for NextLight. So as we're able to consolidate those things, we're also going to be able to recruit people for things like focus groups and say, hey, yeah, I'd love to be part of a panel discussion on these topics. So that's something that's coming. That kind of really top level Salesforce functionality will be coming in about a year. But we're starting the sort of background technical work on that right now. So as we then connect, you know, Qualtrics and the sort of like community listening components to our Salesforce implementation. Okay, so I mentioned a couple of things, right? Like focus groups that were on particular topics. And you know, we'll have other opportunities that present themselves. So one of the next things that we're doing with Qualtrics is putting kiosks, you know, sort of for quick feedback in the museum. So kind of getting that, you know, like in the experience, how are people feeling right then? Because the community satisfaction survey is a really like high level temperature check. How are people feeling across a lot of things? We're going to learn a lot more also kind of doing transactional level questions about how are people feeling right now when they're experiencing the service, right now when they're on the phone with us. So we'll be able to kind of connect a lot of those things together. So I said a lot of stuff.
So now we need some feedback from you.
Now we need some feedback.
So there's going to be opportunity. Part of the idea of bringing the customer satisfaction survey in-house is that traditionally council would look at that survey and then be like, well, but why is this the case? And we'd say, we don't know, and the consultant is done with their contract. And so now there's an opportunity for you to say, why is this happening? And for Becky and her team to be able to say, oh, let's find out. Like, let's do a little more. Let's do a little more digging. And so as they're doing their planning for this year, my question is twofold. One, who would you like to connect with more that you're not hearing from today? And then two, what information would you like to know?
Let me give them an operational kind of approach to this that maybe can help frame it up with the answers to the questions. So operationally, when we talk about this, and so we're not in the policy world, we're solely in the operational world. You know, one of the things that I often encounter is we want to do this program because we think the community needs it, or we're doing this. it's all anecdotal. Because it's what we're hearing, but are we really hearing it? And then in operations, when we're moving through this, a lot of times when we start digging into it, we think we're hearing from really small subsets. And we're not hearing from 80% of the community and what we're looking at. So when we talk about the work that Becky's doing operationally, you know, we're in the Bloomberg, What Works Cities, data-driven decision-making. But operationally, what I'm talking to folks about is how do we use this kind of information to make data-driven decisions using systems thinking with a human-centered design.
Okay, just stop a second.
Yeah.
Let's break that down.
Repeat that.
Right, using data, focusing on the human.
And utilizing systems thinking. Because we're apt to go and this group will go, I want to solve this issue. And this group will go, I want to solve this issue. And when it comes to me, I'm sitting there going, yeah, no, this needs to connect to this and this needs to connect to this because we're not upholding our fiduciary responsibility and how we're looking at it. So I ask questions like, who are we talking to? What do we know? Do we really need this? Like when they go, this is how many people that are using the rec center, I don't care about that number.
I mean, we care.
We care.
We care,
But
yeah.
what I want to know is, how many people are using the courts? How many people are using the swimming pool? How many people are taking classes? That starts leading to better decision-making processes because we may go, oh, we need more court space, but we may not need more court space.
Maybe we need to incentivize different times a day for who's working there.
So that's kind of how I use what Becky's talking about operationally. I wanted to do that to kind of maybe help answer this.
And having some outcome-based things that we can connect to specific households is also really going to help.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Matthew has his pen
Oh, you had-
blue. Go right ahead.
So just a clarification, Harold, I've heard the term systems thinking used a lot, and what I've gathered is it tends to vary by sector or industry. And so I'm wondering if you can shed a little bit more light, maybe this is me as a novice here in this setting, but like, how does the city define systems thinking? And what are the inputs that go into that from your perspective? And I'd love if Becky has thoughts to add on this too, like anyone can chime in here.
I'm gonna try not to get too technical. The system is the city of Longmont. So
Okay, great.
everything we do in the city is part of the system. And when we have a problem, an opportunity, or a challenge, how does every single piece of the city fit into the design of what we're trying to accomplish? And so we're not disconnecting with each other, and in some cases, either duplicating, stepping on our own toes, creating impediments for each other. And so generally it's okay. And I think the best way to look at it is what we had at Lanyon Park. So I'm driving by, we're seeing the issues. I kind of watched a little bit, intentionally watched to see what was happening. Then I dig into it and I find out we had 5 or 6 different groups dealing with it. 5 or 6 different groups that weren't talking to each other. 5 or 6 different groups that were doing things that were becoming an impediment or creating problems for other groups. And so that is where we born our Center of Excellence model, and that's kind of how we use systems thinking to bring everybody together that touches a problem, and we work collectively toward a single outcome in what we're trying to achieve. And it's really breaking down silos. Is that a good enough answer?
Yeah, Becky, anything you want to add?
I think that's great. Yeah, being able to solve more than one problem with a coordinated action is really our goal.
Feeding 2 birds with 1 stone.
One scone, yes.
Mayor?
Thank you. You mentioned kiosk bed and that you're gonna put it in the museum. Here's what I have noticed over the years is that there are certain people who always go to the museums and to the children's activities in the museum because they are not working, they have a nanny, they can take their kids. So we leave out certain portions of our residents
Yes.
and population.
Who do you want to hear from that you're not hearing from?
I want to hear from people who don't go to the museum. So working families, I want to hear from diverse ethnic groups and why they do or do not go to a certain place. We should have a kiosk in the rec center because these are health-minded, sports-minded people who may never go to the museum because they're not cultural people. I want to hear from people who go to the bars, who use social. I want to hear from people who only live in apartments.
You're telling us that Becky and I have to take kiosks into the bars.
Yes.
But yes, I get
People in apartments.
Yeah.
Apartment living. It's huge that they have totally different needs and they look at our city differently.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, no, that's great, thank you.
So, to use your illustration, Harold, what I would like to know is, who are the people that aren't using the recreation services but want to,
Yes.
and why? Because I think the two most powerful questions are why and how, when you're thinking aspirational, top-down problem solving. Yeah, we get, when you talk about subsets, you always get the complaints about this, that, and that. But what is it really? I think a lot of times it's a general frustration. Frustration with access, frustration with transportation, frustration with, maybe the ability to live where they want to live. And so how do we make our city romantic and happy and delightful to where our biggest problem is, did you see that, that dark cloud that rolled over kind of thing? We'll always have the outliers, but it would be nice to have the outliers make sense in that perspective. Like, generally everything's good, we just have these few issues.
Great. There's a great survey last year about barriers to accessing the senior center, and I think kind of replicating that for other facilities might be really helpful. Councilmember Yarborough.
Oops, sorry, I was going with Sean.
Oh,
Okay.
Sean.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
No, I was thinking about what the mayor was saying, and then I was thinking about what Councilmember Yarborough has talked about with the libraries and moving them around and having those smaller spots. And that whole idea of putting a kiosk somewhere for a week or two to get that feedback that you're talking about, a traveling sort of situation at apartment complexes, at senior centers, at that, where it's just right there in their face. People are reminding them for the next 2 weeks, and then they put the data in, and then we have more complex data sets to look at.
See, the systems thinking, we can ask them other questions while we're there for that
Yes.
service,
Right.
that's perfect.
Exactly.
So, for me, as you were talking, I envision people going to, when we have events all over, within the city, someone with iPads walking around, when there's Cinco de Mayo, people walking around, not expecting someone to come to your booth, but asking those questions, asking them to take a quick moment to complete these questions. People who, do you reside in the city of Longmont? And then ask the questions that you're, seeking. It's the same old, meeting people where they are. And I think when you have a huge crowd of people, that's the opportunity to get that information from people who are, those are multicultural events, and I know sometimes we get people from all over, but that also give us data how many people are not from the city of Longmont that are partaking and participating in our cultural events too. So I know that is a capacity issue, but I think if we can walk around when we have these events with iPads, and I think people are happy during those times, and a lot of people will actually answer those questions. We can have someone at the city get up on the stage and say, hey, we got people walking around, would you please do this? And you know, instead of us expecting somebody to pass by a city of Longmont,
Let's go to them.
yeah, nobody says I want to, ooh, I can't wait to get to that table of city of Longmont. No one that says that. What? No. So,
We need a buffet, that's why we need a buffet there.
Maybe they like to be at the next life, I'm saying.
Yeah, the next life works.
but I do like the traveling one. I think that's very important. Yeah, so I just think we have to think outside the box. We have to walk around, and then I also give our staff the opportunity, and you know, not just staff, but you know, instead of us sitting at a booth, we can be the ones walking around asking those questions instead of us just sitting there. You know what I'm saying? For 2 or 3 hours. I think that give us that interaction with our community, and ask those questions, and then we get to hear the answers ourselves too. And so when you said that, that's what I was thinking.
I love that, because I think right now we do have your booths, and the booths are, you know, sometimes people, usually the people that come and talk to you are the people that know you.
Right.
Yeah, I would love to swap that at these events, yeah. And I know Lynn's testing some things out with a tablet right now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think Susie has.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Susie's next,
okay.
and then Matthew.
Okay, so, yeah, some of the things were already mentioned. I was trying to listen and process. But looking at the survey, the duration it takes to take it, I mean, you know, you want to balance because you want to get that granular data. However, people don't have time or the bandwidth to sit through, and then the questioning complexity. Like, what does that even mean? And so, you know, something that is simple, you know, the multiple choice, I think is always, you know, a good avenue to go, because people aren't having to do, you know, and, you know, just their responses, open responses. But I think once it becomes so in depth, people kind of tune out or they don't want to take the time to do it. So looking at that piece.
Simple, short surveys in plain language.
Yes, yeah. And then, you know, we're often hearing from the same people, you know, at council. And then I'm even looking at the survey data. You looked at the demographics on there, and it almost equally aligned with the people that show up to council every week. I'm looking at you.
He's blushing. Usually it's the other way around.
Can't say it then during council. So, you know, and then, you know, to hear from people who are working full-time, who do have families, who don't feel like comfortable walking into the council chambers, and much less coming up to speak at the podium. So it takes a lot of bravery to do that. So reaching out to that network of folks, and then so then I had also put meeting people where they are, and I think that was already addressed as well.
Very good.
But yeah, and then people who are happy. Like, why are you happy? Like, what? We don't. People who are happy don't come to us.
No, they
So
don't.
we don't know, and I don't want to change anything that's working.
Right.
Because we're hearing from a smaller pocket of community who are dissatisfied with that piece. But in the end, it's a great improvement for a vast majority of residents in Longmont.
That's a great point. And you know, the theories of appreciative inquiry, if you start with what your core strengths are, you will just grow from that.
Yeah, I don't want to change something that doesn't need to be fixed. And then looking at what are the barriers. So are there barriers that we can address in our system? You know, but we won't know that unless we know what the barriers are.
Exactly. Now that's some good systems thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Matthew?
Yeah, so I tend to agree with a lot of what's already been said, particularly like what groups that we want to hear from more. And I look at the 2024 community survey and see just that kind of disproportionate kind of results there. And so I have a couple of questions maybe to get at that. because I'm not sure I fully agree with Mayor Pro Tem on like short and simple here. It depends what our goal is from the survey. Are we trying to reach more people? Or are we trying to get more detailed, actionable data? Now, I think to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, it is a lot of time. And so there's an emerging practice when you're trying to engage with community-based organizations generally in the space of like kind of compensating for the time and offering certain stipends. And if we are asking, it's investing in the data quality that we're getting. And so can we approach this as saying, hey, if this is gonna take 45 minutes to an hour, but it's really valuable information for us, can we compensate people for that in some way? We run enough services that it might be easy to offer a month discount on something or a gift card. Like we can think about that where it's actually, I'm not saying longer surveys, but if we're gonna do an appropriate length survey for like, sure, to get to the detail we want, can we make sure that people see that we value the time that they're putting in there? Because not everyone can kind of step out and just always show up to evening meetings or during the day events and all that. So yeah, we could be walking around more, we could have kiosk things, but if you're working 2-3 jobs, if you have kids to manage, like you're just not gonna be showing up in those spaces. And so, but that doesn't mean they don't have helpful information to provide.
So for longer surveys, for focus groups, compensating.
Resident advisory boards, we've been discussing this for, gosh, I'm kind of looking at Lisa, what about, feels like a year, feels like years up. Around appropriate levels of compensation. Lisa and her team just recently did a survey where they gave a credit on utility bills for people participating.
That's great.
Great participation for that.
So I'd love to see maybe the data of how that worked.
It was great.
The question I had, and I'm glad Valerie's here because maybe she can shed some light on this, but like, or maybe the two of you can. In terms of the populations that are represented, I know not like from an electric service standpoint, like basically everyone in the city of Longmont has to participate in our electric services. Do we have demographic data from that as a result? The flip side is, do we have more representative data from Nextlight? How many, do we have 28,000 households?
28,080.
28,080, thank you for the precision there.
Versus 45,000.
Sure, but like, is that a representative in terms of like age, demographics, race, gender, like is that representative of like who we are trying to reach as well? Like how, and can we reach people through kind of the Nextlight services too? So
She's saying that, no, we don't have that information.
We have lower penetration of households that have some lower income demographics and stuff, so it's not a fair representation.
Okay.
But it's a start. I think we have to use every avenue and every relationship, every intercept, every transaction, and try to make sure that that actually matches the demographics that you saw earlier.
yeah.
And one other thing I want to point out, sitting next to Valerie is our new communications director. This is Lindsay Diamond, so feel free to introduce yourselves to her, and I'm sure we'll introduce her to you. And one of her thoughts is really around some of these resident advisory boards and focus groups, which just lines right in with what we're doing. So around communications, to make sure that we're getting messaging across when we share it. So.
Yeah, no, to answer your question, it's hard. And so when I meet with Valerie and she shows me her penetration map, I can see blank areas and I go to her, I need you to get to the cultural brokers because I generally know the demographics in the neighborhoods and can go, no, I need you to get with, at the time it's Carmen or Adriana, because we need to make more headway into this neighborhood. I think to your point, it's aggregating the data through Salesforce from every platform we have
So much more.
to then give us that ability.
And Harold, further on that, we've talked about, the digital library and going out and doing block parties and stuff. And so I think there truly is, a way to get to the customers and meet them where they are, like Shakita said. And so, yeah, it's very possible.
Mary, did you have another question? Or an ad?
Yes. First of all, I support, I think it's a great idea to have people going out to the community, and I think council needs to be involved in that. We need to be out there. But what we don't have on there are kids. And we, especially if we're walking around, asking kids, do you go to the swimming pool? Have you been to the museum? Do you know where the trails are? Do you have computers in your home? I mean, we can get a lot of data that maybe the parents don't even know what the kids want, because they just tell them what they want, or what they're gonna do. What would you like to see? Do you go to the ice pavilion? Do you go ice skating? Do you go to the library? Would you go to the library if there was one in your community? Just different things, because they need to have a voice.
Yeah, and they definitely know what they like and don't like.
And we're getting so many comments that there's nothing for these kids to do in our community, and I think, well, there really is, but do you know?
Do you know?
Or the question, is it what they wanted?
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
What would you like to do?
Probably not. Maybe
So-
they're teaching pickleball in gym class. That's true.
So as I look over at Valerie, I see one of our key players there, Christine Pacheco, that is, she has that dashboard for daycare in the community, and that's almost like the donut hole in the of what we're kind of talking about, of that missing link of folks. We look at that map and we see where we have shortcomings there, and then look at maybe where we need to have a more focused approach to getting information in those areas, where out to people in those areas where we are having that missing daycare aspect, and maybe it's also a community within the community missing data. So I think that might be a useful tool to look at.
Early care and education outcomes.
Yeah. And just those folks' input on all these things we're trying to.
Yeah, I think younger families is definitely a piece that
But
we're
here,
missing.
Sandy, not to overstep here, I think the hardest part about doing this analysis and doing this research is the conjoint component of it, where you've got to make a tough decision. Of course I want a pickleball court, of course I want another rec center, of course I want those things. We need, I think, to take that survey to the next level, to where we're like, okay, if you had a choice, or prioritize these things, and make sure that we're really forcing that, because it feels like in the past, everybody loved everything and wanted everything.
Right.
We can't afford everything.
And they voted down everything.
Yeah.
That's definitely
That's
important feedback.
Diane and then Shakita, and then I'm gonna stop
Yeah,
and
we're
see
done.
how everyone's doing, because I'm seeing some folks are ready to move on, so.
Okay, so if we're gonna ask people who are happy, why don't, and if we can identify them that way, why don't we just ask them 10 questions is what makes them happy? But that way it's not so long, and it's focused.
Yeah.
So if you have if you're gonna ask a child, it's like, well, what do you find most entertaining? Find it to be more aspirational or solution oriented, rather than what are you lacking, but what do you have that you really appreciate?
Yes, yeah, I love that appreciative approach. Yeah. And we probably will continue to have a variety of instruments,
So you might have a bigger focus
kind of
group, but more of
benchmarkable, big survey, and then yes,
a,
these
more
smaller.
like a question of the
focus.
week or
Yes.
question for this
Yeah,
demographic.
exactly. Yeah, as questions come up, we can target those things.
Well, I think that might
To give life. for
paint,
sure.
that might paint a whole picture, paint by number.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're on.
Can we collaborate with some of our businesses in the city, like for those kiosks? I was thinking Pump House, right?
Exactly.
Things like that. Village at the Peaks, we can have one over there. You know what I'm saying? Things like that would be really, really good, because to Matthew's, Councilmember Popkins' point, I know myself working 2 jobs, a single parent, you can't, it's hard to get me to respond to a lot of those things, but that time with my child or children will be at those cultural events, because I do want to make sure that we could attend those things. But a lot of people may go out to eat, may sit out, by Village at the Peaks or whatever. So I just want to make sure we think outside the box as far as where we're getting this data and asking those questions, because you do, and I know you all think about all of that, but I was just,
We want suggestions. That's why-
yeah.
One of my most successful surveys, we were trying to target kind of parents who really just aren't answering these questions, right? Because they're busy raising their kids. So we started taking them to swim meets and baseball games.
Yeah.
They are bored.
Yes.
They're ready to do anything else. They're track meets.
Doctor's offices.
Yeah, they do a track meet. Just saying, it's a whole
It's
day.
it's so true. On the football, football practice. Yeah, yes. So true.
Yeah.
So true.
That's where we could go as council members
Yeah.
and wards and sections of the community.
Yeah, so I just have one more. So, and it's a couple more considerations. So one, I was thinking of the Parkway Food Hall. So where people are gonna be congregate for a longer period of time. So rather than having a situation where people are in and out, that it's a place where people will be there for a while. And I do love the idea of it kind of rotating around. The other one is if we're looking at targeting youth, this is something we can connect with the youth council.
Absolutely.
One of the things that came up in the survey that we did with the dome is actually one of the higher priorities of youth, and it was confirmed again at our at the youth councils that I went to last Tuesday, was coping with anxiety and well-being. So young kids, even in my 3rd grade class, and I've noticed it within the last 5 years especially, is it's less about the academics and more about the well-being. Kids are anxious, very, very anxious. So what are some of those things? So as we are looking to move forward, how can we address, and they don't even have the words for that yet. So as we're, we have a push to take SEL out of the classroom, we're trying to tie emotions to behaviors. You're acting this way because why? I'm angry. But I'm angry because I'm scared. I'm scared because this is, and then it takes it back. So giving the kids the vocabulary they need. So what kinds of, so even if we put those surveys out, do they even have the words to express those? So I think that's where if we can start tying into other youth, other kids, Carrie Adams with the her leadership academy that she has, where it's other kids who are working with youth to.
It's the same language right there.
It's the same language, yes. So, and it kind
I
of.
like that idea of having the kids help word the language, like have the youth council actually do surveys and help to word it, yeah.
Can I just clarify again, first time around this block here, are we talking about one survey that we're trying to design for everyone?
No.
These are multiple
Just
surveys.
giving
Okay, 'cause like,
surveys
I
in
agree with
general.
everything
It's not
that
one
Mayor Pro
survey.
Tem just said, and
No,
also think
it's
that that should
different.
definitely be a
Yeah.
very different survey.
Yes, yeah.
All right,
Many-
okay, just
different
making sure,
staff
cool.
stuff, yeah.
All right, very good. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a micro break so that we can transition into planning, master class and planning. And so if you want to turn your lights back to green, go ahead and get a fill up of coffee or tea, and be back in 5 minutes. one of the themes that I heard when you all were talking about the retreat were changes to Envision Longmont, not really knowing where we were with Envision Longmont, and so do we have a treat for you? We're gonna talk about Envision Longmont and kind of give you, because how many folks in the room were here when we adopted Envision Longmont? Okay.
Oh, no.
So about
I was
half.
in the room.
Yeah, about half.
I know
Okay.
about it.
And so this is going to be a really good primer on, or a master class, not a primer. This is a master class on planning. I know we had a couple folks that are here from planning and zoning previously that will know a lot of this. But Grant's going to give us a little introduction, followed by Jennifer around what's happening. They put together this great little, and Don, yeah, Don told me he's not
Don's
talking,
hiding.
but he told you. Yeah. They put together this great primer, which is on your desks. I'm going to set these over here with Lynn in case the rest of the audience would like one. So Lynn, if you can grab these. If anybody else would like one, Grant brought plenty. So with that being said, everyone's got your lights set for green? All right, very good. Please take it
Thank you,
away.
Sandy. Again, I am Grant Cullen, Director of Planning and Development Services. Good to see you all. So what we're going to cover today, and some of it we already did, but at a broad level, kind of the why plan, why we do planning, and at the state level, what is that authority to plan, and the local level as well. And then just what does the master planning or comprehensive planning process look like overall, and the importance of community input. And then we'll do a little bit of a dive into our document, which of course is Envision Longmont, and kind of the elements and the components that are adopted. And then we'll jump into the growth framework, which includes topics like area of change and area of focus. We already covered Longmont growth and demographics. We'll try to get through this. Jennifer alluded before. We're definitely planning nerds, so if we start to nerd out, we're going to check each other and say, move along. But I'm just going to do a high-level intro. Again, kind of the why we plan. At the highest level, it really is about creating that guide for the community based upon community input. So in order to do that, obviously, there is a lot of community input, and as noted here, the goal is to develop that overall community vision and goals. So, but there's a lot of components to that as well. As alluded to here, it's about preserving, enhancing the quality of life. We focus on both the natural as well as the built environment. It really does have a focus on protecting the overall health and welfare of the community. You'll hear safety, life, welfare throughout, but that is a focus. But in doing so, you really have to balance the needs of all the aspects of the community, all the stakeholders of the community. So it's an important component. As noted too, it really is focused on protecting both individual property rights as well as community investment as a whole. So again, it's truly that big picture. The last note here is it reduces undesirable development. We get into topics like compatibility, land uses. I always use the reference of you don't want a pig rendering plant in your backyard, unless that's your thing, which is potentially cool. So again, at a high level, that's kind of the why we plan. So the authority to plan does come from the state. Interestingly enough, it wasn't until 2004, based upon legislation enacted in 2001, that required municipalities of a certain size to actually have and adopt a master plan. The authority has been there, but until recently, there wasn't an actual requirement to adopt a master plan. Colorado's kind of unique in that, not really unique, but it's different than some other states in that there is no state land use plan, so the authority does come at the local level for the majority. We highlighted there is a difference between the statutory authority and the home rule municipalities. So as you dive into, as I'm sure you all do, at night before you go to bed, the state statutes to look, you'll see the sections that deal with not only the county information, but also the local information. And of course, Longmont being home rule is that local municipality. The high level differences is at the municipal level, they don't have authority to zone, particularly within the cities. And oftentimes they focus on kind of that more regional level and things like interface with rural lands, et cetera, agriculture. So those again are kind of the high level as I mentioned, that there is a state requirement to adopt a master plan, or what we frequently call a comprehensive plan. Again, Colorado Revised Statutes actually has a lot. The second item listed here is, again, master plan or comprehensive plan. Again, up until recently, very recently, 2024, there were actually only very few components that were mandatory as part of your comprehensive plan. One is just a narrative of how you get there, how you adopt the plan, how you develop the plan. Another item at the time was just recreation and tourism, which we of course have as part of our plan. And a third element that's been part of the planning, or the required elements of the plan, was a 3-mile plan, which is really how a government municipality interfaces with its surrounding jurisdictions. In the case of Longmont, we actually adopted that into our comprehensive plan, so it is in a separate document. Recently, as of again just last year, there's also a requirement for a specific strategic growth element, as well as a housing component, and also, a water component. So those are relatively new. We'll go into it a little bit later, but Longmont's actually already well positioned because we have a very robust comprehensive plan, and those elements have essentially already been integrated into the plan. So I won't go into a deep dive, but obviously a lot of what the comprehensive plan does ties with zoning subdivision. It is truly, again, that guide for those aspects. So I alluded to it before, but the broader picture of what does that planning process look like. Colorado does have a somewhat rigid process in terms of the statutory requirements that start off with, again, public participation. What does that look like? And essentially, as indicated here, it occurs throughout the overall process. But Colorado does require that as part of the state statute. And then having public participation after that or during that process, basically just creating a plan that can be implemented is a requirement. And there is a public hearing requirement. That isn't necessarily unique, but it does require a public hearing, as again many of you saw. So there are some components that are absolutely required as part of that, but as again a broad planning process that applies not only to kind of comprehensive plan, but as you look through this overall process, it's typical that you start from the beginning and do the evaluation. You look at that data collection and analysis. Things like demographics, you go through mapping exercises, you look at community input surveys to actually get there, which we hit upon a little bit more. And then through that you identify issues. What is the issue analysis, opportunities, constraints, kind of that SWOT concept. And then through that process you look to create alternatives. What works, what doesn't work. And then you actually develop what is a true plan. Again, in this case, Envision Longmont is what we have. But again, you actually create that plan, and then one of the most important steps is to make sure that it is implemented. As I mentioned, it has to go through a public hearing process to actually implement. And then I think one of the most important plans, and we'll kind of transition to this later, is how do you actually, one, make it actionable, and then what does it look like on the back end? How do you reevaluate to make sure that you're actually moving forward and getting where the community wants to go? So I think as most of you know, the comprehensive plan in this case was branded as Envision Longmont, was adopted in 2016. So almost 10 years ago it was adopted, and it truly does function as that overarching master plan or comprehensive plan for the overall community, and it does set the community vision and goals. It truly is that guide for regulatory structure, decision making. It ties in with capital improvement programs. The graphic on the right, which is again part of the packet distributed, is just kind of a tie to the other plans. A lot of those plans obviously influence what the comprehensive plan is, but it's important to see that those guiding policies that are listed on the left, how they do specifically tie with those other plans that the city adopts. But again, keep in mind the Envision Longmont is kind of that overarching plan, so it is truly the guide for the community. that was my intro. Hopefully, no red lights yet, so thank you. I'll hand it over to Don and Jennifer to kind of do the deep dive into the specifics of the plan.
For those of you that don't know me, my name is Don Burchett. I'm the planning manager for the city. I actually have a little paper copy of the plan. I don't like digital, so I'm still old school on that part. But I think the main reason I'm here is I was one of the folks that was working for the city at the time we went through and adopted the plan that we have today. And I just want to give you a little bit of history about how the plan, kind of the process that it went through a little bit. Touch on a few things for you, and then I'll hand it over to Jennifer for some more information specific. I think the thing that everyone should probably understand is that, you know, the comprehensive plan, when it was adopted, reflected, I would say, the wishes and the thoughts and beliefs of the people at the time that participated. And I think some of what we're going through right now with some of the concerns that we're hearing expressed, I think represent some of the changes that have occurred, right? From when we did this almost 10 years ago. We started in 2015 with all of the outreach, the research, reaching out to community, setting up the committees to work on the plan. And that 1.5-year process, you know, when you look back at it, it was very thorough, but it also was indicative of the times we were in. And I think as council, and I would say most of the citizens in the community are expressing right now, things have changed, and things are changing. So with that as a something to keep in mind, some of the things that obviously influence the plan are growth strategies. You know, how does Longmont want to grow? Where can we grow based on the idea with Boulder County? It talks and takes into consideration our changing demographics. Those are things that influence that plan. And as Jennifer talked about earlier today, you can see our community is aging, it's getting older. Some of the other things that we look at is economic development. You know, we're trying to attract diverse businesses and provide job opportunities here within the community. Those are the things that help keeps us sustainable, and those are things that I think that are important for us to remember. We're also trying to ensure that we have a quality of life for our residents. You know, I think everyone here lives in Longmont because they love Longmont, and we don't want to see that change. We want to keep that as a community where we love to be here. People love to visit, people want to stay, people want to be a part of our community. So I think those are things that we need to understand, that those feed into any new plan, but they also were taken into account at the time when the plan was created almost 10 years ago. When we did the plan 10 years ago, some of you have probably seen this before. I know it's in the little brochure that was handed out. As noted, the number of touch points that we had, we received feedback during that 1.5-year process of almost 17,000 folks. We attended community events. We attended Cinco de Mayo. We attended back then Rhythm on the River. We looked at having meetings with our neighborhood, registered neighborhood groups, attending functions that the city put on that other community or other folks within our community put on, so that we could engage and ask for feedback and input on elements of the plan as we were going through that process for 1.5 years. And I think the thing to keep in mind is that, you know, the plan is trying to reflect the community. But as Grant pointed out, it also has sometimes competing interests. And how you balance that really comes down into the implementation of the council and how you choose to enforce through regulations that you adopt and decide really sometimes winners and losers based on the regulations that are adopted, but with an overall look at the community and trying to understand what the vision for Longmont was when the comprehensive plan was put together. We also at that time used you know, some of the online stuff, whether that be e-blasts that went out, like emails with information about upcoming meetings and requests for feedback. And then also we looked at the website and used that heavily as well with the number of contact points there. The plan itself is broken down into 4 sections, and I won't get into too much of that, but what I would want to point out is that the overall goal that was established when the comp plan went forward in 2015 was that, you know, we were looking for a sustainable and a resilient Longmont. Those were the two items that when you go through our current plan that were, in my mind, the priorities at the time that was identified through that process, and that's really what the plan was meant to reflect. And it states it, you know, a sustainable and resilient Longmont right there in the center. And then in order to look and try to achieve that, those items around the wheel were all looked at as elements that were integral in achieving that goal. So keep that in mind as we're going through this. Just in general, really, the plan framework section of the comprehensive plan talks about kind of how the plan was created, how it can be amended, some basic, I would just say, functional aspects of the comprehensive plan. We get into the policy framework where we talk about guiding principles, goals, and I'll talk about that quickly here in just a second. And then we get into the framework plan where we talk about our transportation, land use focus areas, which Grant mentioned here just a second ago, and then implementation strategies, things that we should be doing to achieve the goals of the plan. And again, we'll give you some updates on where we're at on that. There we go. Just real quick, this gets into kind of that planning process. Again, as part of trying to establish the goals of what we wanted to address in the plan, these 4 kind of steps were looked at and implemented as part of the planning process. So you identify either an issue or some kind of policy or trend that the council or that the citizens were interested in. We try to then focus in on what is our vision based on how are we going to address that item. Then we're looking at what is our desired outcomes. You know, what is that goal that we have? And then finally, how are we going to get there, right? And those are the implementation steps. So I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer now. She's going to walk you through a lot more than I did. But if you have any questions later, let me know. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Don. It's okay, I'm gonna stand right here so I can see that. So as Don indicated, Envision Longmont really laid out the framework in terms of where we want to go, how we want to get there. There were 5 major objectives for this framework. How do we promote infill and redevelopment? How do we create places for people? Expanding housing and employment options, so increasing the diversity of what is in our city. Promoting healthy, active lifestyles and a healthy environment. And expanding our multimodal transportation options. So multimodal transportation includes pedestrians, bicycles, transit, both in terms of the traditional forms of transit, like our buses, like Bolt and Flex and the various RTD systems, but also our new microtransit. So Longmont is really, as we've moved on, we've really been looking at some innovative solutions because traditional transit may not be a great solution for the entire community. So one of the things that was identified, or 2 of the things that were identified within Envision Longmont are what were called areas of change and areas of stability. So the areas of change are in red. These were identified as either undeveloped areas that were planned, identified as appropriate for future development, or already developed areas that have the potential for infill development or redevelopment. So not necessarily coming in and scraping everything and rebuilding, but also where are those vacant parcels? Where are these underused areas that we can expand on and build in? The areas of stability are in yellow. That represents the majority of Longmont's area. These are areas that either had new or recent development or were long-established areas that really weren't anticipated to significantly change. Basically areas that were already built out, areas that really didn't have any additional opportunities for any sort of redevelopment or new development. So, yes?
Quick question here. Why are there so many areas of change in Ward 2?
I cannot speak to that because I was not here, but I would surmise that a lot of these were undeveloped areas at the time. They were undeveloped properties at the time. They were areas that might have vacant parcels that could be redeveloped, but it was a mixture. It was a mixture of areas that had not been developed yet, and areas that maybe had not been fully developed.
I think when you look at it too, there's some large areas, so if you look at what's off of Nelson Road, and what was happening at the time with Amgen.
What?
Amgen, that is now AGC Biologics. And then you look at the commercial corridor on Hover and the diagonal, and the fact that, you know, commercial has been going through, it's probably one of the most volatile areas right now in the economy. So there's a lot of commercial and economic development areas there, and then I think also she was right on there were areas that were undeveloped.
Yeah, and the other thing to note, so I mean, you'll see areas of change included all of the Main Street corridor developed, but developed in the 50s.
To what degree?
It developed
For what
in the,
purpose?
developed in the 50s when we built, giant swaths of parking for strip malls, which turns out maybe we don't need all of that parking and we can do some infill. Many of these properties out here are not developed, up Nelson Road near the airport, also, again, diagonal along Ken Pratt, the sugar factory area. So there were a lot of different areas. Areas of change shouldn't be viewed as a monolith, basically. There's.
And so it means there's going to be the most fun in Ward 2.
I would say there are a lot of opportunities in Ward 2. Take that out, interpret that as you wish.
I will, thank you.
So I want to talk a little bit about our various intergovernmental agreements that guide how we plan. Probably the biggest one is going to be our IGA with Boulder County. So Longmont's a little unique in that we're split between 2 counties. That means we have a few IGAs. The vast majority of the city is within Boulder County. So our IGA, that as it relates to planning and growth management and land use, was actually renewed by City Council in early 2024. So what that does is it defines our various planning areas. So the Longmont planning area, the potential annexation area, which is basically the Longmont planning area, and what was termed a rural preservation area. In a nutshell, this IGA encourages the annexation of unincorporated enclaves within our potential annexation and Longmont planning areas in order to essentially create a cohesive area and have lands that are, land developed in a way that is consistent with envisioned Longmont. So as it is currently, a lot of these unincorporated enclaves may have a county agricultural zoning, which when you look at how the county agricultural zoning is, these are actually not conforming even by county standards in terms of the size of the lots. So basically, this is the county saying it's more efficient and better for all of us if these properties, if these enclaves within the planning area are under the jurisdiction of the city of Longmont. It's more efficient from a services standpoint, it's more efficient from a code enforcement standpoint, and it just ensures a certain level of predictability. So our IGA with Weld County, it was adopted a while ago. We adopted it in 2002. It identifies what's referred to as a coordinated planning area, which is essentially defined by this particular IGA as our urban growth boundary within Weld County. This IGA does define coordination processes and development procedures for this coordinated planning area. So I'll also note that we do have a separate IGA with the town of Frederick that addresses an area that's roughly south of 119 and west of or east of Sandstone area. And this particular IGA addresses an area where our planning areas overlap. So it establishes some coordination procedures and what and where land uses would be appropriate. So these IGAs have resulted in what is referred to as our 3-tier planning area. So, up here in play Vanna White here. So this blue area is the Longmont planning area that I referred to previously. In this kind of weird yellow area, this is our coordinated planning area with Weld County. And then this larger orange area is referred to as the St. Vrain Valley planning area, and it more or less aligns with what the Boulder County IGA refers to as the rural planning area.
For some of the newer council members, we probably need to get you this presentation. We did one on housing a while back where I'm looking to Don, where we looked at the IGAs, our planning area over time. And what you're going to see is that it has shrunk. And so Sandy, we have a presentation.
Because of open space situations?
Open space acquisitions and other things, but we have a presentation that Sandy, we probably need to send to the council again that will give you that visual representation of it contracting.
Perfect segue into my next slide. This would be our future land use and transportation system map. So, as Harold alluded to, the planning area has contracted a bit because of open space acquisitions. Everything in green. So the blue line is our planning area. Everything in green, whether it is this light green or this dark green, is some form of permanently protected open space. It almost completely encircles our planning area. It even includes portions of our planning area to the north. And what that does is it is our hard line. We cannot go past that. So we are looking strictly, we can really only grow within at this point. We cannot expand out. So the other thing I'll note, so yellow would be our single family areas. Our corridors you'll see are varying types of mixed use development, higher intensity uses, higher density uses along our major corridors. So Main Street, Ken Pratt, 119, Diagonal, Hoover. And then our minor arterials, you'll see Nelson, Clover Basin, may not have super intense necessarily intense zoning unless they're by Hoover or 119, but you are going to see a bit higher density designated for along with these arterial corridors to provide that transition between these more heavily traveled roadways and our lower density single family neighborhoods.
Jennifer, what's the color? It's hard to see the screen here around the airport. Not the airport itself, but the
gray?
that slate grayish. What does that refer to?
This is we have a few areas with this gray. That is referred to as primary employment. It is it's one of the few parts, it's one of the few envisioned Longmont categories where no residential is allowed at all. So it is strictly for primary employment uses. So you'll see that around the airport. You'll see that along 119, along the Diagonal Highway a bit, adjacent to, this is the Village of the Peaks area. You'll see it out here with where like McLean Western and the Smuckers area are. So those are primary employment. So just taking a look at scale. Did a quick analysis of acreage within each envisioned Longmont category. And by far, the dominant land use categories are going to be parks, greenways, and open space, single family neighborhood. Roughly, let's see, so roughly 28% of the land area, including rights of way, water bodies. So these are all encompassing designations. about 28% single-family neighborhood. What that means, you're gonna see single-family houses, potentially some accessory dwelling units in those areas. Parks, greenways, open space, all that green, that was on the map. So there are some very significant areas of parks and open space. So the categories so as I indicated, higher density and intensity uses generally limited to our major corridors. What we consider high density residential in the city of Longmont is 18 units an acre and up. So that is considered high density. Realistically, in planning circles, that's actually not very high density. That's probably more of a medium density. Our medium density neighborhoods, those designations, residential mixed neighborhood, 6 to 18 units an acre, that would allow some single family, it would allow duplexes. Typically your more, not your large lot single family, but your smaller lot, what you would see in a lot of your older neighborhoods, or your new neighborhoods where you would see single family and maybe townhouses mixed together. It does permit multifamily, but it's very difficult from the feedback we've received from various developers is 18 units an acre for a true multifamily product is a little challenging. So you would see a mixture of different types of uses there. So looking at these land use categories, the type of high density residential development that's been kind of a hot topic of community discussion that would allow our larger apartment complexes, those 18 units an acre and up, they only make up 16.5% total of our planning area. And most of these are considered like our mixed use areas. And in those, the land development code limits how much residential you can do in those areas because residential is considered a secondary use. So just because 16% of the LPA would allow for these, higher density residential uses does not mean that you're going to get those areas completely developed with high density residential uses.
Jennifer, one question on that data that's super useful to see. It's unclear where Apartmont fits into this.
Yeah. So these are the categories where, and I'll take you back to the future land use map. Multifamily neighborhood allows 18 and up. So that's where you would see multifamily neighborhood. We don't have a whole lot of areas that
Technically, mixed neighborhood allows 18.
Yeah. Mixed neighborhood allows 18 and less. So 18 is the cap. Over 18 is what you would see the larger apartment properties, the 3 and 4 unit, the 3 and 4 story apartments like you would see on Hover. You're going to see those in your mixed use areas. So downtown CBD, your mixed use regional center. Lesser degree the neighborhood center, mixed use corridor. So just let me go back to the future land use map. Where you would be able to see the larger, the multifamily, the apartment complexes, which what we think of as an apartment complex, they would be allowed along Main Street, allowed along 119, not in these gray areas. So you would see it along 119, down diagonal, over south of these railroad tracks, a little bit up my 17th, but mostly south, and there are some along Nelson. You have some areas along Nelson Road where it would be allowable as well. I think this is where perception is not always reality. The perception, as I indicated previously, about 20% of our housing units are within these larger apartment complexes. Where they're located is they're located in our higher intensity corridors, our more heavily traveled corridors. So they're just in higher visibility areas. So that's where the perception, I think, is coming from. And yes, to be fair, new development is largely in the form of multifamily. It is very difficult to develop single family housing these days. Single family is incredibly expensive, as Harold indicated. Your newer properties are the ones that have much higher sales prices. as I mentioned as well, those homes typically, if they're in a larger developed community, we require that developers pay their own way. So they have to pay to put in those roads, they have to put in their pipes, they have to put in their infrastructure. So your older neighborhoods that were developed maybe 30, 40 years ago, you're not necessarily paying for that new infrastructure now. So you also don't have the water tap fees. The cost of water adds a substantial amount of money to a new home. So there are a lot of factors that really are driving single family construction. Material costs have gone up like crazy. But ultimately, and interest rates are higher as well. So there's a lot of factors. And ultimately, the multifamily type products, the higher density products, are going to be more palatable for banks to finance from a development standpoint. But they're also going to be more affordable. The for sale products you're going to see, that you more typically see now, are going to be your townhomes, your duplexes. I know the state keeps, hopefully this legislative session, they'll make some progress on actually dealing with the construction defects laws, but those have a real impact on why don't we see
Public, quasi-public, what would be some examples of that?
That would be this facility, schools, any sort of publicly owned civic type use.
Okay.
That's not a park. So, but it would be your schools, it would be your civic center, it would be your service center, your library.
Really? And so that's only 5%. I guess I would have thought that would encompass more of.
Yeah, it's not a huge area.
It's not a huge area.
I just want to kind of, so the construction defects that Jennifer's mentioned, there's been 3 bills that have dropped. None of them are good. They're in the extremes. And so I think, in one case I'll say it loosens it way too much. And the other one, it's like, it sounds like it loosens it, but it tightens it. So.
What's the third one?
The third one's another, I think, takes it too far the other side. I mean, we'll bring these to you all. I mean, they're just coming through, but I think I don't know where Sandy is, as we've reviewed them, our immediate reaction is, because I think it just doesn't solve what we're trying to solve.
Are the sponsors of these bills just divorced from the reality of what's happening on the ground, or are they trying to solve a different problem than we're seeing?
Well, no, I think it's just different philosophical perspectives that's driving it. And there may be more that's dropped since we've talked about it. I can just talk about what I've seen thus far, because I think it needs to balance consumer protection as well as loosening it up. And so you'll see it either completely almost eliminate some protections that I think are important, or they're trying to find a balance and it doesn't bring the balance into play. But we're going to bring that as a legislative item to you all.
All right. Any other questions? Mayor Peck, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a couple of them. What comes to council in some of these, and I've already told Harold what I think, is that compatibility and areas of change. These are both very, very subjective, and everybody, even people on the Planning and Zoning Commission, have different ideas of what that means in their head when a developer brings that to them. So it's really difficult to actually tell residents they're wrong. Not for Aaron.
Wasn't for Marcia either.
No, not Marcia. But it is for me.
Still traumatized.
And areas of change is very wide.
Yes.
What are we changing it to? And the other issue that I have very difficult to explain is that the only time council sees these developments is annexation and when they're appealed. So when they say, why did you allow this big thing to, and I think, I had no idea, because we don't know. can you explain, first of all, why the commission, the Planning and Zoning Commission was formed? And why, because at one point, long ago, it was with council, years. So why is that very, very different, even though I do understand it, but some people don't?
Sure. That's why I'm here, I'm the old guy.
Yes, you are.
You're the institutional knowledge.
The old guy.
The wise one.
The old.
You're
So,
like 2 years older than I am.
So what I guess I would say is that a couple things. I've been here, for those that don't know, I've been here on and off 26 years, so I've seen a lot of development here through the city. What I can tell you is that over those 26 years, there has always been a concern about the length of time that it has taken for a development, whether that be residential, whether that be commercial, whether that be industrial employment. The concern has always been the length of time that they spend in our system trying to get their approvals before they can start construction. There's some people here in industry today that probably could tell you they've been through our process and that the length of time was a disadvantage for them. As a way to try to address that, whether it's been with the affordable housing or whether it's been for businesses, we have tried to figure out ways to make that a more streamlined process. The process that we have today really has tried to look at ways to make this an administrative, either administrative approval, which is where Grant would be signing off on this, on development projects, or that in some cases, specifically ones that entail annexation, more of what we would say are policy decisions of whether or not to grow into an area and whether what they're planned to do in that area is appropriate, we have left that to the council. But we have tried to find a fine line as how much participation in our system is needed in order to make sure it's a quality project. But I can tell you that from looking at our process over all these years, we probably do more notice to our neighborhoods and to our adjacent property owners than other communities do. And there's a cost to that. Maybe not necessarily in development review time for the length of time they're in that process, but when you get a call about a project that we're notifying people on but that you have no say in because of the way the development code is written, that puts you in kind of a hard spot. It also is hard for us to explain to people that, well, if they meet these 10 rules, they're going to be able to start construction. There is nothing you can do. You can't appeal it to the council. You can't go to the planning commission. But those decisions have been made over time to try to take out some of the uncertainty for the development community so that when they start in our process and they have their first meeting with us and we say, these are the rules you have to meet, the use that you want to do is okay, so as long as you can conform to our rules and do what the business that you're telling us you're going to do, then it is going to be allowed. It will be permitted to happen. And in other communities, they have to go through a planning commission review and a town board or a city council review. And that adds more time, that adds more uncertainty. Because then, like it or not, it becomes a political issue more than it does a land use issue of whether or not, did you meet our standards? Our comp plan said we wanted this kind of development in this area. We wanted this kind of quality. We have regulations that are supposed to enforce that. Did you meet those? That's what we look at. When it gets to your level, policy level, you're hearing from all points of view. You're getting all sides of it, and then you are put in a position more of a policy decision than really a rules and regulation decision. But the decision has always been made that those have been limited in what has gone up to. So your annexations, your concept plans, your rezonings, anything that affects the ultimate use of that property goes to this body. But the other decisions like conditional use site plans, planning commission. Other development applications are for the most part staff level.
So I want to do a quick check-in. Jennifer has a couple more slides and we actually have another half of this presentation and lunch is ready. So just saying. because I see lots of blue lights, so I wanted to make sure that, I didn't know if it would be okay if Jennifer finished her presentation, and then you can see what other questions you have. Would that be okay?
Did you want to say something first?
Well, I think context to your question that you asked Dawn, and so I'm gonna put my LHA hat on.
Fine.
In terms of when you look at this and why you're seeing the issues you're seeing, is when you come in and you want to build a project. You know what the playing field is. You know what you're asking for and what you want to do. And so the approach that we've taken is, let's understand the playing field, let's take these things into consideration, and let's comply with it. Because you're not asking for variances and some of these other things, because that's really the tension point, is when you're going beyond what's in this that starts creating the issue that you just brought up. The project off of Pace and Mountain View. When they came in, they were considering doing a variance for an additional story in the project, and once they understood, went through their first community meeting, they came back and said, no, we're not gonna do this, we're just gonna build what was here, because they were taking things into consideration. The unknown piece of this is that that's really then, when I say the housing authority hat, that's up to me and on the housing authority to say, what am I proposing, what am I building, what are the rules around that? And then trying to work with the neighborhood and the adjoining areas to build something that works. But it's this thing where you're moving outside of it. That's typically been where you all have been experiencing this tension. Or it's in an annexation of course.
I'm just gonna build on, that's a perfect segue to my comment, which is like, this is a policy decision too, right? And so when folks are bringing proposals by right through the different zones that have already been established, that is because there's been a policy decision by people well before my time to decide kind of what's the future growth.
Yeah.
And so when they're going through the process and not going through the planning commission or not coming to council, that's because they're following the policy that has already been set.
Correct.
Right, and so, you know, if there is a reason to change some of this, that would be a policy decision for council to consider.
Correct.
But otherwise, we have set a policy. The city has a policy to follow, and as long as people are following that policy, they can, and aren't requesting changes or deviations from it, they can go through that process. Is that a fair?
Yeah, because that's our job, right, is to conform, to make sure they conform to that plan until you give us a new plan.
So to give you another thing you were involved in, so think of True North. What we wanted to build didn't fall into the policy framework that existed, but in order to do it, we knew that we had to then pick a different process, which was the PUD process, in order to build that project. So that is that example of there wasn't an avenue for us to move. So we had to go down this route. Out of that then came a policy decision from council of we're changing the design standards so that then in the future, if a similar project comes through, they don't necessarily have to take the PUD route, which then creates certainty that then allows things to happen on that home ownership role or that highway.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to wrap up basically with how long, so a couple things. Implementation strategy, this ties into the indicators. So part of the Envision Longmont was an action plan that identified things we need to do to implement the recommendations and identified indicators to measure our success. I'm going to skip over that because we're about to jump into indicators momentarily. Statutory compliance. So 2024, the legislature was busy. They enacted a number of bills that related to planning and growth management and housing, specifically one relating to accessory dwelling units, another relating to minimum parking requirements, transit-oriented communities, and then housing, water supply, and strategic growth plans that Grant touched on. So how is Longmont doing? Longmont is actually doing great. Envision Longmont really set us up to, we're basically the example that the state uses. I've been told by several people at various state agencies, when other local governments, as they've been developing the guidance and figuring out how to implement this legislation, when other local governments ask them, who's doing this? They say, go look at Longmont. They've already eliminated their minimum parking standards. They already allow ADUs. I think we have some minor tweaks to do to our ADU ordinance, but we already allow them, so we're there.
So to a question that council asked earlier about framework and why this, there's a statute-driven component to this in terms of what the state's requiring in this. And so if Envision didn't have this in it, you would have to put this in it based on the statutes that it passed.
We'd be scrambling.
Right.
A lot of these requirements, ADUs, minimum parking, and then the next one, transit-oriented communities, require, the implementation date, we have to have something done with these by June 30th of this year. The housing action plan, water supply, and strategic growth plan, that doesn't have a deadline until the end of 26. The state is still coming and figuring out their guidance on that. In terms of transit-oriented communities, it's about increasing the zoning capacity for housing. It doesn't say we have to approve or build X number of units. We just need to demonstrate that we have the capacity to build units. Transit corridors were identified. There are mandatory and optional corridors that were identified through this implementation process. For Longmont, that is the section of diagonal highway. So we really have to look at diagonal highway only. Again, that said, for us, it's essentially a reporting requirement. It's a reporting exercise and a mapping exercise for us, because our code already allows for what the state is looking for in terms of zoning capacity.
So remember last year during that legislature, the state was going to attach funding to these requirements. Of course, we were already well ahead.
We're ahead of the game. And for 174, we're also ahead of the game. I'll let Molly and her team talk about the housing plan and needs assessments. But our Envision already, we may not have something called a strategic growth element, but we have the elements of a strategic growth management, a strategic growth element in Envision. So we pretty much just need to put them in the right place or refer to them. So the state's looking at guidance, still developing guidance. I've raised the question of, if we already have this stuff in our plan, can we just basically refer to it and swoop it into an element? And they said, good question. But again, we're doing this, we're well positioned, we're meeting the state's requirements. So with that, we've already talked growth and so I will.
So the question comes up, how are y'all doing, right? So when we talk about a comprehensive plan, I think one thing, yeah. So when we talk about a comprehensive plan, I mean, you need to think about that concept of comprehensive. It includes every aspect of Longmont life. And then the particular pieces year to year are the ones that you legislate. That's where your work plans come in, right? So for you all, you have deemed that first housing, then transportation, then early care and education, as well as some of these other factors around climate change, equity, and sustainability and safety, right? And so it really is something that as the time goes on, you're able to determine which pieces. So I think sometimes I hear other council members, in other communities say, well, we need to change our comprehensive plan. But it's truly comprehensive. You don't change it very often. You're implementing it based on what's happening today. The microtransit idea is an amazing example, because when Envision Longmont was first created, there was not a lot of microtransit happening. But still it meets the goals of Envision Longmont. So how are we doing? Let's come on up, Lisa. And let's talk about it.
And just piggybacking, I've worked in a number of communities around the country, and I've worked in a lot of communities that basically change their comp plans like you would change a roll of toilet paper. And the fact that we have not done huge amendments to our future land use map or to our comp plan speaks to how robust a document that it is.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that presentation. Thank you. You guys are all back to green. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on and talk about how we're doing. So how do we measure this stuff that's happening? We have all these different indicators and actions. We have all these different plans. And so we have put them together in the Longmont Indicators Project. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lisa to kind of show you around a little in depth about how things are going in the indicators.
Sure.
And then that gives you the opportunity too, when people are asking you, well, how are we doing in this area? Well, hey, here's how you can find out and how you can take deeper dives as well as you're looking. And then we're going to show you your, sorry Lisa, that needs to be bigger.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I also can't see it very well from this angle, so.
Might be better for you to come over here where I am too.
Okay.
But what I would say is that we're going to then show you, so this is the Envision Longmont indicators, this is everything. And then next we're going to remind you of your own goals and your own dashboard, which is also listed in your packets if you wanted to take a peek at those. So yeah, maybe you stand here.
Yeah, I'll kind of jump in and out, so I apologize if I'm sort of in the way. You all can ask me to move. I'll try to make sure I'm stepping back. So just a little bit of background for folks, especially that are newer. As Dawn mentioned, one of the central tenets of the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan is working toward a sustainable and resilient community. One of the action items within the comprehensive plan was to create and adopt a sustainability plan, which is when I came on in 2016, and so that plan was also adopted at the end of 2016. Erin Fosdick, who was the senior planner at that time that was leading the Envision Longmont effort, was interested, and we had a lot of comments from the community who really were interested in the accountability and transparency component of, you know, they pushed really hard to have a sustainability plan. They didn't want it to be a plan that just sat on a shelf. They wanted to make sure that we were doing the things we said we would do, and that there was some way for them to really see that we were making progress on those goals and targets and strategies that were in the sustainability plan. So Erin and I got together and we created the first indicators platform. It was just the sustainability plan and Envision. It was just a list of indicators. It had pretty minimal functionality, but we had a group that did it pro bono for us, so that was great. It was a good starting point, and it was a great reference point to just point council and the community to. And then as the work has evolved in sustainability, we have the climate action recommendations report, we've had the beneficial building electrification plan, the transportation roadmap, a number of things that would really come from some of those original documents. We started to have questions and confusion also from the community about, they don't necessarily care where transportation, their particular interest in transportation, like which plan it lives in, they just care that it's happening. And so I really thought that there would be an opportunity to bring all of these things together in a more comprehensive way to serve a couple of different purposes. So first of all, there's the awareness component. So how do we put a lot of these things in one place so that we can show council and we can show the community what are all the things that we're doing and how are we doing in terms of our progress on that. And so that's reflected. Now there's, within the Longmont Indicators platform, there's now 5 plans that are listed here: the Sustainability Plan, Climate Action Plan, Envision Longmont, the Beneficial Building Electrification Plan, and Transportation Roadmap. And it's, so when you click on the main page, it'll take you to this landing page. You can see all these plans down here. You can either click on them from down here or can navigate the tabs up above. We also have a link to your council work plan as well, so we tie back to the priorities of city council. And there's 2 ways to use this. So there's the knowledge and awareness piece. There's also an opportunity, the platform, to use this for internal coordination. So as we do a number of different plans and we have goals and targets and indicators and recommendations within all the plans that we do, we can use this tool as an opportunity to make sure that we're staying coordinated across those efforts and we're showing the connection across all of those different things. So it's an opportunity for internal coordination. And then it also offers that transparency and accountability to the community of saying, are we doing the things that we said we would do and how well are we doing on those things? And so on the main page, you can go into either actions or indicators. And this will show you all of the actions. You can either filter through here, or it will list all of the actions from all of these different plans, and people can scroll through this. You can also one of the things that we thought was really important was, like I said, transportation is a big one, right? People come to us sometimes and say, why isn't this part of transportation? Why don't you talk more about transit in the sustainability plan? And we say, well, because that's in Envision Longmont. So we created these overarching themes. You can click on transportation if that's your issue, and all of the actions from across all of those plans related to transportation will come up. So the community doesn't have to worry about where does it live, they can just look for it and see that their particular interest is being addressed. And then you can pick any one of these as an action. It'll come up the description of that action, whether or not it's on time, and if it's late, why. There will always be a reason why if it's listed late. Again, that's part of that accountability piece. It'll give you the time frame, and it'll tell you who's responsible for that. So I'm responsible for this one. You can reach out directly to that person. And then down below, we try to get into the related actions. So again, this is an opportunity for us to show none of these things live in isolation. They all work together to work towards meeting our overarching goals. Because this is also focused on sustainability and climate action. One of the other main components of this is how all of these things roll up to our greenhouse gas emissions targets. So that's not as much of a focus for other folks necessarily, but that is for us from sustainability. So each of these show the different indicators that roll up to that overarching greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. And then I won't get into this today, but you can go really deep on the greenhouse gas side of things. That's not the focus of today's conversation. And then you can navigate back to the home page, and then you can do a similar thing on the indicators side. So you can pick a specific theme, you can search by keyword, and then these are all of the indicators that are listed in each of those plans. And then the most recent data for those indicators. And then similarly, you can click on any of these and go into the detailed information about, here's the affordable housing units that are added annually. You can see past data and most recent data. Similarly, you can navigate to each individual plan, and then that's where I'll really bring up Envision Longmont. And then you can go through all of the components of that individual plan. So the guiding principles, as Dawn and Jennifer were talking about, you can select any of these. It'll get into the actions located or identified within that piece. Sorry, Susie, I'm in your way. And then you can click on any of them and see kind of where we're at. And then there's also, there's a dashboard feature as well, and so that you can have them as a list or you can show them as a dashboard, and then this gives you an idea of where the status of each of those actions are with regards to are they completed, where are they at in the implementation process, and then what's kind of been updated, so that you could get a sense of how often the data is being updated as well. And then you can scroll through and you can kind of get more information on each of those actions or indicators as well. So with that, I'll leave it on Envision because I know that's the focus of your conversation today. And I'm going to pass it back to Jennifer Mercer.
My turn.
And feel free to holler if you have any other questions on the indicators piece.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. I can tell you, as somebody who is responsible for filling out the actions, Lisa's team is relentless to make sure that it is accurate, it is filled out, that we're meeting our deadlines so that we have the right information for our residents to be able to have up there. So I know I have 6 or 7 that are in my division and in my department, and that's small compared to a lot of the other departments, but they're very good at lots of training, lots of office hours, really making sure the staff is updating these. And when they're not, finding out what's going on.
Can you, from our regular City of Longmont page, can you show how to get to that?
Yes.
To those indicators?
All I did was search for it. So, Colorado.gov, and then up here, I just.
Oh, you just searched, but.
Searched.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just, if someone is just trying to just look for it on the website, you know what I'm saying, on our website.
That's always what I tell people. That's always what I tell people. Just search for Longmont indicators. Okay. And then that way they don't have to remember it's this and then this. Although it's a lot better with this website, there's still a lot of Yeah, go ahead,
So,
Ben.
just I think building on where Councilmember Yarborough is going, at the top, there are 3 headers. It says services, departments, government. Well, they're kind of 2 sets of headers. But is there any reason we can say like progress? And then link directly to the indicators there? Because I think what Lisa did a great job of showing, this is not just about data transparency and sharing information, but we've heard some comments, and certainly this has been in the news recently, like efficiency of government and efficacy of government. When we talk about that, that is exactly what Lisa and the team there have built to show how effective and efficient are we at achieving the goals that we have set. And that's exactly what the indicators do.
So I see Rogelio looking at me, I'm hoping Lindsay is too. So let's take a look at that and see if there's some way that we can incorporate the indicators on the homepage.
I mean, that's just recognizing everyone's good work.
Absolutely. I really do think there's a ton of information in here. And people often have no idea what's happening in government. And so here's a great opportunity. So yes, we'll take a look at that.
Stellar. Last comment is more on the planning side of things again. So maybe Grant, Jennifer, when you were presenting on the statutory compliance, that is, you were saying like Longmont's ahead of the curve there, Jennifer. That's awesome, and I respect that. That is ahead of the curve of compliance with state, right? And so that is what is allowed and what Longmont allows. That is not inherently what we are encouraging. And so I want to draw a distinction between allow versus encourage. I realize encourage or incentivize is a policy decision versus a compliance decision, but something for my fellow council members to consider as we get into other topics later this afternoon is what's allowed, but what do we make easy? What do we make streamlined? What do we make more efficient to do if it's in service of the goals that we have? So I'll just kind of leave that on the table as we go digest
I was
lunch.
going to say that is perfect because, that really is what we're going to talk about in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So the morning has been pretty presentation heavy. The afternoon only has one presentation and it's Harold. So, the rest of it really is conversation for you all on which directions you want to go now that you're rooted in. Who are your demographics? What does your comprehensive plan say? How do you find out the indicators? The packets on your desk have 2 things. One is all of the accomplishments and work plans in the city. So that's just for you to peruse. I get to proofread it, so it's super fun for me to take a look at all the things that everybody has accomplished and all of their goals for 2025. These are all pretty much core services, but they incorporate council goals as well. After that, you will find your own benchmarks. And so rather than go through that right now, because lunch is here and you guys will have an executive session, I just want you to have that kind of on your plate as we go through each of these. So you can see what progress have you made in each of these areas so that helps to inform the discussion around what policies and focus do you want in these areas for 25, because that really is the question. So you'll see that there's dashboards here that Becky has put together on core services, which Harold will talk about briefly, and then there's the council dashboard with all of your priorities and how far you've gotten in them. And so I want you to, you have met your desk, so I want you to be able to go through them as we go through each section of your work plan. So we'll do that after lunch. So with that saying, I would say go ahead and grab some lunch. Harold, what time do you want to convene for your executive session?
12:30?
It was supposed to.
Sure. 12:30?
I think you wanted them to eat first, right? Take a break for a minute, eat first.
Yeah.
And then the executive session will be held at the end of the hall. There's an office that is not being used currently, and that's where we will hold the executive session at 12:35. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay.
12:30.
Should we bring our...
As soon as you're done eating or you're welcome to eat, yeah. No buttons at executive session. session is really taking deeper dives on your particular work plan items. As a reminder, you have all of your dashboards sitting in your packets as well, so that you can kind of take a look and find out where we've made progress in different areas. The first section, because it is the base of your kind of house graphic, is core services. So you are fortunately not responsible for those core services. You hire a guy for that. He's going to talk to you a little bit about it. And then we'll move on to policy questions around some of the other areas. So, Harold, take it away.
So, for those of you all that were part of the council in 2023, you're going to recognize a lot of this presentation because what I wanted to do is just recycle it a little bit to kind of give some framework to why did the council in 2023 decide to highlight core services. And so you can see from this slide, when we really get down into what's the core function of a city, it's health, safety, and welfare of the residents of our community and what we're looking at. And all of that is rooted in the core functions that we do on a daily basis. Whether it's sanitation, water, wastewater, housing, those are things that are fundamental to our organization. And I'm going to move fast since we're behind. When we talked about this with the council in 2023, we actually started off, most of us are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs in terms of how you think about the individual. And so what we ended up doing to put some perspective to core services is we took our core services and really lined them into what we're familiar with in Maslow's hierarchy of needs to kind of say this is what operationally our world looks like on a daily basis. Probably 90% of what we do is our core service and what we're challenged with on a daily basis. And when we think about it in terms of our staffing and what we look at, I can clearly tell you that when we look at our staffing levels in Longmont compared to other communities that we benchmark ourselves against, our staffing levels are lower per capita across the board, across all areas of our organization. We do the same things that Fort Collins and Boulder and these other larger communities do, but our staffing levels are distinctly different and much lower in many cases. And so when we look at capacity and what we have the ability to do as an organization, in 2023 we really spent a lot of time talking about this because if you think that this is 90, let's say 70 to 80% of what we do, and then this is 10 to 20%, and you start thinking about capacity and what we're doing, this starts straining the system in terms of what we have to do on a daily basis. The other thing that I talked about in 2023 on this issue is you can spend all your time on your aspirational work until your core fails. And you can see cities across the nation where their core services and their core functions failed, and nobody cares about this aspirational in that situation. Flint, Michigan, Jackson, Mississippi, Detroit, Cincinnati, Cleveland. I can go on and on about what that really means to a city and how that works. This slide was from 2023. The numbers have only grown in terms of what we do on a daily basis and what we're responding to and how we're approaching it. So I'll let you look at this, but I will tell you there's not an area where the numbers have gone down. This again is a 2023 slide that I intentionally left in because when I started looking at it, so what's the forecast, WTF? We don't know. Because there's so many outside variables that are impacting us. And what's interesting is when I looked at this, take out COVID variants, each one of these categories, the same thing still exists. And what we're dealing with and what we're challenged with on a daily basis. It looks slightly different, but the same things are in play when we're trying to figure out, okay, what's it going to look like next year? You all went through our budget process. In the last budget process, we actually withheld $2.6 million because of adjustments that were made by state policy, reducing the residential ratios that we were dealing with. We pulled it out as one-time funds because we know it's not going to be there. The question we have is what's going to happen in the reassessment period based on that growth. Our gut was telling us at the time, looking at data, that we're probably not going to see the amount of growth in the reassessment period to fully overcome that 2.6 million. So we intentionally in this budget process pulled it out and took a very conservative approach to make sure that we had some room coming into the next budget process. And even the tailwinds, when we look at this, you know, it's interesting for me to go, well, we thought wage growth was going to slow down, and we still do. So that was a tailwind. And I think there's some things happening across the nation that's going to keep it there. Retail sales were starting to improve. And we've seen some of that. But when we looked at the financial numbers that we were getting throughout the year, what we really started seeing is a lot of volatility in retail sales and sales tax. And retail sales are directly dependent on consumer confidence. And consumer confidence is directly dependent on things that we can't control, federal policy, interest rates, and those types of things. And so we clearly know that sales tax and use tax is extremely volatile when we're looking at the future. So that may actually show itself as a headwind in the next few months. Again, this was a slide that we showed in 2023. And if you look at challenges that we're having with finance and operations, is there anything on this list that we said in 2023 that is not applicable to us in 2025? You know, some people, when we talk about supply chain threats, they're like, well, we're out of COVID, the supply chain is solved. It's not. No better example on the supply chain issues that we're dealing with than the elevator that we had at the housing authority that went out that was in the newspaper. We had the people to fix it. We didn't have to park. The time it took was actually to get the part in. We're not seeing relief on some of our larger infrastructure projects. When I think of Darrell and LPC and think about what it used to look like in getting our large transformers, we could get them within a year. Matthew, you're in this world. How long does it take to get those large transformers, or what are you hearing?
The larger ones are pushing past it to 2+ years at this point.
Yep.
Unless you're like really proactive and get into the right market points.
Right.
And you see that for a whole range of different energy.
Right. And so I say this because inflationary is still in play. The inflationary factors are still coming at us. You know, we saw the Fed start to lower interest rates as we were coming into the end of the year. We were projecting that the Fed was actually going to lower the interest rates again, or the economists were. They ended up going, nope, we're not going to lower them because things like tariff conversations and all of these other pieces that are coming into play started to indicate that inflation was going to continue to be an issue. And so interest rates helped. And so all of these things are still in play for us when we look at all of our projects. This was another slide that we talked about in terms of employee retention and staffing. And again, this was kind of the moment that I had when I just shook my head, because all of these things are still in play. In the sense of, prior to the last 2 budget years, and it was Sandy that said this to me, is we were just now starting to get, as an organization, to the pre-recession. And when I say pre-recession, I'm talking 2008 recession. We were just now starting to get our staffing levels where they were at pre-2008. As you all know, the last 2 budget cycles, we can do very little in terms of continuing to make progress because of legislation that was created that shrunk our revenue stream. And so, still an issue. We've seen in the last few budget years that salary has continued to be a big issue for us. You know, one of our goals is to pay 101%. Our goal is to pay at 102% market. We've actually never got there. We got to 101, but in the last budget year, based on what we were seeing that we needed to do in terms of salary increases and then health insurance increases, we actually had to retract from 101 to 100 just to do what we did in that budget process. Housing, you've heard me talk about this. This is a fairly significant headwind for us in terms of bringing people to work in our community. We're still seeing people that we'll make job offers to, that once they start seeing the cost of housing, they were like, yeah, we appreciate the offer, but you know, it's not going to work for us. And as you know, people eligible for retirement, loss of organizational knowledge. Next week we're losing someone who has a tremendous amount of organizational knowledge in Joni. But that's just a continuing thing that we're dealing with as we look at our organization. This kind of gives you a sense what we're hearing from our staff. And once again, this is what we said in 2023. I'm still hearing this. And it's rooted in all of these pieces that we talked about in core services, staffing levels that I previously went over. And then here's a list of challenges. And again, 2023. Do you see that any of these challenges have gone away?
Nope.
Do you think more challenges have been added?
Oh, yes.
And so that's kind of when we get into the remaining part of this conversation, what we want you all to think about as we're looking at what we want to accomplish as an organization and how we continue to move forward. The last time I presented this, we had a lot of information in here and it was too hard to read. But one of the things that I do operationally is when we're working in areas and we're working across the organization. So we showed you this earlier, when we're assessing what we can do, how we can do it, how fast we can do it, this is the framework that we're using. And then we're also using have to, need to, want to, in terms of what's coming at us just because of our capacity that we have on a daily basis. And then this is what the world looks like. Now, the reality for us as an organization, I think in 23 when we presented this is something that we've been working on an ongoing basis internally and operationally, because rarely do we come at something where we're looking at it as there's a singular path for us to go down. Couldn't really find a good graphic to represent that. I think in some areas, and we still are challenged with this, in some ways we still do that. But the reality in today's world is you can't approach it as A, B, C, D. We go, well, the way where we're now looking at things is, well, if A happens, we could do C, E, or F. And then from C, E, or F, we can go to Q, R, or Z. Because this is the reality for us on a daily basis. You all got to experience one of these about 30 minutes ago. Every day, something is moving forward in terms of, how do you go backwards? Can you get back? So, knowing that disruptors are part of our life on a daily basis, this is where you all get to participate in this. When you think of disruptors, what comes to your mind?
Lack of funding for what we need.
Natural disasters.
Yes.
I'm just thinking of all the things that come up daily, just people acting out that you didn't expect to act out a certain way.
You've all touched on some earlier.
Politics.
Federal decisions, yeah.
You all talked about, I think it was Councilmember Hidalgo Ferry that talked about this earlier when she talked about students and anxiety
Yes.
and the emotions that we're starting to see in all sectors of our community. That's inherently a disruptor. Natural disasters is a disruptor. You know, we had a slide before, and to give you a sense of the disruptors that we were dealing with, we went through a period of significant youth violence in our community. That was a dramatic disruptor for us as an organization, because most people would see that as just being, well, that's a police issue. It wasn't. It was a police issue, it was a youth service issue, it was a community and neighborhood services issue. It was every one of us, council included, we were touching that as it was happening. COVID was a disruptor. You know, the one that's really on my mind, and I talked to you all about this, is the Tuesday morning when we all woke up and heard all of this funding's frozen.
Yes.
That's a disruptor that eventually didn't come to fruition. But when we think about federal grants, this is where the policy making is going to be really important for you all. Because we all know that a lot of times the federal government utilizes the power of the purse to achieve certain goals. We see it in every administration, every time. How we look at grants, the policy direction on that is going to be incredibly important for us, because what are the requirements if you take the grants? And it's not as simple as just saying, oh, here's a grant, we're going to go for it, because we don't know what those requirements are going to be. We don't know if you as a council are going to want to assume those requirements. And so it's reframing now the work that we have to do when we're going into this world to really have an in-depth understanding of what we're really going to face. And so we talked about core services. Now I'm going to talk about how I'm also seeing core services change. So we talk about core services with a twist, because, you know, power, water, streets, all of those things we think about. There's also something else happening in the world that's going to have us start rethinking, and I used AI to do this. So I've been playing with AI and ChatGPT, so I have to tell you, this is an AI image. If you haven't had a chance to listen to the LADP Economic Development Summit that happened, I think it's Tuesday, you know, they really got into quantum, and because of time, I'm not going to go in depth, but we've been thinking about this operationally as staff and what this means for us, and how do we have to position ourselves as an organization from an operational perspective to take advantage of the new economy that is being built. So some things that are very clear to us, and it came out in the session because the panelists said this, because it was about Longmont. And Longmont's well positioned for the quantum economy in the standpoint of we control our electric utility, water, wastewater, and all of those issues, and that's not something that you can find in every community. We're a great site, and people approached me and said, Longmont would be a great site to start beta testing some of these things. There are people in the quantum world starting to work on how do you utilize quantum when you're in the world of 100% renewable energy in a community, and how do you use that really high-level processing power to help you manage it. I'm going to be introduced to somebody that's doing this as potentially looking at how can they work with this. What this starts triggering is how do we prepare our core services and our infrastructure. I tried to find one. I put Longmont in the quantum economy, and I said take the tall buildings out, and it just never would, because I didn't want to freak people out. But But what we're really trying to depict is there are things that we're well positioned for, but we're not where we need to be. And that's going to start really changing how we look at our electric system and where's capacity and what does that mean. It's going to change how do we start looking at land use and what does land use really mean, because housing is a big conversation for us. If you remember when they gave you the housing report and they said, you know, make housing a right in all zoning districts. And Joni and I kind of raised our head and said, we need to be really, really careful with this, because you also have to have room for economic development and primary employment opportunities. Because that is part of the financial stability and resiliency of a community and an organization. And so how are we looking at land use decisions, and how are we positioning ourselves through those decisions to then look at what's coming in the future? How do we prepare our infrastructure not to look out 2 years or 3 years, but look out 10 to 15 and 20 years so that we can take advantage of this new economy that's coming forward? Why is this important to us? If you listen to that presentation, over 50% of the jobs in the quantum economy are not high-degree jobs. They're technicians. They're technicians that today in our community, we have one of the best training platforms, both in the school district and at Front Range Community College, in terms of advanced machining and lasers and optics. Someone on the panel said this, and it really resonated with me. If you think about living in Silicon Valley in the 60s and 70s. No one would have thought, I think 60s or 70s, I think it was the 80s when it took off, but no one would have thought Silicon Valley would become what it did, but it just happened that they had everything there. We actually, as Longmont, in this region, have everything here in terms of this new economy, from the standpoint of you have a great school district, you have Front Range Community College, you have CU, you have CSU, you have a strong entrepreneurial network. We have people all over the place right now that are getting patents and working in this environment, so we're well positioned geographically and operationally to take advantage of this.
You should write that down for a pitch for Visit Longmont.
If somebody can remember what I just said, then take it.
It's recorded.
It's recorded. And so when we think about this, where I came from operationally, and as I was thinking about this, we can only get in our way operationally. And how do I work with staff to start taking the steps we need to prepare ourselves to seize the opportunity and what's in front of us? And that all goes back to the core services, aspirational, and all of these issues. So, well, back up please. So what we talked about is, you know, follow one course until we're successful. That is something we talked about in 2023. Don, can you go forward? This was something we also talked about in terms of how we were looking at our goals. And so for the new folks here that weren't here in 2023, I think that was really where the council solidified on what you all see in terms of core services, equity, safety, sustainability, transportation, housing, early child care, and places and amenities. You were giving us policy direction to then focus on and drive. As you think about the rest of the conversation, this is kind of what we all came together collectively, and we said, as we're making decisions, we need a recognition of core work that we have to do on a daily basis. Provide the policy. I need to do better at this, but I have an appreciation for disruptive occurrences and how it can take us in a direction we were never anticipating. Clear direction to staff on what we stand for and what are our priorities. Staying focused on goals, understanding what that means when we add things midstream. Because, and you all have done a really good job of letting me tell you, we can add that, but it's going to slow these other things down. permission to stop doing some things. I think that's going to be rooted in the data conversation that we had earlier, in terms of really taking a data-driven approach and what we're doing as an organization, and then us coming forward and saying, these things aren't achieving our desired outcomes. This is probably the hardest thing I deal with internally, because, and this is not unique to this every organization, it's not uncommon when folks come to me and say, I'm too busy. I go, what do we stop? The interesting thing is, almost every place I've worked, I either don't get items to stop, or I get items to stop that are core have-to items, because we all as individuals want to work on what we want to do. And so this is something we're still working on. And then for us is support and discipline and staying focused on our goals collectively and working toward that end point that we're all trying to achieve. And this is our commitment to you. We're going to continue to be more efficient and effective. We're going to make data-driven decisions, practice greater accountability, the report mechanisms that you're starting now to see in the dashboards that we're providing to you all. We've talked about the center of excellence when we're solving those when we're dealing with the disturbances that we're engaging in. And then we want you all to know that we're listening to you all and communicating with you. And this is really, I've worked in 3 cities. I have friends that work all over the nation. Cities that are truly successful, it's not staff, it's not council, it's the overall team of how we're working with each other and trying to accomplish goals. This is our commitment to you. And if I don't do that, you need to get rid of me. If we're not making those changes, I'm not the right person. So this is how serious this is to me in terms of how we work with you all and how we support you all in the policy directions that you give us. And when cities do this, cities become uber successful. And cities that aren't successful is when you have a lot of back and forth, disagreement, sandbagging, you name it. So that's it. Do y'all have any questions for me? Good.
So what do you want from us as our commitment to you? Because you just made commitments to us. What?
Clear direction, clear policy direction, staying focused on goals. I mean.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
That was,
yeah.
okay. I was more, okay, never mind.
On the next slide over, if do you see a lot of the things you said at the very last there about sandbagging and things like that? Does that happen very much in your opinion?
Better not happen here.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
Yes. I think one of the biggest downfalls when you typically see challenges where you see city managers and councils and city managers getting terminated and those types of issues, it is typically that. It is typically a lack, I don't know, Sandy, it's typically a lack of transparency. It's sandbagging. It's the city manager saying, this is my view of where we need to go, and not respecting the politics administration dichotomy and the fact that it's the council's role to set the policy. And so when you see those dust-ups, I can almost tell you that that's probably at the heart of why there's a problem. And my rule of thumb is the minute it becomes about me is the minute you'll see me self-select myself out.
Right.
Because that's not good for the community, it's not good for the council, it's not good for the staff. And I can never put myself in front of the city council, the residents, the organization. And we talk about this in our cultural attributes and how we want to work. So we're consistently trying to reinforce this. It's not about what I want, it's not what you want, it's about what the community wants. My job is to get it done.
I'll just say, Sean, I've seen that as well with some cities.
No, I know that. I was just wondering
that.
if he felt like that he was getting into
Oh, you meant
that.
here, yeah.
Yeah, I was concerned that
No.
I was missing something.
No, actually I'm not. This was a good time with the change. No, I'll tell you.
No, I'm just wondering if you're seeing a consistent aspect of those things with the community and with the council, or concerned that in the future you're gonna see that or something like that?
No, this is just a point, we set it in 2023. And there's 3 of you that didn't see it in 2023, so it was just a reiteration of this and kind of saying, you know, we're 2 years going on, or 3 years, or 3 years now from that conversation. And the crazy thing for me is how similar they are. I mean, we're not seeing change.
I saw this in Twitter.
Oh, were you? Yeah, you were here, that's right.
I mean, I know I'm the new guy here, but I will say, like, something I appreciate in how you run this so far, and with a vast, you know, with my vast experience of 1 month, is the kind of your distinction between when council needs to offer direction and when it can be an operational decision. And I think that really speaks to, like, your first bullet point there, and kind of the data-driven decisions piece, kind of a mix of that. Like, even just the conversations we had earlier this week about, you know, the trail reopening on the Greenway for a temporary period during construction. You're like, yeah, this is an operational decision, we can just do it, we don't need to study, we don't need to commission this, we don't need to take this through the ordinance process. You're like, this is just an operational decision we can make, let's do it, improve quality of life. And I've seen multiple examples of that, and I think that's really helpful there. And I've also seen multiple examples where you say, well, that's something where we need direction from council. And I appreciate that you're like walking that tightrope as gingerly as possible.
Yeah, for the new folks, I am not a traditional city manager in some ways, and that what I tell folks is the only way we're going to, what I tell them, you know, the only way we're going to improve is if we fail. You can't make progress without failure, but if you're going to fail, fail fast. And as long as it's not a failure that's like a shot below the bow that sinks the ship, you know, and so setting parameters in terms of that piece. On the other side, I'm probably a more traditional city manager in that I am rooted in that policy administration dichotomy. And I won't cross that line. And that if it's a policy decision, it's your decision. I will not try to lobby you on that. I will give you the facts. You all make the decision. So that's kind of typically how I work. Is that? Sandy and I've worked really close for 13 years, and so if she disagrees, she knows she can say it right in front of you all. Any staff member knows that. I'm not the smartest person in the room, but I surround myself with the smartest people. And they also know they can disagree with me. Zach does it all the time. He left. Any other questions? All right.
Okay, so we are not going to, there's no questions for council on core services because they're a responsibility of Harold's. So let's go ahead and move on to housing.
Sorry,
What?
I wasn't sure how I do have one question on this. I wasn't sure if like this was more of a broader overview beyond the substance of core services.
Yes, this is more of a, mostly because he's responsible for those. They're part of your work plan because it's like 90% of what we do.
Yeah.
But yes, if you have questions for him, feel free.
Well, it's less of a question and actually more of a kind of a callback from something we heard this morning. There's the intergovernmental agreement with Boulder County that we have that encourages annexations of enclaves, of county enclaves. And that doesn't mean we have to do it all, and we have to do them all. We don't have to do any, we don't have to do all of them, but that's the IGA that's saying like that's the direction that we should go. And there's an opportunity here, I think, that I wanted to bring to council right now that kind of came out of discussions when I was doing my onboarding and orientation with public safety and with city manager's office regarding the 4 dispensaries that we have in county enclaves. So yes, we have this, our current code requirement is for, what is it, 4, well no, we just changed the licenses, so now we're at 6? 8. There's a set threshold that we're at for marijuana licenses. There are 4 that exist outside of our enforcement and outside of our kind of taxation and operate basically in the county enclaves within our city limits. And when we look at some of the cuts that council made before myself, and where that funding can go, I think this is a real opportunity for us to very tactically just recognize the practice of what's happening within our city limits and bring those 4 dispensaries in the county enclaves into the city, and then use that revenue to invest in some of these services that we either had to cut or we want to expand it. So I actually wanted to suggest that to council here, and that it could very specifically go to enhance existing or future core services. I think you were running some back of the envelope numbers here, and remind me what figure we got to?
Yeah, so if I can elaborate on the
please.
conversation a little bit. So when we were going over core services and public safety, Councilmember Hawken asked the question, do you respond to these other dispensaries? And the answer is yes, we do. Because in many cases, and Zach was part of that conversation, when you think about fire and the interoperability agreement, correct, Zach?
Yes, sir.
In many cases, we're first response. Same for police. And then the question was, well, do you get money off of that? And the answer is no, because it's part of our interoperability agreements. And then the next question was, how much money do you think is coming in this? And my answer was 7 digits at least of what we're losing operationally. I know this because we talked to council about the additional increment that you all placed on dispensaries, 50% going to mental health, 50% going to housing, which then council, we talked about putting that into mental health services related to housing. We collect about $500,000 on that. And so my gut tells me there's probably at least $500,000 there. And then Teresa, what do we talk about in the number in terms of the normal sales tax, roughly? We thought would be I said a number, at least $1 million. Is that what we thought?
Yeah, there's probably about that.
Of revenue there. So that was the conversation. Not also looking at the fact that there would be the tax that goes to transportation, open space, and public safety. I think, and then that's where the conversation came, well, would that help on the positions that you had to cut based on the public safety fund? And it was like, yeah, it would. So that was just kind of the genesis of that conversation.
If I look here, it was, yeah, thank you. It was six positions in the last budget cycle that were cut or not funded?
4.
4?
Was it 6?
Just some that weren't hired.
There's 2 police, 2 firefighter, and then 2 court.
Yeah, I was thinking 4 police and fire, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah.
6.
So, I mean, even if it doesn't make up all of that, if it makes up some of that, I mean, those are real tangible services that we can provide to the community. It would treat all dispensaries on the same playing field within our city in terms of taxation and emergency response and infrastructure access that all their customers would use. And really it would help us kind of make up a little bit of Band-Aid in the shortfall.
And that's where I said that's a policy decision.
Rightfully so. So I wanted to put that out there and see if we could offer city staff some direction on that. I'd welcome input from council here.
I just wanted to historically point out that I believe we did send letters inviting those parcels to annex into the city, and they have not taken us up on that, obviously, because that's been years past now. This has been brought before the council before, and the forced annexation process is actually a lengthy process, from my understanding.
Related to other conversations, where's the grant? Not necessarily if it falls under an enclave annexation, correct,
A
Grant?
true enclave.
A true enclave.
It's been surrounded by the city for at least 3 years.
I think that may be a change that's occurred.
Since the last time we had this conversation.
Okay.
Okay. So just to provide you context, we have entertained this concept before because the county commissioners were very interested in having us take on those within our jurisdiction as well at the time.
Now, operationally, I will tell you, all enclaves are not created equal. And there are some enclaves that, and this is more the residential, the operating cost associated with some of them is so far beyond what the revenue is, it's a different issue, so.
Now, the downside to this is it may be a lengthy process, maybe, not necessarily, based on what you just said. The upside is that some of the some of the things that we had to put, you know, on the back burner would be likely or possibly move forward. So, is this the right setting to move this?
No.
No, I mean,
No.
if you wanted, I could put something on a future agenda for you all to consider.
Okay, right, that seems logical.
And I think Valerie is helping me with those, so things that are future agenda items, she's keeping track of those for us today. Right, yes?
Yeah, and Harold, maybe one clarifying question on the process here, like, if council were to say, move forward with this, like, how would this relate to some of the other ongoing conversations, to the extent that you can speak to that with the county on kind of other annexation-related discussions?
Well, you have an item to talk about that in a little bit.
Okay, we can hold on that then.
All right, so I'm eye contacting with Valerie, so we'll put that on the future agenda items action list that she's keeping for us. Okay.
Great, thank you.
And Dawn is taking, it's mysterious, isn't it? All of a sudden,
Yes.
notes are appearing, not touching anything. Dawn is behind y'all taking the notes for this meeting, so you can see it. Okay, if you can all pull out your housing, your dashboard on council priorities. And I think that's what it kind of looks like here. Maybe Sean will get to it pretty quick there. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Go ahead, give it a. There you go. Yeah, so it's after the core services update. There it is. That one was already addressed. Okay, so there aren't any particular staff presentations for this portion because this is for you all to tell us kind of where you'd like to head when it comes to these different areas. So you'll see your benchmarks there when it comes to housing. I think most of you know what kinds of things have happened around housing in the city. And so the question really is, are there additional policies or focus areas you want us to stay the course on the things that are happening today for housing? Is there something else that you want for us to continue to bring back or particularly to focus on? Like the idea is let's get some focus, right? These are giant areas. So any thoughts around housing?
Go
ahead, Diane.
I think with a couple of these categories, like the early childhood education and the housing, it really has to do with affordability. So I think we have to pull back and actually look at affordability.
Thank you for that reminder again, and maybe we should go ahead and pull back and ask that question. So the question that I missed in the first section was, what is driving affordability in Longmont? And so I would love to hear your thoughts on that as we're diving into housing, which is clearly one. But what are other things in addition to housing that you think are driving affordability in Longmont? This one I'll flip chart also.
Fee and lieu?
Fee and lieu? Talk more about that.
Well, I just wonder if we haven't made, we've made it just low enough that it's affordable for them to, for a developer to pay the fee than to actually build the housing.
So that's a policy area you'd like to take a look at further, is fee and lieu. Okay, very good, you catch that, Dawn, fee and lieu.
It's there.
So-
What other things, like more bigger picture, what do you think are driving affordability?
But there's a supply issue in housing also, and I don't mean just the supply of homes, but for instance, I had replaced a water heater. It was $2,400 to have it replaced. It was easily $1,000 more than I had paid for the last one. And in mentioning that to my neighbor, she said, well, I had two quotes. One was for $3,000, the other was for $5,000. That's very unaffordable if you own a house, and this is a necessary item. And I got a nice water heater last time. It was like $984, so quite a bit different. So I'm just saying that
So
the inflation,
not just the supply of it, but the maintenance of,
yeah,
land
some of
costs. Land costs. What else is driving affordability in London?
State legislation.
3 construction defect bills currently introduced and none of them. Yeah, pretty good, yeah.
And also in the other way too, that there are adjustments to ADUs and transit corridors and things like that can help drive affordability in the other direction. Not just being prohibitive, but.
Yep, it all has effects, right?
What other things?
Inefficiencies in process or construction or?
What else?
Wages aren't keeping up.
Wages. We'll be bringing back to you some information on that, sure. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's a perfect example of like, it's that they aren't keeping up with all the other rates of
Everything
else
else
that's
going up,
and
it's
especially
not, it's
housing.
not all in alignment, yeah.
Right, it's not proportional.
No.
What else do you want to add to the list so you can kind of consider it in your mind as you're moving forward?
Are these things that you think that the city can address? Or just everything?
Yeah, I would say everything.
Okay.
Yeah, throw it all out.
Because it all matters, right?
Something that's related to wages actually has to do with regulation. When there's more regulation, it drives up prices, like when I'm talking about the water here.
Interest rates?
Heard that from the peanut gallery too. They're like, yeah, that's what we say.
Property taxes took a jump.
Building on the regulation point that Councilmember Chris noted, I'll just add like uncertainty in incentives or regulations too. And we're seeing that predominantly at the federal level right now, but it could certainly occur at the regional or.
Homeowners insurance associated with the possibility of fires and things like that, natural disasters.
Fire insurance, flood insurance, it's all gone up in our area. Hail.
Anything else for the list?
I don't think that you put childcare on the list, do you?
No, I
I don't think,
Affordability.
we must have done that, but yeah.
Banking regulations, like the down.
Lending regulations.
Lending regulations.
Yeah.
What about HOAs in terms of housing?
Added fees.
This is very discouraging.
Yeah. Well, it kind of explains what's holding us back.
Yeah, it's.
And some of those things are out of our control, a lot of those.
I will tell you this, certainly after doing all the minimum wage focus groups, this echoes very much what the business community said to us. State regulations, insurance, property taxes, those kinds of things. All right, I'll leave this here so you can kind of keep it in mind as we're talking about what policies do you want to look at now when it comes particularly to housing. So let's refocus back on housing. Molly is here and Harold obviously is here if you have questions about projects that are moving forward. But I heard one thing to dive into a little more around the fee in lieu. Is it working? Right, which you've had some conversation. What else do you want
Can
to
I-
examine over the next year?
Can I get some more depth on that?
Yeah, I think it was, is it working, right?
Well, we just raised it, didn't we?
Yeah.
We're gonna redo our annual report on that on March 25th to council as well. So you will get a lot
Look,
of.
she's already done with it. This, see?
Didn't we just adjust it recently too?
Yes,
Just a little.
we did that in November of 2023. It went into effect December of 2024 for many developments. And so there might be a waiting game to see how it actually
Yeah.
results in
I think that's
numbers.
okay.
But we also have some anecdotal information coming in from developers on what's happening.
Holly, why don't you come join us?
I was
up
gonna
here?
say, I can not be
Yeah, come on over.
the voice of the past.
Well, I think just to flip that is, how do we get our 12% built? Inclusionary housing, that's what the problem is we're just not getting our 12%.
And I was going to add cash in lieu up there to look at it as well because,
Doing it the water?
no, I'm thinking of inclusionary zoning ordinance that
It's the
we-
same thing as fee, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking specific of cash in lieu rather than building the on-site.
I don't see how that's different than fee.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's
It's
it
the
may be
same.
the same concept.
Well, there's land in lieu under that as well, so.
That's pretty nice. Land swaps, land banking.
Maybe election of options under the inclusionary housing ordinance?
Yeah.
Well, because we updated our options according to the root study, but I don't think anyone has taken us up on those incentives, have they?
There's a lot of talk about, a lot of developers are looking at the different incentives. Also, a lot of developers are waiting for interest rates and other things to
Yes.
really go, so.
And it's also okay just to say, stay the course, you know? I mean, I think you're given a lot of direction in this area, so it's okay to stay the course.
Yeah.
Is yours still on?
Oh, well,
This is helpful for me to hear because we've dealt with a couple of different housing issues over the last month, and I can, again, speaking from the vast experience of my 4.5 weeks in term so far, what stood out to me is that we've been kind of handling housing issues kind of one by one as they come up, whether it's a specific annexation, whether it's a fee and lieu policy, whether it's a ADU compliance. We're handling that kind of one-off, and then to some extent we're having a conversation like we had with the short-term rental conversation that is specific to one aspect of this, but maybe not the whole ecosystem. And so, something I've been struggling with, and then just like a heads up, I have a little bit of like a monologue here, but like something I've been trying to grapple with is like how we can think about all of the housing options that we have as more of an ecosystem, and how they relate to each other. Can I actually borrow a flip chart page for a second? I think that would be helpful. I think the visual will ease the explanation.
as long as you draw better than Harold.
So let's think of this as a triple, the 3/5 of the Olympics. No, the triple Venn diagram here. So like the way, and like this is just like noodling on a mindset here for us to think about. So if you have something else that's missing, like this is not scripture. If we have,
I'm gonna hold on to since you're drawing.
so if we have affordability here, again specific to housing. If we have, let's say, flexibility here. And what I mean by that in the housing context, it's more of something, did I spell that right? Yeah. Let's say like also like transitional. And you can think of that rent to own, you could think of that just getting into like housing period. And then that's the last one I had. Kind of want to think of this in terms of like neighborhood impact or compatibility. I know we love the term compatibility.
You just abbreviate it, yeah.
So those are kind of some, like the three of the values that we're trying to optimize for when we're thinking about like types of housing that we have, what needs are we meeting, and what can we do, and like what actions we even have. And there's a whole menu of things, and you're probably already thinking of something like fit of like squarely just addressing affordability or squarely just to flexibility, but ideally we want to start to get more into these areas, if not all of these. And you could define impact or compatibility as positive or negative, right, in certain situations, as we have certainly seen. And so I was thinking about this in the context of, everyone's gonna hate me for bringing this up, but PRPA's resource plan, right? A utility does a resource plan to balance multiple different goals, right? Like without speaking to the specifics of that, like their PRPA is looking at with our utility, reliability, affordability, and sustainability. How do you try to optimize for what resources you bring in, think resources, housing, or policies, to optimize for all of these? And I felt like when we were having the ADU conversation and short-term rental conversation for a second, we were thinking about it in like almost a silo, and not as a part of like a patchwork quilt of solutions, if you will, or a fabric of all of the different things. Because like right before that, we dealt with the Quail Road annexation, which was like a question about what's the right balance of rental in that zone. Some people wanting for sale, some people fine with rent. And so we ran into that challenge too. But again, we're just dealing with that on a parcel basis, and not in terms of what the comprehensive plan is trying to get at and what zone is oriented to. And so like, I mean, I could start to add like 15 bullets as to what fits in from my perspective here, but I think whether it's this exact framework or something else, I think this helps us contextualize these and understand like where does the fee in lieu come into play and what are we actually trying to achieve with that and how does it relate to other things that we're doing? How does the ADU compliance, for instance, just to pick on that since we just discussed that like a couple weeks ago, how does that fit into what options it allows and what kind of policy direction we want to not just allow for but maybe encourage if it's going to relieve pressure down here? If we're able to shift things around based on what we're doing. So like that's how I've been trying to think about it. And I think like the more we can map stuff into a framework like this, and maybe we even add like timeline, because some things like the sugar mill, like wrote about this in my application, we talked about this at length, most of us individually have already. The sugar mill is not a 2-year solution for housing, right? And so that's like 10 plus, right? But we need solutions here too. And so what are those like band-aids, what are the more individual policies, how do those fit in the short-term level that balance this versus like the medium term and then looking longer term? And we have to think of those in concert. If they're treated in a vacuum, we're gonna continue to run into, I think, more barriers with that affordability conversation of things we can't control. And it goes to Harold's point earlier of like the systems thinking and how do we do things more efficiently. So I'll turn off my button there and see if people have reactions, but like I wanted to like offer that as like maybe a way to guide us more when we're thinking about like the types of solutions that we're even considering.
I do have a reaction.
Please,
and
yeah.
it's good. No, I appreciate that. I like that. Sit down. But you know what? That brings us back to sustainability, which is in our vision and guiding principles on taking care of the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability to meet the needs long term. So again, it's looking at some of these unintended consequences, or even also understanding the history of why was cash in lieu even on the table to begin with, and understand those nuances and what was the need at that time, you know, and the argument at that time. So understanding that, and not to say to defend it, but just to get a clearer picture as to why, and if it's not working for us, that we need to be okay to put that to rest and move forward with the more sustainable and equitable option.
The other piece that this reminds me of is the unintended consequences, trying to kind of map out.
Yeah.
So you do one thing in one sector, what
and how
But
it
is
impacts the
that
other.
what we are discussing actually now, is that looking back, like I know why we did the cash in lieu.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think some of us here already knew that, and transitional, and some people might want to look at STRs as transitional. But the turnover is so fast, and are they actually turning over as homeowners or renters within our society? Or are they just transitioning somewhere else? So
It is all
I
part of
do
the housing
feel
study.
like we've been
That's where it starts.
talking about this for
Yeah,
years.
yes.
The neighborhood impact, all of it. And I feel like that's why we're here now, is has any of this been working? Are we, so.
And I may remind council that it starts with the housing needs assessment, right?
Right.
That we did, and so I think, so what I'm kind of hearing is that when we present different pieces of this, just reminding folks where we came from and where we're going and how one affects something else might be something that's helpful for council.
Yeah, I don't think I reinvented the wheel with any of these like I'm not trying to like create new values for us. I think that's already been something we've discussed. I think the biggest observation I've had kind of stepping into the fishbowl here is like when we have these policy conversations, they're happening in silos. In terms of what is the ADU impact? What does this one annexation mean? What do we think about, like, house pad had to happen in a silo?
Well, I am gonna push back on you a little bit,
Yeah.
because the ADU conversation has been going on for quite a while, and it is about affordability. It is about neighborhood impact, and always
For
has
sure.
been, and the affordability part is why we said ADUs are part of our affordability to live in Longmont, and that what they are needed.
Yeah, maybe this was just a function of like my lack of presence in some of that
Right.
previous conversation, but I'll note that when we had that conversation a couple weeks ago, I didn't hear who we were actually trying, like who and what we were actually trying to allow for there and encourage. I heard more of like, this is something we want to allow, okay, how we have to make sure it's in our code, but I didn't hear like the full context of like, who's using this more, who is it beneficial for, like even just the conversation we had earlier on like aging in place and young families and that demographic analysis that we're looking at. Like that starts to factor in when we start to think about who, like what are the solutions in each of these buckets and what do we have control over?
I am gonna go ahead and ask you to sit back
Sit
down, because
down.
everybody's like
Sit
that.
down.
Yeah, so go ahead and have, I guess Susie's and then, but I think it was Aaron and then Sean and then Diane, so go ahead, Aaron.
I jumped the queue.
So, obviously, I think folks will, because it's fresh in our minds, know that with the, say the Clover, technically the Quail Road annexation, everyone calls it the Clover Basin, I think it was Quail Road. Anyway, obviously that was a very specific group of the city that came and spoke to us, as in immediately neighbors to this parcel, right? And so I think that to a certain extent also showed its face in, there's a political reality to this conversation. Because we're aware Boulder's basically no growth. I believe it's Lakewood is also a very limited growth. And I think that really affects, the ability for cities to manage affordability, we've seen that, as well as being able to adequately manage their growth for budget's sake, different things along with core services. And so we have to be, like, I would love to be more, and have wanted to always be more aggressive as far as some of our housing policies since I was first elected in 2017. And we got narrowly more aggressive, and we're seeing, for some reason, like it's taken us this long to really start to see some of the political impacts of that more aggressive stance, where we are starting to hear whispers about concepts of moratoriums on growth, limited growth things. We'll probably see a slate in the next city council election that will be a no growth, limited growth slate of candidates. And I think that's why we've always tried to be very careful about how aggressive we get with our housing policies, in my opinion. For instance, there are a lot of communities throughout the United States that have completely done away with single-family residential zoning. I personally would be in favor of that, but I don't know how palatable that is to Longmont, for instance. I know that our colleagues, in a way, our housing advocates in Launch and Prosper would probably prefer to see us do away with single-family zoning. But would that just speed up or really spark the no growth, limited growth sector of the community? And so it's that hard balancing point, and that's kind of where, and so going with that, I'm really hopeful that we don't take a step back and say, reduce our density caps again. That's one thing I really don't want to see, and so that's why I think we strike this really careful tone a lot of times, is that I understand the rental versus ownership argument that was made about Quail Road. I completely disagree about the density conversation that was had. I don't think that 18 units per acre is particularly dense. I tried to give examples of developments in the city that are right about 18, and it's not the monolithic apartment structures that it was being characterized as. And so I just really hope that we can have a lively dialogue, but not go backwards.
Yeah, so stay the course and be able to move forward.
And hopefully incrementally move forwards, because same thing policy-wise as turning the big boat. It takes a while.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, that's right. I think Sean might explode if you don't let him.
Oh, okay, well, Matthew, I want to thank you for putting this up here, because I see where you're going with this, and in regards to the silo issue and other things, and the timing issue, length of that sort of thing. But the thing is that I think there's a right fit aspect here and a ethics issue about the idea, you know, around the ADUs and Quail Road and all this that has a tie-in here that we have to think a little bit about. And that is this idea that, again, to that point of that right fit and what the community is really interested in. I don't think people are a no-growth sort of situation. I think they're just in a situation right here where they want it to be to fit within the compatibility of the neighborhood. You have that in there, neighborhood impact, neighborhood compatibility. And those things are critical for success, because I hear what Aaron's saying in regards to, you know, you've got groups that are trying to push a bigger footprint or the maximum. And I'm not sensing from the community that when I was elected that they wanted me to go out and make sure that I went with every sort of you know, apartment complex, you know, venture capitalist group that wanted to see a big group of apartments put in there. I didn't think I was elected for that purpose, and I also don't think that I was elected to just you know, have the shoot from the hip Wild West approach to ADUs, which I think there's some folks out there pushing hard on that, because I'm not here to monetize things for them. And I refuse to do that. So I really want folks to understand that we have to have a right fit, a right understanding of where the community's at. And I don't want us to shut things down. I just want us to be cognizant of the neighborhood's expectations.
You know, I'm looking at you and I'm thinking of your dad.
Yeah.
When he ran, you know, the growth, no growth was a big thing then. I mean, it's a tale as old as time, right? What's the response to this community? Yeah, all right.
Wow.
Did you, Diane, do you mind if
No, go ahead.
he jumps in first? Okay, go ahead, Diane.
Well, I agree with Aaron. We don't want to go backwards. We want to go forward. And so what does that look like? Thank you for presenting this, Matthew. I think what we're talking about here is a bit of a deeper dive or a refresh on our Envision Longmont. I'm not saying start over at ground zero. I'm saying, you know, take what we have and figure out what's not working and what we actually want to see, because we have a limited amount of space and ability to build going forward. So we want to do it right. And I think, you know, we talked about a house pad, and those are PUDs, but those are complex. Maybe there's a way to come to some, you know, what do these intersecting points really look like, to where we can say, all right, we'll build ADUs, but here's what we're expecting from them. This is what we want to see from them, and help inform our decisions. As well, you know, is the family doing what it needs to do? Is it, you know, how do we get our 12% inclusionary housing that we desire in these areas? So I think it's just a deeper dive that we need to have when we look at this Envision Longmont, which started all this, but now we need to kind of tailor it to right place, right housing, right, you know, creates the right solution, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I just want to throw in real quick that Envision Longmont in itself is supposed to not be super prescriptive.
Right.
And so I don't think there's a lot we'd actually have to change in Envision Longmont. It's just we'd have to actually go through our actual policy, not our aspirational master plan.
But start
Good,
there
that's the
and
difference.
tailor
That's
it
Right.
to what we
yeah,
want.
yeah.
So I don't think going through Envision Longmont is the right question to ask. I think going through our what is in our code policy would be much more useful than something that's kind of vague anyway.
Yeah,
And
I'm
so
not
that- I just want to
saying either
point out.
or, I'm just saying.
Because a lot of people bring just like, you're not in compliance with the Envision Longmont one. Envision Longmont's not technically
It's
the policy.
subjective, a lot of it is.
So it's not out of compliance. We aspire to do this.
One thing that occurs to me too is that you all had this conversation, you gave us direction on ADUs, we brought it back.
Right.
Matthew showed up in the middle of that.
Right.
So from a
Howdy.
staff perspective, I think we could also do a better job of framing it, is what occurs to me from listening to the conversation. You know, I don't want to pick on this particular issue, I'm just thinking that you know, when I bring back issues, sometimes I just assume everybody knows that this is meeting the council's direction in X, Y, Z, and so we could look on that.
Well, and if I can jump in on that, ADUs is a little different, because to the point the mayor made, council went back and forth on that many, many years ago. What actually drove the ADU conversation and what they brought forward was actually the changes in state law that.
Well, and some of the residents that brought things forward, they wanted to put it on the agenda for the
Right.
retreat, right? And we said, no, we're gonna, let's just off.
Yeah, we didn't want
shoot
that.
that one aside.
But state law played into this because, to our conversation
changed also.
earlier, state law changed, which said cities have to allow ADUs, and there was a set of parameters that council could decide on. But the decision on ADUs was actually made, I'm looking at the paper, was actually made in last
last year.
session,
Yeah,
and
last
what we
session.
needed to do. So that's a little nuanced of
That's true.
a conversation.
But even there, we didn't have a conversation as to the broader system connection of that of the policy compliance even, right? And so regardless of how you feel about that issue or the development issues that we've been seeing, to Sean's point, like the point, I think that if we continue to associate more, like link, I have 20 housing strategies right up in front of me, and I don't agree with all of them. And my point is, if we understood what they're trying to serve and how they relate to each other, we can come up with a more proactive package of strategies rather than handle these kind of as one-off, because that's not how they actually interact with the housing market. And so that's the shift, just to like clarify for like Sean earlier, like I think that this is getting at what's the right fit, what's the optimal like housing strategy for the city. It's not saying what's one development better than another, it's saying like, what are the types of things? If we don't want certain things that are not a good fit, what are the other options in our arsenal and what are they trying to solve? So that we can actually see, okay, if we say no here, what whack-a-moles do we have to address on the other side of this that we're comfortable with? Or maybe we don't have to whack down. Like, so where do we want to give more leeway? Where do we want to pull it in? And that's how we're going to address more of these kind of bigger picture housing market issues, some of which are in our control and some of which aren't.
So I think to sum this piece up, what I'm hearing is, you know, let's go back and take a review, right? Like, we've got all these things, we've done so much stuff. I mean, when you look at your work plan and all the things, all the things that have happened just in the last year alone, that have taken lots of years to get there, right? They didn't happen overnight, they took lots of years to get there. So it sounds like perhaps a review of all the policies and what they were geared towards, which I think we do with some regularity, so I think that's
We have done this periodically, we're kind of in that in-between stage, there's a couple things coming imminently, and then we could also
take a breath and take a look.
and look at the strategies, because we do have some strategies outlined, well, all of our strategies outlined, and we could review those.
And look at them in this context of what are the goals around it. Mary Pat?
Still staying on the housing, what I want to put in there when we review all this and look at our goals based upon what we learned in the LED Summit conversation is housing for aging. For example, no stairs, no front porches that they have to walk up to, larger entryways for wheelchairs. And the other thing would be, what was the other one other than aging? Well, first of all, the aging part, we really need to look at housing for that. How do we incentivize that? And also going to Matthew's part about what is the cash in lieu. For me, at the very beginning of when we decided to do that was to give more money to Longmont Housing Authority to build what we needed with land that was donated, with because we could not get developers to build inclusionary housing. So do we still need to do that? Should we force developers to build inclusionary housing in their developments? I think that's a discussion we need to have. So that's why I brought up fee.
Yeah, and if we don't, what else do we have? What else do we do?
Exactly. So that's it. That's all I got.
I have a quick question about that. In what scenario would we have those conversations? Would that be a study session? Would it be the Longmont Housing Authority?
So it seems to me like reviewing the goals and, yeah, it could be both. It could be a joint session even, if you think about it. Yeah, I mean, in my mind, reviewing the goals and strategies, right, that's where these pieces then come back in, and I think Molly does that, like, sort of in between a couple of things.
So if I can jump in too, I think some of the things in terms of cash in lieu. So when the council created it, I'm gonna look at Mayor Peck and Councilmember, well, when the most recent council created it, because it was created before and then it went away. Some of the information we presented is when you looked at the 12% and you look at the available developable land, we gave a number. And the units, as it looked at it in totality, and again, that's taking a suburban-based design approach, didn't generate a lot of units. And the council's conversation at that time was factoring in the fee in lieu because that also facilitated the development and the creation, to the mayor's point, on assisting the housing authority and other groups on building housing that the market can't build, which is 30 to 50% AMI, and generating those types of units. And so that became a revenue source that was utilized to develop housing in a very specific niche that can't be built in a market structure. It just doesn't finance without that assistance. And so there was an evolution of that conversation as here's this piece, how do we maximize the number of units in that holistic strategy that you all were talking about, to go, housing's not monolithic. You have cuts of housing. And so what the council did at that time was trying to say, okay, how do we build this piece? How do we build this piece? How do we build this piece? I think that was that's a very quick overview of what took multiple meetings to develop.
And our root policy research analysis that we presented to council in mid-2023, it really showed that a healthy mix of fee in lieu and on-site unit provision, or one of our other options, land donation, et cetera, that is the way to hit that from all angles. Because if a developer chooses to build on site, they're most likely, let's say they're gonna build a rental, they're most likely gonna build it at our limits, which is 50% affordable to household at 50% AMI. The fee in lieu is where it comes in, and that goes to those housing providers, Habitat, in between housing authority, and even private development, that brings in more of a mix and goes down to deeper affordability. Those are heavily dependent on fee in lieu to be able to make those projects happen. So if you hit it, you're hitting it more from all angles. If you do it, trying to strike that balance, adjusting our fee in lieu was an attempt to balance that out. And of course, it's a little bit early to tell in real numbers, but.
So yeah, that's super helpful context on that, and some of that I did not know going into it. It's really valuable, and I look forward to this session where we kind of deep dive into this. I will say, like, when we think about who, like, what type of housing are we providing and like for whom here, like when I think about like the flexibility and transition, like we're mostly talking about rental because of the construction defects law. We're mostly talking about rental properties here, and that's not a bad thing. We need rental properties too. But then we need to also think about our solution set for also trying to address that for sale gap in some way, shape, or form. And so that's where, again, pulling this back and getting specific on each individual policy, but also the implications of who it's serving and what part of the market we're serving starts to open up the conversation. Well, okay, if that's not going to address this, what other menu items can we order, even if they're not entrees that make us apartment, if they're not entrees, what appetizers can we order in concert that like add up to help get at that broader need that we need at different levels of the market.
Yeah, that gives you some good guidance on how to bring it back. Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Is everybody good?
I was just going to add that historically, when we first, or have the second IZO, if you will, the 2018 or 2019 IZO, that the consultant or the study that was presented to us surrounding fee in lieu also showed that the fee in lieu was able to be leveraged more units per dollar than could be built by developers on site. And so that was another impetus behind the fee in lieu portion of our policy, was that we could leverage each dollar further per unit than could otherwise be done. So I thought that was important.
I see a couple of other blue lights, Shakita.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to, I mean, I believe that we do need to be cognizant of our older generation, and I brought this up several times because now we see that it's a thing, and how do we create opportunities for our older generation, our older adults, as when we're thinking about housing, we know that they don't want to leave out of their house and it's cheaper for them to stay in. And then also on that, also thinking about when Jennifer was up here letting us know that about the apartments, I think we also need to be more transparent about the density and about apartments and the vacancy rates and all of that, because I think that because most of the apartments that are being built are on those main roads and people see, oh my goodness, apartments here, apartments everywhere, but we still need housing, right? And so I think if some kind of way we can be more transparent, maybe on our website to show that information, so that when we have those groups of people, developers that are coming and trying to develop more housing, that they understand where we are as a city with that, you know, with apartments and things like that when we approve these development, because they're following codes and everything. So that, but definitely creating some type of infrastructure for our older generation, our older people, because we are living longer. And so I want to make sure that we really take that serious, really take that serious. What can we do for them? What can we have a program, a swap program for taking their homes if they want to give their homes, and we provide a community for them as well. So I want to make sure we have something that we start thinking about that. I want us to be ahead of the game on that, because it's coming.
This other one too, the transparency, another communications team is working on housing strategy communication, because, you know, we recognize that it's the whole gamut between homelessness and housing and apartments, and what does that all look like? And so I know that they're doing some work in building that plan.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
But thanks for the direction. All right.
I was gonna say something, because I was there when we took away the affordable, the fee in lieu, affordable housing.
The inclusionary
Yeah, it was
zoning.
very disappointing. And then it kind of played into, no wonder Gordon decided very shortly after, thereafter to move on, because it was exactly what Harold said, that he had a council that was fighting him on every sort of thing. And so I am concerned that I don't want to see that ever happen again, because I was on the loyal opposition side trying to hang on to that fee in lieu and that affordable housing concept, and I didn't have the votes.
So to Aaron's point
Yes.
about let's tread judiciously, pay attention to what it looks like politically.
So in looking at what is within our control, you know, the fees that we charge, if we are trying to, and this would go into the housing for aging population, you know, for developers who are going to build for 55 and up or single story, because that's really the need. I was having a conversation with our school secretary, who her husband's in a place right now, but she wants to bring him home. They live in a 2-story large house. So, and I mentioned that story because that's a similar story that many residents who are facing. It's, you know, they want to downsize, they can't be navigating stairs, apartments won't be that option, high density won't be that option, but looking at something that is more suitable for our aging population, and what could we do with our fee structure that would incentivize developers, you know, if they don't want to go, you know, to build condos or apartments, or, you know, maybe go this route. So I kind of look at that. I'd kind of like to look deeper into that piece to incentivize more 55 and up.
So I'll be super brief here, but just to build on the thought process, I do want to make sure, like, when we're thinking about this diagram here and the options, like, we control more than fees. We control what's allowed in different zones. We control the permit process that we ask people to go through for different things. We control what types of uses, primary and secondary, in our plans, right? And so.
So looking at the whole gamut,
Exactly.
but that was just an example.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm not
of
picking on you, I was just building on that. Like, I had to sit down before. Right, so like, we've handled we've talked about fees and we've talked about like the annexation process, but we do control more tools. And so with that, if we can take the step back and look at the range of our toolbox,
Maximize.
then we're figuring out which tools we're optimizing here. In the same way when you're planning for retirement, you're thinking about what are the types of different funds and financial options you have to try to prepare for that. And with that, I'm gonna turn to Red, because I'm like fed up with this discussion personally.
Okay.
I believe you have some joiners to that, okay, very good. All right, sounds good, well, just, so first of all, this is your largest area, this is your top priority. It's okay that you took that time to talk through it, because this is this was your number one priority when we talked about this last year, so, yeah, I think it was a good discussion. So it's 3:20, let's go ahead and work in transportation for a little bit. We will take a break at 4 for public invited to be heard. If you're here for public invited to be heard, the sign-up sheet is outside with our lovely police officer, so feel free to sign up if you're interested in speaking. Yeah. Okay, we'll probably take a little break right before 4 so we can start back with public invited to be heard, or if we're in there, just to see where we are. Okay, transportation, lots of exciting things happening in transportation. You see that on your dashboard as well, around all the things. You know, of course, I think the most exciting is the microtransit, what's happening there. But there's a lot of infrastructure that's going on in transportation, right? And so I listed a couple on the agenda that the mayor had mentioned when we were talking, but there's some other pieces for you to take a look at. I mean, the question is, where do you see the focus as we start to talk about transportation? And I would invite Jim or Tony or Laura, whoever would like to come up and just kind of hang out, or somebody can take a hot seat if you want to. It's okay if not to. But staff is here to answer questions for you. Right now, I think you know all the different plans that are moving forward for First and Main, for, obviously microtransit is now implemented. Coffin Street is in construction, getting ready to start to move to a different lane. All of these things are happening. And so are there areas that you want us to focus on? Is there something that you want to prioritize? Is stay the course the right answer? Do you have questions around priorities? Yeah.
I would like us to focus on rail, to be quite honest. Because it is something that we have funding for, which is a huge part, and I'm specifically talking about Front Range passenger rail from Fort Collins to, actually, it is the border of Wyoming to Trinidad. And the first part of that to be finished is from Denver to Fort Collins. We have funding from the state through the rental car fee, from the mineral rights that we get dollars from for oil and gas, which I'm not crazy about, but it's a done deal. And from, what was the other one? That's the only one I can think of, the only two I can think of at this point. There's funding in...
The federal funding.
Yep. The federal funding from the infrastructure bill, and also from Chrissy loans that our governor's appointee, Lisa Kaufman, has pulled together. And the state has put in $33 million, and then that was matched from the Fed for $60 million. So we have almost, we have a lot of money there. What we are working on at the moment is the partnership between RTD, Front Range Passenger Rail, and CDOT. They just came out with a Bill 161, which everybody from Dr. Koch to is amending. We are a little concerned, and when I say we, we're talking about the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board, that we're really concerned about the money that is from the infrastructure bill that is being held back at this point. There's not a lot to say about it until we get some of the details. RTD is to have a huge role in this. And the reason is that we insisted that the Northwest Corridor be completed, or we were not gonna pay two taxes. FRPR wants to go to the public for taxing in '26. The plan right now is to have a train from Fort Collins to Denver, going through Longmont, Boulder, Louisville, Westminster, Broomfield to Union Station by 2027, which is very close in 2 years. So in order to do that, RTD has to come up with a lot of money to pay their portion of it. We need a lot of support from the cities on the rail line. The city is working very closely with the governor's office on this, and there's more to come, but it's going to be very, very fast. And Karen Banker, who is our new RTD director, is digging down into the RT funds very, very, very deep. Things that we have not been told, and finding some dollars there, that we're working through all of those money pits. But I guess the focus at this point is to work with RTD on getting private train control, which is very expensive, which some of the money that comes from those Chrissy grants and the $90 million is supposed to pay for, because we need that first. BNSF is working on all of the easements and the number of trains that they can handle with freight. It's a lot. It's a lot to work through in 2 years. So
And you want to make sure that the support from Longmont is solid, that the
Yes.
staffing is available.
And from the county, from everyone. We had a meeting, I hosted a meeting here in Longmont about a month ago with all 8 mayors from Boulder County, from the mountain districts. They're all on board and would be willing to go to an event and, be supportive on stage, which is huge because we haven't had that amount of support physically. It's always been, of course we support you, but it's always been on paper. There hasn't been a huge outpouring.
Showing up, yeah.
So this train is the one that will really help us in every area with our transit-oriented development, with our people who work here but possibly can't afford to live here. I mean, we would like that not to happen, but the reality is people want to live where they want to live and where they can afford to live. It is about economic development. It focuses on everything we're trying to do. So I just want to let you know that we're working really hard on it, and I would like Longmont to do a resolution in support of it. So that's it. Thank you.
Just to shift gears from inner city to intra-city conversation a little bit, because I believe that we are a strong advocate as a city and a strong partner in the rail, because I think we're where we're gonna be at bus-wise. And so the other options were right. And so pushing for rail, I think, is a good use of time when we're talking about intercity transportation. Intracity. And so I know that a big constraint for us in some of our policy concerning, say, multimodal transportation is really funding, isn't it? Because it's some of the most capital
Super
capital intensive. So like, I know that when I first came on, I was talking to traffic engineers about lane dieting, and I know there's been some, but probably not as much as I thought would happen, because I felt that was like an easier reach than some other things that would have to be done, like massive build outs of bicycle lanes and things like that, and trailways. And so I was just wondering, is there somewhere where I guess that's always a good question. Is there somewhere where we can find some more funding to speed up any of these multimodal projects?
That's a great question. So if you were to speed up one multimodal project, what would it be?
It would be the bicycle connectivity, because there's, as I'm sure we've all heard, there's dead zones. I mean, as each time that a street's done, I know that bicycle lanes are added or considered in appropriateness for the particular street or thoroughfare. So that I'd really like, cause I know our bicycle score is like fairly good, but I mean, at least we're not like, we're a little bit, but not like to the sense where Denver's having to just build straight up sidewalks, because a lot of parts of Denver don't even have sidewalks at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge thing that they're undergoing.
If I can just,
So yours would be bicycle, I'm just curious what everybody else's would
What's
be.
multimodal?
One multimodal priority, would it be bicycles for everybody?
Yes,
Yes.
I would,
I heard
well,
yes
from
from there.
you're including bus in that?
Well, I
or-
think, I think we're already focusing on rail.
Not automotive related.
Non-automotive.
So pedestrian.
Non-vehicular, sure, yeah, bike.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, Cecilia?
yes, one of the constituents said, what do we do if Elon Musk shows up? And I said, we show him how efficient we are, and then we talk to him about Hyperloop, because we need rail. It has taken an amazing amount of time, effort, and
You telling me?
I'm looking at you because I know.
I already see that you have put a priority on rail.
Right.
And then we're talking about more money to support transportation. There we go.
I want to hear Shakita's answer too, insurance too.
Yeah, I just,
Bicycle.
Hyperloop.
Hyperloop.
are we bringing that back?
We're
Okay.
bringing that back.
Get it in there, Jennifer, Hyperloop.
I just want to make sure that we're talking about all the growth within our city, that the residents have, that they have accessibility to go where they need to go throughout the city. I know we have Ride Longmont, but until we are able to have enough vehicles for Ride Longmont, our buses, RTDs should be taking us everywhere we need to go as well, unless we're gonna get rid of the buses. And I don't think that's gonna happen, but with the infrastructure of all the new development that's going on, making sure that we hold RTD accountable for transportation, providing transportation throughout the city. Because we know development is gonna be more out there around airport, we know by going east. So I just wanna make sure that we hold RTD accountable for transportation within the city if we have a contract and everything with them, so.
Okay, so I'm hearing three priorities.
Oh.
Rail, holding RTD responsible for what they're saying that they're to provide, and bicycle project.
Multimodal, yeah.
Pedestrian / bicycle.
All right, did you still want to jump in?
well, yeah, I think what I was gonna say to the question of money, when I look at the transportation fund, what I would say is there money available? Yes, but we will have to determine what we're funding and what we're not funding, based on when you look at the capital costs of projects, you look at repair and things like that, and so, you know, there is, I mean, for every one of these conversations, whether it's housing or whatever it is, the funding equation's always gonna come in, and it's, what are we willing to stop funding and what are we willing to fund that then can start creating capacity to target some of these issues.
It just reminds me, I don't know if anybody was at the NLC where Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, spoke.
Yes.
One of my favorite things he said was when he was talking to constituents, he said, good news, bad news. Good news, we have all the money in the world to do everything that you want to do. Bad news is it's in your pocket. So,
I mean,
Maybe a clarification question for Harold, not on funding per se, but on like system planning here, because I think Shakita was kind of getting at this a little bit here, of like, for all the development that we have coming in, like, and that's gonna be planned, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the city's general approach is like developers pay their way, right? In terms of like street, like upgrades, like traffic safety, all of that stuff, right? And so that's like, when we see proposals come in, they have this traffic study, they have, these are the improvements we're gonna do as a part of this, this is how we're gonna adjust trails and connect to the region. And so like, we have this transportation mobility plan coming through the process right now, through staff, through different boards and commissions. What's the, like, is that a reactive plan to all that we have there? Is this trying to plan for the for the future? How like, as we talked about earlier, we have a lot of housing pressures right now, a lot of development pressures, and like, how prepared are we to handle that?
So when I talk to Phil and we look at it and we look at our system, you know, when you look, we hear this all the time, traffic's getting really bad.
Right.
You know, when you actually really look at it, we have traffic issues at certain places at certain points in time. At other points in time, we don't necessarily have traffic issues. And we have areas that I think are overbuilt in terms of carrying traffic. And if
As
you
in
look-
they can handle more
They
flows
can
than
handle
they
more,
currently
yeah.
do.
If you look at Airport Road, for example, you know, Airport Road's oddly the bane of our existence because of speeding. If you drive on Airport Road, there's many times I drive on it, there's no one driving on it. And so when we look at that and we look at the system, what you will hear from Phil is this is really forward-looking and looking at the current condition. And as the system's built out, because that's designed based on our planning area, our projected growth within our planning area. And so, can it handle the projected traffic? Yes, is what I think you will hear from Phil.
And so when we see these traffic studies,
Yeah.
like, the improvements that are being made are more on like the flow of different things with this new project and not so much as like making sure that we don't have.
On this new project.
Sorry, on any development project that like comes by, particularly the larger, higher density units, like.
Because you're hearing from the neighborhoods.
Correct, we
This is
hear,
gonna- this is gonna kill the traffic.
this is, well, killing traffic would probably be their goal.
Right. Increase traffic.
Traffic, yeah.
Right, increase traffic there or make it unsafe, like, and so what I'm hearing from you, and like, let me know if I'm wrong, but like, what I'm hearing from you is that the roundabouts, the bike lanes, the additional strategies are to like integrate the project,
Correct.
but the system that we have that's surrounding that parcel can actually handle that and more.
In some area, yes, and in some area, I mean, Main Street, let's use Main Street as an example.
Sure.
That's where most people, to the point of visibility, where it's congested. From about 7 to 9:30 in the morning, I'm looking at Jim, and about 4 to 6, it's kind of crazy. But outside of those windows, it flows pretty well. And so that's how we're looking at all the systems, and so you don't look at just this 2-hour block. You evaluate, I'm looking at Jim again, you're looking at the 24 hours and the traffic flow on that entire system. And that's how, when we do this, we evaluate it. And so when we say there's capacity on Airport Road,
Yeah.
you know, think about 17th. Think about how many times you've driven on 17th where you've gone, man, 17th is really busy. Think about pace. You know, the one area where we have engaged in the conversation of really digging into where there's a challenge is actually the work that we're doing on Boston and the railroad crossing to connect Hover to Martin Street, because where we do see issues is on 3rd Street, because there's not a good there's not a good east-west connection
On the south side.
on the south side. And so when we think about what's the importance of that on-grade crossing of Boston, is because you're trying to relieve that traffic out of a significant neighborhood that's the street's narrow. Is that a fair statement, Jim?
Yes.
So it's Diane and then Sean.
Okay. So you're all kind of alluding to this, but one of the things we just really need to look at is how we scale our transportation. And, you know, to more specific, as Councilor Yarborough was saying, does our transportation go where it needs to, and does it take people where they need to go at the right times and to the right pattern and degree? And some of that has to do with RTD and their patterns, you know, that they're always adjusting but never seem to satisfy anyone. And some of it has to do with just looking forward as to what is the new technology to get us there better, faster, more cleanly, all of that. That's all I'd say.
So I was thinking, as you apply all these things to our city and everything, the thing that strikes me is, and it's probably not something we can necessarily fix ourselves, but we can certainly have a conversation about it and then send this on to our representative at the state level to address. But I see it as I was doing some stuff with the Parks and Recreational group as we commissioned, as we went to looking at all the parks, we saw these kids on these electric bikes racing around, and with more and more people using that, as they might have one car, and now that because of our parking, issues and discussions and policies, now we are seeing people that are buying electric bikes as kind of their second mode of transportation, and they're even buying them for their kids. And maybe not the adults necessarily who drive cars and know the rules of the road, but a lot of kids are using those. And as we make, dedicate more of our streets to bike lanes, and we have other forms of transportation intercity-wise, we are going to run into a issue around, where are there places to charge some of these things, these bikes, if they need charging when someone's away from home, and also just the whole issue around safety that seems to be pretty serious right now, and I just don't want us to forget about that. Maybe have some sort of time where we look at that.
Yeah, I think that's part of the bicycle project piece. So I remember when we first started putting in roundabouts, that I did a communications campaign because people were like, oh, I don't know what to do with these. They'd stop or they go the wrong way, And so we did a pretty big communication campaign on how do you use a roundabout. So similarly with new technology, right?
If I can, I think when you talk about all of these options, we talked about this a retreat or two ago. I think one of the challenges that we've had from an RTD perspective is that, and the mayor and I talk about this all the time, is that our community was really built in more of a suburban-based design. So if you think about how our neighborhoods are built, and so the built environment has almost said cars are kind of the thing to the point of road diets and some of these other issues, and that's then where the nexus of Vision Zero starts coming in and how we're approaching it, because in my last city, we ran a transit system, and they had it. Density's actually connected to transit routes, because the more dense areas you have, the more ridership you get, and that's been the bane of our existence, I think, in talking to RTD, because they'll come to us and say, you don't have ridership, or you don't have this. That's why we did the ride free that we're paying for, is to show, well, you can get ridership. And then it's now not that, it's a different issue, and then it's a different issue. And so, and I think that's the piece that the mayor can attest to. Even the governor's office is trying to do this. And if you look in legislation right now, there's a couple of pieces of legislation in this session about restructuring our what's the word, Mayor? Reimagining RTD, because all the cities are saying the same thing. And so I think on that piece, it's maybe we need to engage in that aggressively.
Susie, did you want to have the last comment? Because I'm seeing some people ready to.
So, and this is the transportation as a whole, the whole bucket. I see on our agenda, we also have transit station, First and Main, and airport. So where do those two pieces fall into this category?
It feels to me like the transit station and First and Main have
Would
been addressed
kind of
by your
follow with
program.
rail, with that rail piece. And then you have the airport, and it's interesting because how I see our airport servicing, it's not really a mode of transportation for us coming in and out, or it's serving a very small number, community. And then it also reminded me, when are we having that exec session?
It was scheduled on the 4th, but the attorney can't make it, so
Okay.
Eugene, what are we? Oh, Eugene left.
So now we finally have a question for him, and he just left.
So we did schedule, but there was a conflict with our outside counsel. I want to say maybe the 18th.
18th
of
March?
but don't hold me to
Perhaps,
that.
so I'll
Yeah.
put a
Do you
question
remember,
mark
did
by
we
that.
talk about exec session for airport at all? I don't
It was
remember.
undecided last,
Yeah, I think it was
last
undecided.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I just heard that the outside counsel's not available.
Yeah, okay, because I think that a lot of the issues that I have around in regard to airport is less about under the transportation umbrella and more about, you know, our policy and legal counsel.
Yeah.
So it can't be
There'll be more-
addressed.
there'll be
Yeah,
more.
and so it can't,
Executive
and that's an executive session, so it can't be addressed.
So I'll just plus one on our airport situation there, and if that's not something we should discuss today, I understand that. So I'll just, I'll defer to Mayor Pro Tem here on like when to bring it up. I had a question for the mayor on the other airport that's in our vicinity, which is Denver International, and my question for you is a service that I think when we look at affordability generally and costs that are going up and our goals of trying to reduce kind of car dependency for certain things.
How do we get to the airport?
How can we get to the airport with
Yeah.
that in an affordable way that gets cars actually off the road? Because there's a cost regardless of whether you drive or you take a private vehicular service to get there, and you're either paying the service to get there or there's the cost of parking. So my question for you is like, what are the bus routes that are up in the air when we're talking about like holding RTD accountable? And that might be like, as we think about the future of the rail service, that can offset while we think about if there's an opportunity to
Right
like pay our
now,
way.
right now, you have two options. One of them is to take the bus from RTD at the Table Mesa bus depot in Boulder. You'd have to drive there, depending on when your when your plane leaves, when you need to be at the airport, or you can take the hop, skip, or jump, whichever one, or the Bolt. The Bolt to get to that park and ride in Boulder, and then take the airport shuttle to the airport. Or you can do ride Longmont to the Firestone Mobility Hub, then take Mustang to Union Station, and then
take
get on
Union
the
Station.
train.
Okay, so none of that is actually convenient.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
Like-
and you have to leave the night before.
Or you can take Green Shuttle, or it used to be Green Shuttle,
And it's
it's now a Black.
But again, that's more expensive, and so the bus.
There is nothing.
Right, so is that an option we can look at? Because as we grow, I think we have a different leverage point now as a city, especially if we partner with some other Boulder County cities like Lafayette and Erie, to actually connect to the airport and add a line.
Well, our RTD director, Karen Baker, is trying to get the Skyride back, which was the original RTD to the airport.
I remember that.
But that's all, everything that we used to use has been canceled through RTD.
Gotcha, okay,
So
so let's take
she's
that
still
offline and we'll
working
talk
on
about it.
it.
I'd love to like seriously explore like, because something that like benefits almost every resident, regardless of your ward, I would love to see if we can work on that, and I think we could finance that. Like I have like,
It is a top question we get about Ride Longmont.
yeah,
Yeah.
cool, thanks.
All right,
Private shuttle, it took cost me $75.
everybody ready for a break?
Yes.
So shake it off, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Let's take a
Just hang on.
Yeah, hang on, he's getting ready to start recording.
Okay.
Write your name right
You ready?
Whenever you're ready, you may
Very
begin.
good.
You got it, okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Cameron.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Many of you know me, but my name is Cameron Grant. I'm the chair of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. I'm here this afternoon to ask for help from council and from staff in closing what I see as a disconnect between our economic development strategy and kind of the reality of what we do. And this disconnect was, in my talking here was triggered by a letter that I got Wednesday morning that I'm going to read a couple of excerpts of this, and this is from the president and CEO of LEDP, Erin Fosdick. She says, as you know, I love Longmont. I've dedicated much of my professional career to the city. I strive to make a positive impact on the community, and I'm proud to call this part of my Colorado home. However, I'm writing to formally resign from my position effective March 13th. I'd hoped that my deep knowledge of the community, my professional expertise, strong, authentic relationships in Longmont would allow me to drive meaningful progress. However, I found that collaboration, teamwork, transparency, and shared success are not values embraced by the city leadership. The constant undermining, lack of respect, and uncertainty have created a toxic environment, and I no longer see a path forward. And she has a section where she talks about some internal specifics, but I want to talk about an external comment. She says, beyond these internal challenges, the business community is growing increasingly frustrated. The perception that city leadership and council are not business friendly is pervasive. In just the past 6 months, I've had 3 separate conversations with investors who said their experience in Longmont was so negative that they would never consider doing business here again. And there's a lot more, and I didn't do it justice, but this is a situation I don't think is okay. And I don't think any of us do, and what I'm asking for is an opportunity to better understand where these kind of comments come from, find ways to better align. I wasn't here this morning, but I did see some of the discussion. I noticed that things like Advanced Longmont 2.0 was, from my perspective, conspicuously absent in the list of all of the various plans that the city looks at overlap. And I think that the economic strategy is a fundamental piece of that. And so we're just asking for your help, council, your help, staff, in making this a successful venture for the city. Thank you.
The next one on the list is Steve Lane.
Good afternoon, Steve Lane. I am a Longmont resident and business owner. I also am a board member of the EDP, and I chair your Historic Preservation Commission. I'm here to speak mostly about the comp plan, and I appreciate that you had a willingness to put that on the agenda here today. As noted in the plan and was actually pointed out today, nearly 17,000 people participated in the creation of this document. And when you think about the time commitment baked into that process, you're talking about tens of thousands of hours of community participation, right? And that doesn't factor in the thousands of people and hours involved in all the adjacent and related plans: Main Street Corridor, Downtown Master Plan, Advanced Longmont, sub-area plans, and many others. Again, as noted in the plan introduction and mentioned earlier today, Envision Longmont is the official statement of land use policy for Longmont. It's approved through a very public process and was adopted as policy by your forebears on the City Council. So while we absolutely need to understand that change occurs, that we need to examine where it might be appropriate to make adjustments and amendments for the times, we all need to understand the amount of effort that it took to create that plan and what it represents. And if the state of Colorado is referencing our award-winning plan as a model for other cities to follow in order to meet its new legislative requirements, I would submit that rather than being out of date, it was incredibly forward-thinking. The people who participated in the process did so with the trust that the city leadership in the future would follow these guidelines when making decisions. They did so with the understanding that they wouldn't have to follow up their efforts by coming to every council hearing subsequently to make sure that that happened. So when a decision can be swayed by a small handful of vocal, angry citizens, despite alignment with our comp plan, that disrespects all the time and effort of those people that went in to participated in that process. So, in light of the information divulged by my colleague, Mr. Grant here, I was also going to add that I would like to express my disappointment in the loss of an incredibly valuable member of our business community, one of who was instrumental in developing this plan. One of the 6 foundational goals of Envision Longmont is economic development, and the plan specifically states that the City of Longmont actively collaborates with several organizations to address mutual goals and specific needs identified as part of the Advanced Longmont Strategy, which include the LEDP, the Chamber of Commerce, LDBA, Latino Chamber, and many others. The lack of cooperation, coordination, and collaboration results in a Longmont that does not meet the lofty goals outlined in our document, and I hope you will seek to lead our community back on track. Thank you.
Eric Wallace.
Where am I looking? Where's the clock? Hi, Eric Wallace, past chair of Longmont EDP, CEO of Left Hand Brewing Company. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for the way she handled that situation with that neighborhood group that was upset about the sex offender house. I thought that was really well handled, and I know we've talked about how those meetings run, and I thought that was great. Send them out, get it done, and you probably saved everyone in that room an hour by doing it, and that was very effective, I thought. But I really want to talk about, I feel nauseous right now. It's really a shame that one of the experts that helped compile the best of class comp plan that we have is leaving Longmont EDP. I'm the one that went and begged her to come join us. I feel guilty, and I'm a little bit bummed out. Hopefully this will serve as a wake-up call that several years of discussing alignment, I've gone all the way back to 2021. We're still working at cross purposes in many ways. At council open forum, 40 minutes I stood up there and talked about alignment and housing, my favorite subjects. I think alignment is an aspirational goal, and some oppose it and some support it. We are not there. In March of 23, at this retreat, I talked about the board members of Longmont EDP. We're employers and citizens. We invest our money and our time to realize part of the comp plan, Advanced Longmont 2.0. And we use a collective impact approach and philosophy to realize that, so we can leverage everybody's skill sets and resources. We're your partners in this endeavor. Even though I've been told that we work for council, we are partners. And it's a public-private operation there. Recently, our funding was cut. We're already down to 2.5 staff. Now we're down to 1.5 staff. There's a problem. The cross-cutting nature of the 6 topics in the plan, it talks about in the plan that they highlight opportunities to leverage available resources and staffing and reinforce the need for ongoing collaboration and coordination among city departments, which you've heard me talk about, and other local and regional partners on the implementation of Envision Longmont. We've been told to stay in our lane. Our lane is cross-cutting just like Envision Longmont. And the things we bring as issues and opportunities are not unrelated to economic development and the vitality and economic sustainability of our city. And I've got a lot more I can say, but I can fill up more than 3 minutes. But I would say that Envision Longmont, how to use the plan, it provides policy guidance for elected and appointed officials in making choices regarding the long-range needs of the community. Don Burchett talked about that earlier. It helps inform residents, property and business owners, developers and others invested in or considering investing in Longmont's plan for the future, its general priorities for implementation, and it promotes coordination and collaboration with everyone else. Thank you.
Thanks. Mike Schnauzmeyer.
Mike Schnatzmeyer, 69 Hover, Longmont. Like Eric, I'm a little bit in shock. I just now learned of Aaron's resignation, and I am absolutely dismayed. I went to the Longmont Economic Development Summit a few days ago and thought to myself how blessed Longmont was to have Erin in that position. Her experience, her perspective, and particularly her wisdom about the importance of placemaking to the economy and our social cultural structure. And we have lost that wisdom and that legacy knowledge that she brought. And I think the lack of support for her role in the city is just abhorrent, to be honest with you. That's not what I was prepared to talk about because I just learned about it a minute ago, but it's really important. What I was here to say quickly, I'm going to go back to quick comments on the transportation mobility plan. Great job on the first draft, but it is a draft, it is not a final product. And if we were going to recognize and respect the input of the city, we shouldn't draft a document that staff puts together and the city has no opportunity to comment on the final draft. We need a pause on that and a period of time for the public to comment on the draft. And I will just, great job on the first draft, but it has big shortcomings. I'll just go through a quick list. Priority destinations does not include the Boulder County Fairgrounds. How could we have a priority destinations that doesn't include the farmers market and people being able to bike to the Boulder County Fairgrounds? And dismissive of that. Gaps in data regarding areas of future development. The maps show shadowing or really ghosting southwest Longmont because there's no existing data because that's an area in development or future development, and the maps are based upon past data. We can't use past data to look at the forward thinking. Future crosstown trolleys. Cemex is losing their license to produce cement. The tracks coming from Lyons to Longmont present an incredible opportunity to have a crosstown trolley or tramway on the tracks from the Golden Ponds to the transit station that can relieve traffic congestion on Boston Avenue and on 3rd Street and preserve and protect the historic 3rd Street. If we look at the trolleys, an opportunity in the long term, 10 years, to relieve traffic congestion from West Longmont to the transit center. Goods and services are not even mentioned in the transportation mobility plan. They represent 20 to 30% of the use of our roads for transportation of freight and goods and services. They're not even mentioned in there. We need at least placeholders for all of these items. Thank you.
Taylor Wicklund.
I'm just going to say what I wrote because I'm disappointed as well with the recent news. Well, afternoon. My name's Taylor Wicklund. This is my 3rd year coming to the council retreat, unfortunately. 3 years ago, I spoke about the need for third places to promote social cohesion while increasing small businesses and city revenue. Also called live work, corner stores, small restaurants, cafe, greenhouse, and the need for diverse housing, missing middle housing. The council listened and did not do much besides kicking that can down the road. Last year I spoke about the historic nature of this town and how dense the historic town really is and how it is now illegal to build our historical roots practically anywhere in the city. This year, to remind you of 3 examples, the brick apartment building at 1508 Longs Peak, built in 1959, now considered illegal to build today, has 5 units on a quarter acre. That equals 20 units an acre. The home built in 1880 at 1120 3rd Avenue, 3rd and Bowen, converted into a 10-unit building on 0.21 acres. That is 47 units an acre. Built today, illegal. Or look at the newest townhome at 519 Atwood, approved before the 2018 zoning code changes. That would make that building illegal to build today. 3 townhomes, 0.34 acres, 9 units an acre. This is what incremental development and missing middle housing looks like that you, as council members, restrict in the municipal code. Many housing organizations gave a memo last year that I have to pass out and suggestions, but again, nothing has been done. Now, I'll be honest, you did eliminate parking minimums, but that was already in the pipeline before the retreat. And I do congratulate LHA for getting True North together and inviting launch to the groundbreaking. It'll be an important need for the community. However, if you've read the book we gave you all from Strong Towns, that one member refused. And don't worry, McCoy, we donated it to the library so you can check it out later.
I won't.
The simple book, Strong Towns, Escaping the Housing Trap, writes about the historical nature of building cities and scaling development for need. Why was 11 23rd Avenue built into 10 units? Because there was a need. Why was there townhomes built at Atwood? Because there was a need. Why was there a brick apartment building? Because there was a need. Incrementalism scales better. I encourage you all to look at the code and see why all this community sees are single-family homes in large apartment complexes. People actually want historic incrementalism that grew this town that is now regulated out of the market. The cost of housing is a choice via regulation, control, code, and restricting property rights. When are you, as City Council, going to make better choices? Please do not kick this can down the road again for the sake of a future thriving Longmont and future generations to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Stewart.
Scott Stewart, Mayor, members of council, city staff. Sorry, on the X.
Thank you.
First position? I think many of you have seen my face before at city council meetings. I try to stay involved or what have you. I am a single-family home owner. I am also a landlord with a couple of single-family homes with long-term tenants. I actually appreciate limits on housing. I'm a fan of single-family homes. I understand where the conflicts are or what have you, and I understand we're getting development. But, you know, call me a NIMBY if you want, but my wife and I invested in this town a long time ago, invested in our personal residence, invested in rental properties or what have you, because we understood the future potential of Longmont and how great it was. 25 years ago, it was easy to see. Old Town was going to be just like Mapleton Hill and Boulder, and Mapleton Hill was selling lots for $800,000. And 25 years ago, you could actually afford something in Old Town. It was a huge opportunity. For me, it's paid off. I understand I was first in the door. I have a property that was built before 1900. I was speaking with my previous ward representative, and I was looking at the property, and she was saying how great it would be if that was torn down and turned into a triplex and more people could live there, and it would be awesome. This is a property that is in the heart of Old Town, 3 blocks away from Main Street, built before 1900. If I choose, I can put a historical placard on this and probably protect that property. If I ever sell that property and it's valued as real estate and not as the historic home that it is, I'm sad. So understand, this is the community that was here before all the potential development and what have you. It's a neighborhood. There's a reason at one point this city actually had a problem with garages that were in front of front porches. We changed the building code back in the day so that porches were the thing that was forward facing, because we wanted community. We wanted people to engage. I don't know if anybody's been by Fifth Avenue and seen a little yellow house with a mailbox or with a library in front of it. It's got an icebox library. That's my mother's. I put that there so my mother could have more engagement with her neighbors. It is the smartest thing I've ever done in my life. She knows her neighbors. Everybody calls her Grandma Marge. They come by, they take chalk out of it, they write in it. People contribute books. They stop by, they get dog biscuits out of it. It's about community. It's not just about number of units. It's about knowing your neighbors. This place has a history, let's not forget it.
Thank you. Huck Walk.
Huck Walk, 1272 Longs Peak Avenue. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you all probably know, I've been a champion for ADUs and specifically their use as SDRs for over 2 years now. I have been asking since March of 2023 when this topic would be on the agenda, and so I was very disappointed to be given only 1 day notice that this topic would be on the February 11th agenda. Needless to say, I feel unheard. So let me try to address this yet again and explain why the current policy that restricts ADUs from being used as short-term rentals is ineffective, illogical, and inconsistent with Council's housing goals. There are about 44,000 dwellings in Longmont. There are 166 ADUs in Longmont, with 100 of those exempt from this ordinance, leaving 66 ADUs that are affected by this restriction. At the February 11th meeting, Councilmember Rodriguez, you stated that you were for, quote, strict regulation of STRs, and most of the rest of you agreed. But I don't believe you. If you really wanted strict regulations, you would not be supporting a policy that allows STRs in 44,000 dwellings in Longmont, while restricting them from a measly 66 ADUs. This is textbook example of missing the forest for the trees. To be clear, under the current regulations, I cannot use the 1-bedroom apartment in my backyard as a short-term rental, but I can kick my long-term tenants out of my single-family rental across town and make that an STR. That is, I can take 3 bedrooms off the long-term market to save 1 bedroom. Also at the meeting, there were concerns of being, quote, overrun by STRs and having, quote, massive short-term rental availability. Look, we all agree Longmont is an awesome town, but a vacation destination we are not. The most effective thing that will keep STRs at a reasonable level in Longmont is simply the low demand for them. But have no fear, even if we become the next hot destination of the travel world, there is already a limitation in Longmont permitting only 1 STR per block per side of the street, and we are nowhere near close to that limit at the moment. Now I encourage you to read my email I sent you all earlier this week on the topic, as it contains several other important points. I don't have time for those here. And I welcome your responses and your rebuttals and your questions. But I also want to address the other ADU topic that was on the February 11th agenda, that of requiring residency on the property when applying for an ADU. The comments made during the meeting made it seem like you just don't want real estate investors building ADUs, and maybe that is your goal. But if it is, let me explain the unintended consequence this policy could have. A real estate investor who presumably wants to grow his portfolio, but can't do it by building an ADU, is simply going to purchase another home in Longmont, likely snatching it away from a family trying to buy their first home. If your goal really is to increase the long-term housing supply in Longmont, then why would you prevent an investor from adding another rental to the supply at their own expense? I look forward to your responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else on the list? Charlie. Oh, Charlie, that's right.
Stand right here?
Yes.
Great. All right, Charlie Schilling, 224 Francis Street. Thank you for inviting me and inviting the public to this event. It's my first. It's great to see how people get to, or it's great to see that people, council members, can interact and talk and get beyond the sunshine laws and really get down to some work on stuff. So that's great, and thank you. This is a lot about the survey. I hear council members base their opinions on anecdotal comments, emails, council meetings, etc. And while this feedback in context is really important and good, these listening methods are not complete and don't represent all of Longmont. So you should be representing all of Longmont in the city survey, and the new systems that are being put into place should really help you understand more about specific issues, but more importantly, in my opinion, will help you understand what all of Longmont wants, not just, the people that come talk to you, and I am one of them. So the city's been running this survey for decades at 35K every other year, and it seems like many of the consistent issues that have been arising have not been addressed. So now might be a good time to change this and develop a survey that you can all lean into and understand and be part of the development, so that when it comes up, you can believe it. And if you don't believe it, go back and say why you don't believe it. Surveys are really important. The world revolves around them. They're right and wrong. They've got flaws, but it's a lot better than listening to a bunch of old people come scream at you at city council meetings. Okay. Speaking about myself. It's critically important. It'll help you get beyond your typical feedback loops and even echo chambers. I just said that. Work with your research team. I also appreciate the comment about designing the research for conjoint analysis. Thank you. This is really a way for you, when you get research, you can understand trade-offs. You not only hear about, there was some laughter about the city wants everything. Well, it'll help you understand how citizens will make trade-offs. You don't have to run an election to make decisions on a lot of the things that we're trying to make decisions on. Good survey methods can solve a lot of that. And it'll help you ground, remember that word at the very beginning of the day? Ground yourselves into what the community really wants. That's super important, and I'd love to see us get beyond the way we're getting feedback. You're getting feedback now. I really like Harold's system approach, and we should embrace this throughout our process. For instance, sounds like, I wasn't there, but I hear about it, Envision Longmont was initiated with a lot of citizen input. But could we use Harold's approach to understand how it's been implemented? How has Envision Longmont really been used? I mean, we talk about it all the time. I hear it being used discretionarily, constantly. So maybe you can use the survey tool to understand how citizens like how that Envision Longmont that we've been basing everything on for the last 10 years. That tool would really be good.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Now I will close public invited to be heard. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Our survey is part of community involvement, which they are.
Mayor, I have a question. Are we going to look to finish the rest of these today? Is this going to be a carryover?
This is a good question.
It is a very good question.
So we are not meeting tomorrow. No. This is not a 2-day retreat. There's no other time scheduled. But you could. You could schedule another day if you wanted to at this point. You also could look at them and say, you know, we're kind of staying the course on these pieces, see if there's any questions you have on the other items. You could direct some of these things for study sessions. If it's your retreat, it's your agenda. So however you would like to
I would
move
like
forward.
to continue.
Can you unlock it?
I'd like to plow on through, but.
Let's just, I'll ask Councilor McCoy, do you want to continue today? Or put it on study session, or?
How much do you think we have? I think we have the early childhood
Yeah.
and, I'm trying to look at,
Early childhood, places priority, juvenile, composting,
I just don't see how we could get through all that. I mean, we're,
Councilor Rodriguez.
I'd only be willing to go for about another more hour.
Yep, Councilor.
I agree.
Shaki, another hour.
I could go another hour.
About 12 lessons.
So then
You have way too much energy for me.
Yeah. It's the millennial in here.
And then,
Yeah, another hour.
Another hour is fine.
yeah, another hour. So from this list, within that hour, what do you want to, what is the priority with childcare and education, places, sugar mill, climate change, sustainability, composting? Do you want to pick one from each?
So I see Becky over there also mouthing that your climate and sustainability annual report's coming up in the next couple of weeks.
So let's leave that off the list.
For
and
that.
just sugar mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, what did that help?
Well, I wonder if they want to do all these bullet points, early care and education, places, and climate change.
Did you want to do climate change today? Is that what
No,
she's
she's saying
saying?
that
We're not
staff's
gonna do
coming
that.
back to
Oh,
the
okay, but
annual
under
report
that-
in a couple of weeks, if
under
you wanted
that-
tonight.
Under that are 2 bullet points, composting and renewable energy. Renewable energy is going to be coming to council as well. Daryl Hahn and I were just at the meeting yesterday. So, I don't know, where is he?
Daryl's here, but
Daryl's here.
he was.
Okay.
Susan, were there in the other area?
Okay, so let's just hit childcare.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, I'd like to look at childcare and education.
Childcare, education.
Christina, you want to come first?
Let's start with it.
Okay, let's see how we can do. So just for frame of reference, you're able to do 2 topics, your 2 base topics in 1 hour. So if you did decide that you want to talk about early care and education for a little bit, and then maybe the sugar mill, and then hold on the climate change piece, because you're getting an annual report, there's lots of things.
And we'll get an update on composting from
Staff, yeah. at the parks there.
And
Yes.
transit station is probably a quick update.
Okay. All right, so I invited Christina to join us.
Okay.
So in this arena, for early care and education, I think you are all familiar with the dashboard, right? You know, Daryl just came in. Did you have a question for Daryl?
Oh, Daryl,
Hi.
do you, we said we, as a council, decided we were good for another hour.
Sure.
I'm not sure all the topics are going to be able to be discussed in an hour.
Sure.
And you are the not you. Renewable energy is the last thing on the, do you want to discuss it here now, or?
Your call. I'm here if you need me, and we've
Well,
got
let's
some
go
other
through and
staff
see
as
how
well.
fast we can go then.
Okay.
I just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay, so early care and education, I think a few of you are familiar with the dashboards that were created and, you know, things that are available to folks that are either in need of childcare or are providing childcare. I know that during ARPA, from the ARPA grants, we certainly gave some money for childcare pieces. Are there some priorities or policies that you'd like to look at in this particular area at this time? Or focus things other than kind of where things are already headed, which is really providing a lot of education, it sounds like mostly. for folks.
Education, capacity building for providers, both formal and informal, licensed, unlicensed. So, yeah, using, as Harold talked about, the data-driven approach to making sure that we're doing what we need to do in each of those areas.
The question is are there priorities or focus areas that you'd like to explore?
I would like to explore, and this morphs into housing, and it's a deeper discussion, but just an idea of incentives for developers to put childcare within their developments, whatever that is.
Tapping into the assessment.
No, it's it.
Assessment, yes.
Well, we do have another developer in our region.
Well, no, I'm just saying like that.
Like
Yes,
that.
exactly, exactly.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Are you locked? Can you get?
No, I typed it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was at the bottom. All right, sorry again. Thanks, Don. Okay, very good.
So, and looking at some of the things, so and I think of Ascent, where we've partnered with Wild Plum. So, and I think there's another project in the pipeline that might be coming our way with TLC. And how, you know, using collaboration with existing entities that we could kind of do it like a trade-off of, you know, we'll provide this, you know, this land or this fee reduction in place of, you know, childcare for city staff. The other one is, oh gosh, it was on the, I lost it.
Sorry, we can come back to you if you want.
Yeah, oh, you know what, with the museum. So that's, you know, I know that the museum with their Discovery Days and summer programming, you know, they have their morning program, they have a lunch break, and then they have their afternoon. But there is a way to kind of lend itself where that, you know, the students or children who are in need of childcare, you know, they sign up for these enrichment Discovery Days in the morning, you know, we have some kind of capacity to have students be there with a, you know, a licensed person for that lunchtime and then carry over in the afternoon. So that would really be that 8 to 4 o'clock span. And so it provides an educational component as well as a childcare component. And we do have opportunities for scholarships. You know, there was 50 scholarships and working with our schools to get more students engaged in that. So, you know, just kind of thinking outside the box.
Yeah, so I'm hearing lots of incentives. Incentives for childcare and development, incentives for perhaps swaps for city staff or for, you know, underserved folks. Lots of incentive pieces is what I'm hearing as a focus area. Matthew, I'm hearing.
Yeah, this is a relative blind spot for me, and I want to just ask like the people who are professionals in this space, like what are you seeing in the most innovative, like where are you seeing cities really lead in this space, and what does that look like? What are like the most cutting edge, innovative things that are being tried that we aren't doing?
That we aren't doing, not much. Other municipalities, other areas look to us kind of as the leader in this. I think that one of the areas that we have really grown with Jenny Diaz-Leon's leadership is really that friend, family, neighbor care, and really providing that informal education to providers. In many cases, they are unlicensed grandparents, people in the neighborhood that are watching kids. I think they can watch up to 4 kids per the state. And so what Jenny has really been focusing on is bringing that group together to build that capacity, because we know that the majority of the children in care, especially from lower socioeconomic status, are in friend, family, neighbor care. And so we have a lot of other areas reaching out to us to say, how can we replicate what you have?
Is there something you would like to do that we haven't done yet?
Well, I think what we've talked about. Yes, absolutely. I think some of what you've mentioned now, in terms of incentives, I think the opportunity that we had to work closely with housing and the Ascent property, I think that's huge, especially for families who might struggle to find care. There's a shortage of available spots. And so the more that we can do that and co-locate housing programs and early childhood programs, so I would say along those same lines, continue to do that, provide incentives so that can happen. Will give us what we need.
I think part of it, so Ascent was hard because Ascent's not in a qualified census tract. So I think the dollar we had to come up with in the project was $3 million to do that.
Qualified census tract for?
A qualified census tract is a HUD definition of a census area that allows you, if you're in a qualified census tract and you're building a project, you can actually put the child care in the basis of the financing model under the LIHTC system.
So it's LIHTC related.
It's LIHTC related. So in the case of Ascent, it was in a qualified census tract. It no longer is in a qualified census tract. So that created a $3 million gap that Molly worked with the Colorado Health Foundation.
Multitude of sources. It took about 2 years to raise that money.
Because the census tract changed.
Well, I think it changed before then.
It was well before. We knew going in that we weren't going to get the tax credits to help pay for the EC, but we wanted to give it a go, and it worked. Very uphill battle.
It was a financial assessment of, we own the property, we wanted family housing, we knew it wasn't a qualified census tract, and I brought that up because the qualified census tracts move based on what's happening in the economics. And so basically the east side of Main Street, from 66 to
mostly the east side.
119.
And then going down towards Boston on the east side of it as well.
That's our qualified census tract.
So not probably a lot that we can do with this from a council policy perspective, but I was curious because it does play into the overall supply and capacity of early child care. And do we have numbers or know of any primary employers that offer their employees child care?
Not that other than the hub that we're working on with TLC.
Right.
I don't know that many of the larger employees do.
We could ask
that
that
I can
question
think of, but I think it would be good to.
There's 2 large employers in the hub with us and TLC, right? Or they were talking about it.
We've been working more on the FFN development there.
Yeah, but I thought we'll have to check with
Yeah.
them. I heard at one point that there were two, and I don't want to call their names now because I don't know,
Mhm.
but I heard there were two large employers that were engaging in the same conversation we were with TLC. There's actually an item on the agenda Tuesday, I believe. Is that correct?
Tuesday. Yeah.
Tuesday, solidifying the relationship with TLC.
The 25th.
The 25th, okay. On reduced rates for city employees, which is part of the one-time contribution we made and the ongoing dollars that we have set aside for this.
Okay. Because I know that there are, maybe not so much here, but in other communities, primary employers that offer childcare for their employees, and that helps increase the capacity, right? Because any childcare that kid's now not in is an open space for another person, right, another child. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, I'm pretty sure staff may know about this, but this is kind of maybe going out to commercial property owners, is that the state allows for property tax exemption, and it's one of the only cases where you can be a for-profit landlord and receive a property tax exemption is if you have a qualifying childcare that you rent to. And so, putting that out there for anybody that's in that realm.
That is.
So.
Huge. Doesn't the FAA provide?
Yes.
Oh, Junior Jets.
Yes.
But did it, I think they closed.
They closed, it's reopened, but I don't know
But I
that
don't know
it's connected to
Junior Jets
directly.
used to.
And at one time they opened it to the public because.
Because of
lower
the
birth rates.
So, well, I'm just a little concerned that I think early child care is one of our primary issues, but now with the Department of Education under attack, it concerns me with children of older age that have IEPs and 504s that might need supervision and that sort of thing, that might be a factor that might have been handled in a different way.
You say that
previously.
about the Department of Education. Are you referencing that because the federal government announced that they're going to turn that over to the states? Is that what?
Yeah, and I'm not certain that there's a lot of money that, I mean, the states, I'm concerned about their availability of money and at the level that the federal government may have one time provided.
So older child care
Might be a factor that is coming online.
Trend that we should be watching.
I think so.
All right, how's everybody doing on this topic? I love this concept of additional incentive. Yeah, done, okay, very good.
I think it's about there.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Stay the course.
Yeah, stay the course, that's what I
You
hear.
got it.
Keep up the good work.
Just with limited options too.
Okay, so next up is sugar mill, other places.
It was places, yes.
Places originally in this work plan included the steam area, the sugar mill. You guys had some discussion around the Boulder County Fairgrounds, Hover. There's a whole bunch of things in this places area at first. So I'm not sure where you would, is there a focus area that you would like to focus on in this next year?
To me, it's the sugar factory.
Sugar factory?
Well, also the steam area.
And the steam area.
I mean, because we've had that plan now for a while, and it's taking time to ramp up, obviously.
And of course, you just saw in your urban renewal meeting recently about STEAM and how that's part of that urban renewal area that you're considering as Lura commissioners. Yeah.
First and Main is within STEAM, right?
Yes.
Yes. So then I'd like to just add on to that and say, like, within there, I know there's a lot of attention on the First and Main planning, and I just wanted to ask, like, I know there's gonna be so much with the sugar mill, but that old flour mill there, what is going on with that site? Because that feels like something when we're taking like an area-wide look at the STEAM approach and where the First and Main transit station is coming in, like that is a prime location to either complement what we're doing or lose out on an opportunity to complement that. And I'd rather one of those
Does
happen.
anybody know what's happening with the flour
Where is that
mill
exactly?
site? It's Right next to the underpass, right? Or the overpass,
Yeah.
right there?
Right behind the, or right just west of the substation.
Right.
Pratt second.
Pratt second.
Is Cameron not here anymore?
Yeah.
No, I
His
know,
family
you've
owns
been-
it.
Oh, really?
The brothers
Over
do,
here.
his dad and brothers.
We've been good to answer last.
I have Wally's chair at home.
Okay, so you'd like for us to at least find out what's going on with the flower. Anyone on staff? I see a bunch of planners.
It's not so much about just what's going on, like for me, it's like, this should happen in tandem ideally with the transit station, because that is gonna be a new like anchor part of the region in lower downtown. And if we fumble that, it could be disconnected from what the city's goals are there to support the intersection of placemaking, transportation, and economic development, and possibly housing.
Okay, Steve, take a look at the flour mill, focus on sugar mill.
So if I can ask a question to council, the direction from council has really been, the original places and amenities was the river corridor from the sugar mill to Boulder County Fairgrounds. That has evolved from council to say, let's focus on First and Main, Steam, Sugar Mill, and really that's where we're gonna place our focus. Is that still where council wants to be?
I think it's gonna be important to narrow it down.
Okay, there we go.
And then I can find it.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
saying yes?
Oh, yeah, and then I also wanted to add North Main.
And north,
I feel like that's, yeah, you know, we've had some movement with neighborhood impact teams, you know, the stuff
there's
that's
a
been going
bunch of
on.
traffic stuff that's going on right now
Yes,
up
and
there,
there's other
21st
that,
Main.
yes. But looking at some of those larger lots, and I think, you know, there's still some business owners who are asking for support.
I was gonna say, I don't remember who was first.
Did not mean.
I'm just gonna add on to that about North Main and also just, we've got that Safeway on the east side, we've got some, empty building on the west side, I won't mention it right here, but the idea of just community centers on the north, east, and west, and then also North Main. And, connecting, city services there, like with the library lockers, thank you very much for bringing that forward. But we also need to get something on the west side, the library lockers. Just,
Yeah. So connecting the city services
just
is part of
connecting,
that.
yeah, just connecting those quadrants to everything else that's going on in the city would be helpful.
Well, I was gonna say something along that same side of thinking about that Safeway. How long do we, should buildings like that that are so prevalent, like the 17th and Hover, bank there, sit vacant and just become this, it's now the bank, and it's the Safeway, and it's this, and it's that keeps sitting there vacant. That concerns me about what the image, if we were talking about how it seemed like they were indicating that Aaron was upset about not a friendly environment here, that doesn't seem very open and friendly to bringing in business.
I think then Mayor, then Matthew, then Steve.
So the reason that I want it to be the sugar factory is because, at least for the moment, remembering the resources that staff has, that we are already in those conversations. We're already, and if we don't do something with that area, along with the owners, the city's gonna be responsible for that, cleaning that mess up. We don't want that. So we need to continue until we have something solid that is going to happen with the sugar factory. I think that has to be the priority.
Next question. Matthew, then Chiquita.
So the one other area that I, just to like kind of think about the landscape here that I think is missing is the like, I don't know what it's called, it's like I think it's part of Steam, but it's like it's just west of the transit station area, is that River Corridor, River District, something, what is that area called?
They're calling it River something.
Okay. That area I think is highly relevant to the economic development and kind of light industry part of this conversation too, so I don't want to lose sight of that. What I think would be helpful for me, and maybe it's just me, but to Mayor Peck's point, like in terms of investment capacity and urgency, I think that was really well said on the sugar mill, and I would echo that. What would be helpful for me is, can we put this on a timeline of what is the like reasonable expectation of when this is going to be complete versus what the city has to deliver on or do or get in motion. And those could be different things, right? We could have something in the next 6 months to do on the sugar mill, but it doesn't happen until, like, the benefits aren't realized for 10 years. That is an investment that still is worth doing and still has to be strategic. We have the First and Main transit station where Mayor Peck was rightfully speaking about the like Front Range passenger rail urgency earlier. And so we need to make sure some of those stars align to be ready for that too. So can we like somehow map this out together briefly on like what's urgent to do to set up a long-term thing and what is now or near that we have to prioritize? Because I don't know how to give direction. I wouldn't know how to give direction without understanding that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think,
Would you all agree that Sugar Mill is one?
I think we did. I'm not sure.
Wait, no, I'm asking right now.
Right now.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, I'm just thinking once.
But it depends for what.
Yeah, yeah, no, I understand, but I think
We're
you
not gonna
have
have new
to,
housing there in 3 years.
you have to start somewhere to lay it out. And then you can
Correct.
see what other things you can put in between,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I'm confirming. Okay.
Well, if we're talking about North Main, it's a lot easier to correct that within a year while, when we're making plans
So
for Sugar Mill.
that's what I mean. I mean that if the focus is Sugar Mill, and you're able to lay out what that looks like long-term and then be able to slot in other things. That's the time frame you're talking about.
yeah, and I think, so when you look at workload in this conversation, for us as staff, and you look at public-private partnerships, because that's really the structure that comes into play. The front end of the projects are the most time-consuming, because you're building development agreements, you're looking at incentives, you're looking at all of these other pieces. And it's kind of that but-for argument, but for certainty, we talked about this, but for certainty in terms of what that's gonna look like and how the capital stack starts getting built. That is the bulk of the work, and then it just becomes a development project, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And so, on the sugar mill, we've been going at it, well, the city's been going at it for 30 years. We probably had the most tangible movement on it within the last 2 years, and then getting close. And so, the question earlier about enclave annexations. That is something we're going to be probably coming to council with very soon in terms of here are a host of options that we can do on the sugar mill. Certain decisions then will start creating certain actions that then take you to the point of where there's certainty. So if the sugar mill is a priority, then there's got to be a lot of focus right now to do that.
So that is a near and dear.
That is a near and dear, just because it is probably a 10-year project. The most critical piece of that project's on the front end. First and Main is an interesting piece because that project's on a pretty aggressive timeline because we're under contract with RTD to have that transit station built by the end of 2027. And to what the mayor was talking about in terms of rail, if in fact the governor's office is successful in getting rail operating before the vote, that's going to add another layer of complexity to it because we either have to find a temporary platform or accelerate the design and development of a platform and start paralleling it with the construction of the transit station. So there's contractual timelines really establishing it there. And if you really want to kind of start elevating up, when we talk about what's the future, we've had ongoing conversations with Front Range about a more permanent campus and a more permanent urban campus and what that looks like. So you can see a lot of it's concentrated on the front end. And I think to your point earlier, what we also need to don't know, what we don't know, but what we think is that in some cases, it may just be the creation of the transit station that stimulates activity that may not necessarily need partnerships. And so we can give you a map, Laura's got them, or you've got some timelines built on certain projects. And we can show you what those timelines mean really in terms of front-end work versus when construction starts and when that kicks off and becomes just a normal project.
So what I'm hearing there is that like the 1-2 punch really is near-term sugar mill, near-term steam first to main.
Yeah, because if you think about it, you get something going here, you get something going here, and then there's a synergy that starts getting created in around the entire area. And we've had development come in adjacent to the sugar mill that just didn't go through. And part of that is the uncertainty of, am I going to invest millions of dollars into something and 10 years from now that's still going to be there?
Shakita.
Yeah, speaking of empty spaces and the sugar mill, I think I had mentioned this before, maybe I hadn't, but can we or do we have policies on vacant buildings? And are we charging, if a building is non-functional, no one is using it for like 5 years, and it's just sitting there, and especially if the owner is not here in the state to check on their property and to eliminate vandalism and squatting, do we have a policy to charge those owners of those properties a vacancy, having their property sitting vacant for so long, charging them a fee? Do we have a policy? Can we have a policy for something like that? Just to rent it, I think if they are actively trying to get their spaces rented or sold or something that's totally different, but we have properties that are vacant for a very, very long time, which cause illegal activity on them if there's no monitoring and things like that. Can we have a policy, or I don't know if we can or if we already have one, to charge owners to be responsible for their property?
Just added that in here, almost part of this. I don't know that you have to answer that today without any legal.
Well, we do have codes on dilapidated buildings if they're open and accessible, if different issues that we do engage in. If it's a secure building, I gotta talk to Eugene because that's a legal question.
But I think it's something like,
I'll put it in as part of this, vacant buildings is one of the vacancy focus.
I think it's something like the Walmart parking lot there across from Hobby Lobby that sits there, and we have then a impromptu, car meetup, and we're the police and there. I get that, but maybe they should have put a fence around it and had security, going and checking it out, because maybe we'd have a young man still alive today because of it.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, and that's an idea that I talked to somebody about this before, about, what do we do with the fees? Can we use fees as a means of discouraging, or, because I know that there's also property owners who just sit on that waiting for a better deal. And that's not in the best interest of our community. And we're really trying to bring to like what, and focus on and prioritize what's best for our community. What I remember with the sugar factory was that as things, it was kind of the side, as things presented themselves or opportunities came forward, this was a few years back or maybe a couple years ago, to have this set outline, so a timeline, I worry that it might not allow it, so if an opportunity comes up, then we want to prioritize that. If the opportunity isn't there and us just trying to keep pushing it through, is staff energy better spent addressing other needs? So that was my only concern, is I wanted to be flexible with, you know, if we do put a timeline on this, let's be flexible with, as opportunities come up, we can
Right.
reprioritize that
Not
thing.
too.
Not too rigid, is what I want.
I don't know if this is exactly what your intent was, but something I heard kind of between the lines there, and so don't ascribe this to yourself if it's incorrect, but like, in terms of capturing opportunities that come up here, for these types of sites, generally from my experience, what I have seen is that the most successful kind of revamps of these types of areas that are challenging happen when there is significant coordination both up front and throughout in terms of not just, oh, someone wants to come in, let's welcome them because we haven't had anything. Not to be
No.
desperate there, but to
Yeah.
be extremely strategic and coordinated.
Yes, yeah.
So that we can be as, like, almost like a mini Envision Longmont applied to that area and say, these are the types of uses we want to see here. Obviously, we want private sector to like weigh in and contribute to and figure out like what they exactly, like refine and tweak there. But if we want some housing there, we need to be clear about that. If we want light industrial there, we want to be clear about it. If we want to attract the next generation of quantum whatever, we want to be clear about that there. And if we want something that's going to complement kind of the day-to-day use in Lower Main and the transit station, we want to be clear about that too, so that we don't have things that are slightly disjointed and then require more car trips and more crossover and less kind of cohesiveness in how those kind of sites redevelop.
You've got to be intentional. And that's kind of the time sink on the front end.
Yeah.
Is if you're not intentional, you are setting up an unintended consequence in the future.
Great.
All right. Looks like you guys are ready to go, yeah. All right. So the last topic in this is the climate change, renewable energy, and I think we added sustainability and equity into that piece, right? So Becky mentioned that you are going to get your annual report on sustainability and the sustainability plan in 2 weeks? April 8th.
Daryl is,
Daryl's here to talk about the energy side of it.
but I thought Platte River's coming to talk about the energy.
Come on
We don't
up,
have
Daryl.
them, we don't have them on the schedule yet, but we can certainly, I know the mayor and I have had some conversation about giving some Platte River updates or Platte River related updates. So we can certainly talk about that and get that on the schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Daryl. I thought you said you were coming.
We are coming potentially in April to give an update on sort of some of the accomplishments for LPC in the last few years, the things we're working on right now, where we're headed, and also just to kind of give you some context for the budget discussion that's coming up later this year. So just kind of wanted to set some context. So we'll be doing that in April.
So it's not PRPA.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Don, I'm just trying to tell you, this report coming in a few weeks is the sustainability plan.
Oh,
And then in addition, now we've got the PRPA updates, yeah.
Okay.
Tell you that's watch that. They're right. Yeah. Are there other topics that you would like to talk about this? Climate change, sustainability, and renewable energy? The PRPA has come in to speak to you, and the sustainability plan is coming April 8th. That's your birthday.
It is.
My sister's birthday.
It's a great day.
Matthew, do you have yours on blue? 'Cause
Yeah, I'm just trying to, sorry, if someone else wants to go, I just need to structure my thinking for a second.
no one else wants to go.
Well, in that case,
Stuck.
so what I wanted to parse out here is PRPA is going to speak to the supply side and the system level work.
We can ask them to.
Well, I mean, that's their job. What else? I mean, like, yes, they run efficiency works, but like most 99% of what PRPA does.
I didn't want to leave you with the impression that we've already spoken to them and have something scheduled, ready in the can.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, I don't really know what else they would speak to, so that's their focus. LPC would speak more to the kind of on-the-ground sustainability work and like kind of the customer, like residential and commercial kind of upgrades that are happening there and the system distribution plan side of things. So when I think about what directly impacts our residents and our businesses. It's like, how are people incentivized, or and what's the process for folks to tap into the rebates that are offered with the new billing system rollout and the account system and the work that strategic integration is doing. Like, what opportunities does that open up? I don't think you were in the meeting when I talked to folks, but like, like I know we were talking about the on-bill financing rollout and how that's like a really huge opportunity to allow direct. So on-bill financing is a bill strategy where you can basically finance an upgrade using your electric bill over time. So it kind of takes out that like extra financial transaction from having to happen with a lender. And it's a lot, and it increases the accessibility and equitable nature of like those upgrades and those rebates. Because even with those rebates and upgrades, it still is often necessary to, especially for the bigger ticket items, to finance that over some time. And so to the extent that we can discuss how we're going to kind of set that starter fund up, because the software, as I understand from Becky, will be in place come 26. So then the question is, will we have the financial piece of that ready to go so that we can directly support residential and commercial upgrades that want to happen but want to finance that at a more reasonable level?
So Susan and I just were commenting on a state bill that just came up that's addressing this, that I thought was if it passed, would maybe provide some grant funding for something like that?
It looks that way. It would be at the state level, and it would be funded through found fees somehow, and it would be good for, or borrowed fees from another fund, and it would go for 5 years as kind of a Kickstarter for statewide on-bill financing. Of course, it's still up to individual municipalities or utilities to build in the structure to make it work on your billing, but it is certainly a hot topic at the state level.
But it's kind of, I think that's a relatively new concept that we could certainly add to this discussion to make sure that we're ready for.
Well, I think to your question, the policy question to council on this is going to be, we look at our operating budget or capital budget, we have then all of our reserve requirements that we have to have, then we have our bond covenants that we have to meet. And so the question is, first, is there capacity within fund balance to do that? And then B, if, let's assume there's not, then that's now where the policy conversation starts, because you'll need to...
What do we stop, what do we start?
Generate, you need to have the revenue in to then
Who are you going to charge to get that?
Yeah.
Well, so
who's going to pay for
Fort
that?
Collins has been doing this for years. They have a program set up that they've been running, and maybe it's not exactly what we want to do, maybe it is, but like they've been doing that. So there's someone in our region we can learn from with a similar supply distribution setup. And then, like, to your point on the funding, I guess there are a couple options, and so maybe this is, I don't know if it's productive to go into what those options could be right now. Maybe by the time of April rolls in, we'll have a sense of is the state legislation going anywhere?
Yeah.
And if not, what are our other options?
We'll definitely go by April.
Yeah.
But I think there might be some other tools depending on what happens at the federal level with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which could be leveraged for this, or doesn't council have an ability to borrow a certain amount of percentage of debt for certain purposes that isn't really leveraged? We talked about this briefly. Maybe we can take this offline.
Yes, but that's general fund, not. It's
Fleet fund is currently in it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's a different.
It's general obligation.
Yeah.
It's general obligation up to, what is it now, 8 million maybe?
Right, we can borrow up to 3% of the community's actual value of all taxable property, which is about $21 million in 2024 for debt service.
Right. You would have, but then you would have,
So whether it's used for this or it's used to offset something else.
Right, you would still have to have the repayment built into the rates to repay the debt.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the policy question that council has to go through.
We'd have to figure that out, what that structure would be and what fund it would come from. But like, that I think would be really valuable if we're trying to meet these ambitious goals. This is one of the key financial tools that we could open up to leverage more private capital. I will go to red now to stop myself.
All good. Anybody else want to add anything to this conversation? Daryl, did you have anything you want to add?
I guess just one kind of high-level policy thing, and Harold, I think you've probably already spoken to Jason Frisbee at Platte River about this. But one of the topics we've been kind of kicking around, we've had some interest potentially from folks who want to bring in large loads, right? And by large, we mean like to increase the peak load of the city by 20%, 50%, right? These are huge loads. Back in the olden days, you know, Platte River had a ton of coal, and if we wanted to bring in a large customer like that, we just shovel more coal into the generators, they deliver it to our substations, everybody's happy, right? We get the tax revenue, sales tax, property tax, use tax, and we're golden. But in the new world, you can't just shovel more coal into the generators. Platte River actually has to go out and potentially procure a power purchase agreement or build a new solar farm or something. It's very capital intensive and very expensive. And so when we look at bringing in these large loads, we can't really look just at what's good for Longmont now. We have to look at what's good for our neighbors as well. So let's say Longmont can bring in $5 million a month in tax revenue. Great for us. But if our rates go up, our electric rates to Platte River go up by $6 million because they had to go out and build all this solar and put in all this infrastructure, it actually isn't a good deal for us. And it's even worse for, say, Fort Collins, who would then need to kick in $12 million a month, right, to build all this infrastructure. So these are fake numbers, but just to give you a sense that things are no longer in a vacuum, that it's no longer this infinite source of energy that we can just tap into and kind of benefit from. So just kind of keep that in mind. I mean, we're working with Platte River and our 3 partner cities right now to kind of get our hands around what this looks like. But we do know that, like everything else in the electric industry right now, things are changing, and it's not the same as it used to be before. So just kind of something to keep in mind.
Thank you. That's a great point, because that ties into the very first presentation that Harold gave around, hey, we need to have the infrastructure ready for what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and I think to what Daryl's getting at is it is really kind of how we look at, from an infrastructure, core service, capital perspective, and you see this potential for quantum industries. This is actually part of the presentation that they discussed during that session. Data center capacity on the quantum side and that industry is really kind of where Daryl's digging in on this one. And frankly, there was panelists that said the ROI is dramatically different between a data center and this other piece. So there may be some policy questions of, do we save our capacity for this type of industry, and do we say maybe we're not interested in data centers in terms of connecting into the system? Now there's other requirements, but that's essentially what Daryl's getting at.
Mayor, did you have a question on this?
Yes, I do.
Mayor's next. Go ahead.
Making me laugh at you. And I want a conversation, I know that Harold knows that I want this, about a solar field with storage, so that we can power people who do not have solar and can't afford it. Because we found, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you don't have solar with storage on household, on your individual houses, it doesn't do a whole lot for us.
And so we are working on a community solar
We are.
system, but it doesn't have storage. And
But
that's an
that's
important
what I
distinction.
want us to figure out, because if we don't have storage, are we really adding enough to the grid so that we can push more renewables on the grid for everybody?
Well, remember, we are working
Yes.
with Platte River and the other cities to put in utility scale storage within the city.
Exactly.
So that's kind of going to be an interesting thing to look at, right? We generate it and store it. How do we use the batteries? When do we discharge them? How does that help us kind of shave peak or meet load or whatever? So many different use cases there.
I agree, but I do want at some point for this conversation to go out to the public, so they know where we're looking at this in Longmont, what our costs are, what the pros and cons, what it will and won't do for us.
Because I think there's 2 things happening. The one you're talking about with the batteries from Platte River in connection, we have the work that's being done out here, where they're looking at what solar and batteries. Is it on this facility, or is it?
Yeah.
It's, I think, on this, but connected to what we have at the wastewater plant. And I think they talked about this and that being the beta test as we're heading down that road. And I think we do have council direction on the solar piece for neighborhoods, because I want to say it was Councilmember Yarborough that brought it up in the conversation about those that don't have the financial capacity to do it on their homes. And I think that's sort of the one to what we're doing on Ascent and what we've done on Village, as we're learning through all of these things, kind of setting the stage for the next piece.
Right, there are stages, and, you know, a lot of them are underway. Hannah is working on the solar that's gonna be installed out here and on Ascent. And those are designed to support income qualified populations in Longmont. You know, the next phase is understanding how the battery is working here right now, how the battery is going to work at the substation, and then how do we incorporate that as we're looking for other feasible locations within the city to combine those two components. And Hannah's going to be working on that this year.
So an update to the public would be really good.
All right, Matthew.
Yeah, I fully support the direction the mayor's going on this, and just wanted to clarify with Daryl, maybe like how integral from a system performance level is it that storage is paired with the community solar there, or can they be like slightly divorced from each other but still serving that same goal that the mayor was speaking to?
I think it's a good point. I think it depends on what problem you're trying to solve. So if your problem that you're trying to solve is sort of serving energy to the city as a whole, the batteries really can be anywhere, right? We're actually putting in, soon we'll be finding out some fairly large utility scale batteries, we'll know more soon. But if your intent is to say, save your substation transformer, right, and at peak time and keeping it from getting overloaded, maybe you would want the battery sort of in your distribution system. Or if the intent is to support voltage on a really long line when you're having issues, so you might put a battery at the end of that line. So I think there are different use cases, and so for each of those you might have a different combination of solutions.
So if the goal to the mayor, which Councilmember Yarborough was sort of suggesting, was to increase access to people who can't put it on a rooftop or don't own, then would you need the storage paired with that for that piece of the goal? I'm just trying to understand kind of this.
Geographically, they wouldn't necessarily have to be connected, right?
So that'd be more about how you bill it, and then what you bill it.
Right.
Okay, great. And then I just wanted to go back to like the heavy load, like data load base, or like if we had an industrial user that came with a 50% like upgrade in terms of how much power. So you were suggesting that that would result in a rate base impact.
It could.
And so I'm curious why, because from my perspective, there are three different ways you could potentially set that up. The first is you rate base it, which means the costs are spread across everyone who pays their bills. The second would be to pair on-site load with that, so at least to offset a significant portion of it.
If you want it to be renewable, it's unlikely going to be 100 megawatts of local generation.
Sure, but you could pair some at least to offset some of that impact. And then the third structure would be you could actually create a separate rate class for that user. Right? And so, I mean, that would seem like, given the price of electricity that we have, that would seem like a way to finance that without putting it on the rate base.
Potentially, and I think that's something that we could do in our rates, but then again, we would need to work with Flat River because, you know, all of those costs for the energy supply are typically, not always, are typically spread out among the four cities. And so would we be asking Fort Collins to kick in their quote-unquote share? Or would the new customer sort of cover all of the costs such that Fort Collins, Estes, Loveland, and even the city of Longmont would not be on the hook to procure all of that energy? So, but you're right, there are different things that we would need to look at, and that's part of the discussion that we're having with them right now is kind of what are the different options, what are the pros and cons, and kind of what's the best way to sort of equitably bring something like that online.
Yeah, that all makes sense. I don't see, like, it doesn't seem to me to be a far cry to have a separate rate class that you'd set up for
Right.
that.
The other thing to consider too is it possible to go out and procure all renewable energy?
Yeah.
Or is the only way to meet that load going to be through some carbon-based fuel?
Cool, thank you.
All right, you got your hour.
Plus.
Let me just go through and make sure that, I feel like we've got it here around the core service, look at annexing areas. Valerie, was that the one that I gave to you that was the one bring back, was the annexation one?
I was taking notes for all
Oh,
of them.
okay,
The
perfect.
annexation thing though.
No, that's okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was catching the one that I had said out loud.
Okay.
And then the housing pieces, right, looking at, where we want, what's working, the effects on other things, focus on building regs, and also for seniors and all ability housing. Around that, transportation, focus on rail, holding RTD accountable, bicycle projects, and the infrastructure and education that gets along with that, and then ways to get to the airport. Early care and education incentives through development, and agreements, for example, the child's care for city staff type of thing, and take a look at places that if we just added an hour of something here and there, that it could be a daycare situation for folks. Places focused on Sugar Mill 1, Steam, the Flour Mill, First and Main, North Main, and then take a look at some different ways to deal with some of the vacant stores that are happening in Longmont, long-term vacant type of thing. Under climate change and sustainability, kind of continue the course towards renewables and continue the course towards sustainability. At some point, taking a look at ongoing financing and solar garden. Have we got it?
Yes.
All right, very good. So Becky is sending you a survey, rather than us doing an evaluation, you what? It's already sent out. So do you have an email with a survey on how did it go today? What went well? What would you change for next time? When you have 5 minutes, if you don't mind letting me know how it went today. Otherwise, I would say, grab a snack on your way out the door. And I just want to tell you thank you so much for letting me facilitate this retreat today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doing a good job, Sandy.